Hello, chat. Welcome back to the Shiny Professor Oak Challenge in Legends ZA. In the last stream, we tried.
35 months.
I feel like we
of
try
gaming.
every time that we do this challenge, but we definitely tried. And in I guess from a weird perspective, we did succeed because we got 2 shinies, but neither one of them were ones that we needed. So our game plan today is we are going to fix that, and we are simply going to find one of the shinies that we need, which I think we have the capabilities. We have the potential to get that done. Additionally, I did fix my audio. I think I did. And so we should be good now. One can hope.
Obligatory resub message.
Cheers!
That's true. That's a great, I didn't even think about that. Everybody forgets about chairs. Everybody forgets about those darn chairs. Listen, chat. We can't forget where we started. This is a little too somber. This, however, is a tasty new treat. Have you seen Matt's new flick? No, because didn't he release it like pretty late last night? It was after his stream, and so I didn't see it. But I will be watching it. Yes, trust me. I would never miss a Mr. Blogs presentation. I know that it's like 45 minutes. That's all I know. But I will be there for it. Is there a prediction going? Because I feel like this morning we should be predicting big time. We did find 2 shinies yesterday, to give you a little recap. We found, what was first? We found Scraggy, which is bad. We then found Klefki, which is bad too. Yeah, we found Mrs. Pants. We did. Eric, thanks for the tier 1. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you so much for stopping by to the stream. Use your Boyns chat, please. Tiny Hermione, thanks for the 49 months. Cheers. I like when you get bossy about the predictions. You just like a man who takes charge. I can respect that.
21 haha got 'em.
Max, thanks for the 21 months of Prime. Kevin, thanks for the 9 months of Tier 1. Thank you, thank you. -2, thank you for the 14 months. Agent, thank you for the 9 months. Bingus. I do this every time you sub, but thanks for the 18 months. Holy moly, it's Bingus, everybody. That's huge news. I finally finished my school year. Epic. Congratulations on getting out of 7th grade. Not many can. Not many can. But you did it, and we're all proud of you. How many are left? Including this section, 16. 16. How did you know? Listen, I know my demographic. Savvy, thanks to the 19 months of Prime.
6-7?
I did not see the Pope do 6-7. I feel like that's something that I need to see. I feel like that really is gonna change a lot in my day. Holy moly. That's gonna be an emote at some point. It has to be. It's destined to happen. What shiny do you want most out of the sewers? I want both Inkay and Skrelp, so we can leave the sewers. Did you get any shiny dino? Yeah, I got 15. I got 15, and Nimi and I traded one yesterday, and hers was better, and mine wasn't. I think we're gonna do it again. Are you doing DLC? Not for this video, but yes. Like, there will be a second video, but we're gonna do that so far into the future. I want a break. 15? Okay, if you play community days, 15 is like, that's pretty light. If you know the tech, 15 is just like the tip of the iceberg. If you go double digits, that is like kind of expected. We were talking about it yesterday, because if I play all 3 hours and I have Spatial Rend active, I'll probably get 30. And that adds up because I pretty much played for half of that event. What do you plan on streaming once you complete this? There's so many ideas, chat. So many. I think the next one we're gonna do is a Pokedex, and then we're gonna do the next big video that you guys don't know about. That's the game plan. That's the game plan. Sig, thanks for the 25 if I didn't say that. I know everything. Oh yeah? What's the next video then? Bro knows the future. But how much do you know of the future? Gen 6 medals, no. No. You know, in theory, you could do that. You could definitely, well, you could do some of it. It's just there's no, like, physical way to see the progress, and I would just have to, like, make it myself. And I don't find that as fun as having, like, an in-game system. Ultra Sun and Moon decks, that is one of the ideas, yes. Yeah. No, the Gen 4 video, the Gen 4 booster box video is a different, that's gonna be, yeah, after the next video. How long have you been in the sewers? I don't really know, and I don't want to know, to be honest with you. Shiny Ho Index now. Too long. Too long. I want like a nice calm challenge. I want one that's only gonna take like 80 hours instead of 800, you know? And it is kind of funny to look at it from that perspective. Like, an easy video for me is one that takes almost 100 hours. We really have maxed out the standards for a John gaming video. Do one for ZA. Chat, type one if you want to see me do a Legends ZA video after this video. You can tell the people who just tuned in to this challenge. Listen. Jacob, thanks for the 3 months of Prime. Thank you. Yeah, we still have to do the PLA 100 hours video. We absolutely do have to do that at some point. But also, if you remember, we talked about it on stream, and I think I talked to Matt lightly about it off stream. But I think we're going to maybe rework that video, and I'm gonna do a video with him. And if you know anything about me, I don't ever collab with people. But I would collab with Mr. Blogs. And I think doing a video of us racing to get 100 shinies in Legends Arceus would be a really fun video. I think we are both creative enough to make that very interesting and fun. You've been in the sewer since April 29th? Yeah, but I don't think that that's a fair thing to say, because there were like 9 days where I just was not even playing. But yes, if we count the first day that I was in the sewers, yes. Yeah, because I went to go see my mom, and I think my mom is way more important than gaming, you know? But we could maybe do that this year. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. You need a shower? I took one today, guys. It was my first one of the week. Get it, guys? Because it's Monday. We got a lot of that coming. Do you think Winds and Waves will be early next year? From a video game selling perspective, I can't imagine that happening. And I know that there is evidence of Pokemon doing that, but that's because they were like kind of pushed to their limit, like time restraint wise. Because PLA came out in January. It was the end of January, I believe the 29th. But if you look at it from a perspective, when is the best time to buy a video game? You know, think of from the perspective of being a parent. When is the best time to buy a video game? When's the best time to give your kid a video game? It's either their birthday or it's Christmas, generally speaking. Obviously, like there are, you know, different religions who celebrate, and some people really value New Year, but that's close enough to Christmas to validate my point, right? So games usually release prior to Thanksgiving. And the reason why is because they get the first initial wave of the FOMO people who want to play the game the moment the game comes out, and they don't want to miss a second of the game. And they want to say that they were there first. And then they have the people who want to go and get it during Black Friday. Because they can release it on Black Friday or within that week, but then they're not tapping into all the people who want to get it day one anyways. and having like a 3 week to a month barrier prior to Black Friday results in them getting probably the best yields. And that's why so many video games come out at the end of the year. You can think of every like staple yearly video game release aside from sports games, because that's just like, I believe at the beginning of the season is when those games come out. But, you know, most Pokemon comes out in October. October, sometimes early November. You say they finished filming Sonic 4? I didn't even see the third one, but I heard it was good. Like, consistently, those movies have been very good. I really like the second Sonic movie. My issue with it, though, is that halfway through the movie, it felt like I was watching an entirely different movie. Did anyone else feel that way? Like, you start watching a Sonic movie, and then they have the whole thing with, like, the wedding, and it just feels like you're watching a brand new movie. Like they just snuck in a short into the middle of it, and it lasts for like 35 minutes. And it wasn't bad. It was just kind of like, this was a very interesting direction. But yeah, that being said, I think that Winds and Waves, if I were to take a wild guess, because it's a new generation. When did Scarlet and Violet come out? I think that was November 14th, November 13th, right? They really do set up the newer gens more in November, I think. November 15th? That's not bad. That was a pretty good guess. Do you know which starter you're choosing in Winds and Waves? All of them. In Gen 10, they just allow you to have all three of them. They just throw out the rules. They're just showing you what you're going to have, not what you can choose from. Whatever you want, it's yours. November 18th. It's crazy that game came out 3.5 years ago. Isn't that insane? 3.5 years ago? Wild. I think you guys ever played a game during the first year of its release and it genuinely did not feel like a year? My greatest example of that was Legends Arceus. That was the longest year of a Pokemon game ever. And like, not in a bad way. After the year came around, actually I remember seeing the 2-year notification for it, and I was like, there's no way. Like, it's felt like 8 months across 2 years. Bango, thanks for the 9 months. What am I missing? I need ink and Skrelp. Inkay. Sorry, not just ink. We will extract the ink from it as payback. Did you find anything yesterday while offline hunting? Nope. Nope. But based on yesterday, if you just look at how lucky we got in terms of finding things, we can just hope that that translates over today. That's the best we can do, you know? That's the game plan. How over odds are you? I kind of can't really tell. For Skrelp, very over odds, because Skrelp has been in every single hunt that we have done, and yet at no point has it been shiny. Inkay, on the other hand, we are over odds, but like marginally over odds. If I were to take a guess of encounters, we're probably like 5,000 or 6,000 for Inkay, and then for Skrelp, I don't know. Like, my heart wants to say less than 10,000, more than 8,000. So like a little over double. Yeah, baby fine now. Baby good and baby okay. That being said, I think next week is going to be his surgery. I just have to reschedule it. But yeah. I realized a few months ago Gen 9 wasn't released last year. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, but I mean, this game is Gen 9 in a way. It is. This is another game that kind of doesn't feel like it's almost been out for a year, mostly because it hasn't. But but we're getting close. We're getting very close. We're what, 7 months? Almost 8 months this game has been out. Can you use Wavebird receivers on a couple 3DSs? I have no idea. That's a Matt question. That's not a John question. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think so. There's some like quirky little Bluetooth action you could do maybe, but that's beyond my knowledge. That'd be cool though. I've seen people have multi-hunt setups for handhelds, and it requires like a level of engineering that I don't think I would ever commit to. Especially with how expensive those consoles are. Like 3DSs are so expensive. And if you want the best experience on a 3DS, it's even more expensive. And I don't want to mess any of that up. Have you tried Toon yet? Tone? I don't know. Yes, I did it yesterday. Which shrine do you want to find first? That actually does matter. That's a good question. I want to find Inkay. Because Inkay, there are only 2 of them, but there are 4 Skrelp that are down here. And if we find Inkay, then I can immediately move and hunt 4 Skrelp at the same time. And so we will find that faster. Inkay is the harder hunt of the 2. What's the best experience on a 3DS you speak of? Oh, like the new Nintendo 3DS. That is the best. It's that or, and I haven't used it, but I have seen enough to feel this way. The new Nintendo 2DS. Both of those consoles are just really, really, really good. How's your Tomodachi life going? Any new drama, any weddings? No, I actually have not played since I showed you. What's been the most over-odds hunt for this video? By like statistical number? No, Abra was just time. Well, that was triple over. No, it would have been Aerodactyl. Statistically, I think it is Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl was 3.5 over, and Abra was just 3 times over odds. Gibble? No, Gibble was only like odds and a half. It's just it takes so long to get them. It just takes a stupid amount of time. Because we phased 61 times, but not 61 of those Pokemon was Drillbur. It was either Drillbur or you got Gibble. But during the process of getting, how many, I think I found 17 or 18 Drillbur before I found Gibble. And that's like odds and a half. Okay, let's check everybody. Let's see. Let's see, did we get Inkay? No. But will we get Skrelp? We might get Skrelp. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. You never know. So what's the over-under on this challenge being done by the end of the month? We'll see. We'll see. Skrelp says no. Skrelp says no, but that was also only 15 minutes, so what can you expect out of 15 minutes, but... what's 9:30 PST now? Now. By the end of May, don't make that bet. Yeah, no, I don't know if we can get it done by the end of May. And here's the thing, chat, is I think I'm just gonna be done saying when I think the video is going to be done. Because, you know, without getting into too many details, it definitely would be done by May, by the end of May. It's just I had stuff going on this month that I don't care to talk to you guys about, and so that's just kind of the reality of it. But yeah, I mean, like once we are in terms of streaming time with nothing going on in between, we're still like a month out from being done, like maybe 3 weeks from being done. I'm just not gonna give you guys a certain date as to when we're gonna be done. You know, because there's always like unforeseen circumstances that happen, like stuff that you guys know about. I mean, I have my computer. I had to rewire my entire computer,
Gummies.
and that took a day out of my life. You know, so you know. Will we getting Mega Phalanx and go? I'm being forced to by Gay Xander. And I know what will happen if I don't do that. I have to listen to Gay Xander. Are we Circle or Burger today? I think we actually, this may be a Burkle. Let me just see what the first shiny is, and then we can determine it from there. I think that's the game plan. Skrelp and Inkay by the end of May. There is no realm that doesn't happen, chat. You know? Is Burgle a new Wordle variant? No, you can either be Burger, you pick Burger or Circle every single day, or you can pick Burkle. Which is a combination of both, but you only get once per month. Everybody make a decision, please. Brady, thanks for the 5 months. Thank you. Thank you. What does that mean? You just pick if you're Burger or Circle. I'll make the rules. I just click around. Final day in the sewers. Is that a pinky swear? Okay, well, yes. Yeah, it is, because here's the thing. If I don't find the shinies today, I'm blowing up the sewers. So, they can choose to show up now or be blown up. Those are the only two options we have. Those are the only two situations that's going to work out. Why don't we blow you up? Not bad. Not bad, everybody. With your mind? Nope. No, with missile. With missile. See you later, sewers. Honestly, I'll just do that in the video. Hi. Hi. Blow them up with IBS. You're done. Log out. Bro's got the AC 130. Yep, I got the 11 kill streak. Watch out, everybody. King Kong, how far are you in this challenge? Did you pause this? Because last time you said you were at Gibble. I don't blame you if you stopped at Gibble. That would have been a good time to stop. That would have been a great time to stop, honestly. But listen. He's gonna get a nuke if we don't stop him, yes. He's got Scrambler. He's got Scrambler. I'm on the route 102 mines going for 1% Surskit and Ruby and Sapphire. Holy moly. That's crazy. Hi, John. What did you have for breakfast today? Success. I'm locked in, everybody. I'm locked in. What happened to Gian? Yesterday, Gian went to the bathroom and then he stepped in his own creation in the litter box and then tracked it all through the apartment. And so we had to hose him down. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have your success with milk? No. No, that's my downfall. Don't bring me near milk. There's only two things in the world, chat, that you can't bring around me. 3 things. Milk, ladybugs. Actually, I was gonna say haters, but no. I deal with you guys every single day. But milk and ladybugs you can't bring around me. Absolutely not. And women. When my girlfriend comes in here, you're gonna feel so stupid. And shiny Inkay. Okay. What about gentleman bugs? Most bug I don't rock with. but especially ladybug, because I will die. That is so on brand for me though. Like, I'm not allergic to anything but ladybugs. Like, why didn't I just get the standard spawn of peanut butter? You know? No soap gene on the cilantro, you just die to ladybugs. Yeah, that's it. Why ladybugs? Okay, here's fun ladybug fact of the day. Mods, play the ladybug fact music. Did you guys know that when ladybugs get consumed by birds, they have a defense mechanism where they release a yellow goo, and it's so bitter to the taste that birds will spit them out in fear. If I come in contact with that goo or inhale it or touch it or ingest it, I die. It's true. That's the end of John Gaming. How did you learn this lore? The hard way. How do you think? I had a scare when I was at my mom's because there aren't really ladybugs in the South. I haven't seen any.
I'm currently over 330 hours worth of encounters for shiny Charmander still in Oak Slab Frown.
Lucia, 6 of the 21 months of tier 2. Thank you. But yeah, I had a scare last week when I was at my mom's because she was showing me some like jewelry that she had, and I was like looking through the jewelry, and I accidentally put a ladybug in my hand, and I immediately went like this. It was a dead ladybug, but immediately I was like, okay, I'm gonna go wash my hands before I die. And it's good that Nimi knows about it because she was in the other room talking to my stepdad, and she's like, "What's up?" And I said, "Ladybug," and she went, "Oh." Oh, that's it. That's the end of John Gaming. You could never live in Johto. At least in Pokemon Silver, I couldn't. Because isn't Ladybug a Pokemon Silver exclusive or a Pokemon Gold exclusive? No, I think it's Gold. Silver is Spinarak. I don't know. It's been too long. I haven't played Gold and Silver in quite a while. I played Crystal last. Hey John, there's a tortoise in my backyard. Oh, that's nice. Still no squid? No. No squid. No Inkay. But we're full of hope. We're full of hopes and dreams. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. I like your attitude, Maddie. You're joining the squad. What do we do next, Maddie? Let people know. Ninetales. Okay. If you're gonna spend so much time in the sewers, at least find a martial artist rat to teach you how to be a ninja. Chad, this is the second stream in a row you've told me to become a Ninja Turtle. Do I look like I would be a turtle? Do I look like I have the potential to be a crime-fighting turtle? Be for real, okay? The only fighting I'm doing is fighting for my life out here. And against ladybugs. You definitely look like you come from the sewers. How about you go watch a movie, Marker? How about you go review a movie, Marker? Don't you have things to do? Go review a movie for your YouTube channel. Or how about, you know what you should review? You should review of one of those school videos on bullying. How about that? Give a review and see if you learned something from that, because you're being very hurtful. I'm a little busy laying in my bed comfy maxing. Oh, okay, that's nice. Are you scared of Bingus? No. No. I would never be. Give a review on you wouldn't download a car. Can I say something, Chad? Is gonna ruin your experience? They never said that. I thought it too. They never once in that ad did they say you wouldn't download a car. Yeah, they said you wouldn't steal a car. Yeah. Why would they say download? Because the entire concept of the PSA was like piracy. Like media piracy, and I think somebody on the internet just misquoted it and said you wouldn't download a car, and everybody ran with it because it's just funnier conceptually. It's like, you wouldn't ever download a free car if you had the opportunity, because who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? You wouldn't download a brand new 2026 Honda Accord if you had the chance. So why would you pirate a movie? Little do they know 3D printing. You guys ever seen those people who make fake Lamborghinis? It's actually insane. They make a video. So they're like, I couldn't buy a Lamborghini, and so I made one. And the whole concept is they get like some beater car and they just do a bunch of like auto body work on it. And then they just make like a fully functional like McLaren or Lamborghini or something like that. Let me see if I can find one. The scary part is that it's insanely good. I'm thinking fake McLaren, I think is what I'm thinking of. I made a McLaren. I don't know how to look this up. I really don't. What do I even look up to figure this out? I made I made a Lamborghini. I've definitely seen this video. I'm not crazy. Man makes a McLaren from nothing. From I think actually it might be cardboard. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Nope, I can't find it. I tried, everybody. I really did. I really did try. What is this? Wee. Okay, I think that is this conceptually? Yes. Okay, thank you, Emily. Okay, so just to give you perspective, so I don't think I can play that music, but they make this. They basically just take like a junk car, right? They get all the parts. That is what they're working with. Okay, this is the base of the car. Obviously, those are fake Ferrari wheels. But then they use clay and they scrape out the entire body. And they just, yeah, it's basically like an insane go-kart. But the level of detail that they go to is absolutely insane, right? Like, is that not nuts? They're like sanding it down to make sure that it's smooth and everything. And then they paint it like full, amazing, beautiful paint job. And the craziest part, chat, is this thing tops at maybe 80 miles an hour. Like we're being very brave by making it reach 80 miles an hour, but that thing is getting not to triple digits, I can assure you that. But like, even if you look at the interior, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if I've seen specifically this video, but like the interior of it is nuts. Do they show the inside? I guess not. For the best. But either way, like that's crazy that they just cooked that up for fun for a couple months. It's probably the most insane commission I've ever seen in my life. Oh. Do you guys think I could do that? Except a shiny Inkay and a shiny Skrelp? I think I could. If he gave me the time. Make a car? No. Commission, yeah, if I could just commission one into this game. I think so. Hello?
Johnstone, what's all this about you gallivanting in a sewer somewhere in Kalos?
I'm trying to shiny hunt.
You better take a shower before you get back to Powdy. I won't be battling a stinky boy.
I'm not a stinky boy, and you better get that out of your mouth. There's nothing worse than calling me a stinky boy. I'm nice. I'm nice and thoughtful. Yes. Notice he didn't say clean. Shut up. Shut up. Listen, to be honest with you, out of all the sewers that I've seen, which is, you know, not many, this is probably one of the cleaner sewers. Have you looked at the Dolly Noir clothes on Pokemon Center? Is it just a redrop of what they've done previously? I would assume it is. I have bought a large portion of them. It's new stuff. I hate that you guys tell me these things because you know I'm gonna consume. Let's see, what is it? Oh, that's yeah. Ah, you got me again. You got me again. Actually, hold on, I'm looking. A majority of it are long sleeves, chat, and I don't wear long sleeves. I don't know how to explain it, but I get uncomfortable with a long sleeve on. I really do. Yeah, no, aside from that, what is that one?
Johnstone.
They have a photo, there's a shirt that's Mewtwo in the desert, but it's like the pixel sprite. Like imagine if they put the sprite of Mewtwo from Heart Gold Soul Silver in Route 111 Desert from Hoenn. Why? what was the creative decision on that one? That's an interesting one. They have Oldale Town as a shirt. Yeah, no, I think I got the stuff I wanted from those drops. That being said, like the ones where it says Dolly Noir on the front and then it has the outline on the back, those ones are all good. Like the Legendary Birds one is really sick. I haven't worn that many times. And then the Jirachi one's good. Deoxys. Why they have a Snorlax party sprite but in Little Root Town? Listen. Is it weird? Yes. But is it better than having just a Gengar, Pikachu, Charizard lineup for shirts? Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. That's honestly one of their better collabs that they've done. It's just like working with that company. There was one with a Psyduck, Ghastly, Haunter, Gengar. Yeah. I mean, they have to do the staples. They have to. I'm casting a curse for you not to get a shiny the entire stream. Chat, type 1 if we ban that guy. Then we don't have to worry about it anymore. Goose, thanks for the 8 months. Ajax, thank you for the 6 months of Prime. Thank you. Bro said yes to himself getting banned. All right. All right. Well. I wish hoodies in general had decent sized hoods. They're always so small and wearing them looks ridiculous. You know, you raise a valid point because a lot of people modify hoodies that they get. Chat, type 1 if you have ever cut a hole or cut like a line down the front of your hoodie to make it more breathable. I've never done it myself, but I've seen so many people do it. You've never seen people with like the little cut, and it's like kind of, I don't know. I've seen it. I wear hoodies often. Not hoodies, but crew neck t-shirts. Why not just get a V-neck at that point? I've cut thumb holes in the wrist before. Oh. I put on a hoodie and it ripped right there when I put it on. Was it 9 sizes too small? It's going on. It's the last one in stock. The only modifications I do are take out the tags. Those absolute tags are the worst thing to happen to clothes. I mean, I would say probably sweatshops are the worst thing to happen to clothes, but tags are bad too, I guess. In a way, they're, you know, tags are bad. They're itchy. Bro just got outwoked. That's crazy. Maddie, thanks for the 9 months. I appreciate it. Have we found anything yet? We found that we're having a great time. We are. Yeah. Oh, chat. I saw. You ever seen people like with an outfit that you've never seen before, and you're like, wow, like you are breaking norms. You're breaking social constructs. I saw the most insane fit of all time a couple days ago. Like, I don't think that you guys could come up with a better one that you've seen in real life. We were walking to a coffee shop a couple days ago, and there was a guy on a bike who was riding with a pencil skirt and a shiesty on. And I quite literally said out loud, I was like, I have never seen that fit in my entire life. Black pencil skirt down to the kneecaps. By the way, on a bike. That's like another... How do you bike in a pencil skirt? What's a shiesty? I feel like you have to Goog it. Hold on. Okay, well, it's just pulling up pictures of poo shiesty. That's not necessarily, I mean, that's, you know, but, you know, it's like one of these. and a pencil skirt. And it all matched, it all worked out great. But I was like, wow, I've never seen that in my entire life. Yeah. No shit, no, there was a shirt on. I was not paying attention to that because that was the most normal part, the most like expected part of the outfit. This music's so loud, what the heck? All right, we gotta check in 3 minutes, chat. Do you think this is it? Do you think we're gonna get it? Do you think all of our dreams are gonna come true? Listen, if you agree with me, you'll get your shiny too, whatever you're hunting. Positivity, that goes a long way. Why are you being mean? It's 10 a.m., everybody. It's 10 a.m. There used to be a guy called the Trash Fairy that drove to all the frats and took their cans, and he dressed in a pink tutu that was too small and drove it up in a souped up red F-150. Berkeley where? Yeah, like the school Berkeley? Bay Area? Okay, one of the craziest part, the coffee shop we went to was in Berkeley, California. That's why I asked. That's really weird. That's really, really weird. It was him! We found him! John Pork is calling. John Pork hasn't called me in years, and there's evidence of that. There is. I love checking out thrift stores. Do you guys go to thrift stores? I feel like I go to one probably once every month or two. Sometimes you find some great stuff. It's very rare, but like sometimes, if you know the right places to go to, you just don't go to the places where everybody goes to. And I'm not one of those people who knows the ins and outs, like, oh, they're open, they restock it this time, let's go that time. I just pop in if I'm walking by. And sometimes you find some cool stuff. Like I found a pair of Jordans that were like half of what they would normally be. And they were pretty much as new as they could be. Cool, I'll take them. You don't know if you've ever been to a thrift store? Ever? In your life, ever? Let me give you a gaming pro tip, chat. If you are newly moving into an apartment, like it's your first time out of your parents' place.
Quack.
The best place to get like essential things like, oh, I need a toaster. I need a waffle maker. Go to a thrift store and then just really deeply clean it. Cause nobody wants those things there. And so they're $3. Why? Because I remember wanting a waffle iron. And I went to every big box store you could think of and they didn't have them. And if they did have one, it was like the mini little waffle. I don't want a mini waffle, I want a big Belgian waffle. And so I'm looking everywhere. I went to Walmart, I went to Target, I went to GameStop. GameStop sells waffle makers before you say anything. They have a Pikachu waffle maker and they didn't have it in stock. Okay, so I don't want to hear that. I was like, you know what? Let's just try Goodwill. I went to Goodwill, $3. No inkay. But did we find Skrelp? Yeah, like you get a rice cooker there. That's the only thing is you just have to thoroughly clean it because you don't know who used it prior to you. They could be the cleanest person in the world or they could be the yuckiest person in the world. I believe that's no shiny. Yeah, and if you go to those places, you're more likely to hit on those things than you would ever be for like clothing pieces. Because people go to thrift clothing more than anything at a thrift store. Nocturus, 6 to the 11 months. Thank you. Thank you. I used to have a near complete season 1 of Pokemon anime on VHS just from thrifting over the years. I saw a video recently. Those are, if you have like the complete set, those are worth pretty big dollar. I need to step up my antique thrifting game. What do you want to find, Alistair? Use your boints, everybody. This could be the big one.
Can you meow like how baby meows?
Cool wall decor, yeah. Yeah. There was a place in Georgia that we went to one time. And it was, I don't know how to describe it because it was a thrift store, but it was like a curated thrift store. Like they didn't just take anything. They only took the best of the best. And it was quite literally the best thrift store that we had ever been to because everything, yeah, it's like a vintage store. Yeah. But there were some things there that were just like unbelievable. It wasn't a consignment store to my knowledge. It was like the person who owned the place was a mom and pop place, and he just spent a long time just acquiring all of these things. It wasn't Junkman's daughter. No, it was in the middle of Georgia, middle of nowhere. And the reason why it was there is because we went to go get a CRT. I'm sure I could find the name of it, but it was crazy. And there were some things in there that I was like, man, I really want to have in my house. And I asked, and a lot of the stuff is like handmade crafts, or like really vintage designer things, like designer furniture, which if you don't know, crazy how expensive those things get. But actually, you know what? I think I can find you a photo, because I think it was in like October is when I got that. I think it was October. No, it wasn't October. Hold on, I'll find it. Give me a second. I'll get there. Oh, it was earlier than October. Was it September? Yeah, it was. Like, they had this here. It's a bookshelf. It's a bookshelf, and you put it in the corner. It has a bunch of openings, and it's like a tower thing. And I thought it was so cool. And then look at the thing that's on top of it. I thought that was sick too. And I asked, I was like, just out of curiosity, how much is that tower? Because he had two of them. And he's like, oh, those ones? They're like, I think he said they were 4,000 a piece. And I was like, maybe next time. Maybe next time. And then he had this other thing. This is the coolest chair I've ever seen in my life. I kind of kick myself for not buying it. It's a really old designer chair. And it was, I think, $1,400 or something like that. There was honestly nothing in there that I felt that I would spend the money on. But boy, there were another like 40 examples of cool stuff like that. It was just so neat. Very, very neat. iCarly type chair. The people who designed the studios and like the bedrooms for iCarly, they were really using as much of their money as possible. Why does the chair have a poop hole? Chad, so you can feed your cables. Like, imagine a scenario where you have like your outlet and you need to charge your phone and it's behind you. You feed it through the middle of the chair. That's not that. Sure, I'm sure you could do that with that, but that was not the intention. It was just so you could feed a bunch of cables. Surely that's the reason. The ice cream sandwich love seat from iCarly, exactly. There's a lot of comparison that you could throw between iCarly, like room design, and Webkinz room design. I would like to think the person who designed all of those rooms really loved playing Webkinz. I surely did. I definitely did. I played my fair share back in the day. Joe, what was your favorite TV show that you watched when you were young, growing up? There's got to be at least one Pokemon person. Yeah, they're there. That was fast. Sponge. Yeah, I mean, I definitely watched a lot of Pokemon. I did the old Saturday morning thing. But after a certain point, I just kind of like stopped. What shows did you watch when you stayed home from school? I think the honest answer is nothing. Because if I ever stayed home from school, I wouldn't be sick most of the time, and so I had to like LARP as a sick person the entire day. And I didn't have a TV in my bedroom. And so, you know, I would just be playing my DS in bed. But any game show, yeah, Quick has it right. Like, I would watch like Price is Right or like Jeopardy. Or one event that I'm sure is like canon for most children. You guys ever faked being sick for school and then your parent stays home? Day ender. That just absolutely nukes your whole game plan. And my mom was like, just lay on the couch while you're sick and we can watch TV together. And I was like, okay. And we're watching like HGTV. We're watching like Property Brothers and Curb Appeal and Love It or List It, which like, that's fine. I'm down to watch a little bit of HGTV in my free time, but not for the entire 8 hours of my day. They left you homesick and they came back unexpectedly early and you had to re-sick. Oh, that's true. Yeah. 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 Trading Spaces. Is that the wife swap of houses? That's crazy that was even a TV show, by the way. Do you guys remember Wife Swap? I don't even need to explain what the movie is or what the show is. That is exactly, it is in the name. It's for like a month, they just swap wives. That's it. That's the entire thing. And they just go through like the trials and tribulations of being like, oh man, I don't like that my new husband does this thing. I liked when my old husband did that thing, and then they just go back and hug each other and they love each other more is the concept in theory. And I'm not gonna act like I remember any of the episodes from that, but I'm sure that there were some episodes that did not end that way.
Modern odds.
We have reached modern odds, Gene Shorts. Thanks for the 22 months, I appreciate it. Gabe, thanks for the 16 month. Thank you. Any extreme couponing? Those people ruined couponing. I don't rock with extreme couponers. They ruined the coupon game for everybody. The reason why you can't stack coupons anymore is because of them. because they would spam 700 in one singular purchase. And while I can respect that level of autism to try and organize a whole bunch of pre-planned spreadsheets to throw together to make one singular purchase $3 instead of 908, we don't have coupons anymore. Because all of the coupons are digital and they're one-time use for an overwhelming majority of them. I wonder how they adapted to the new coupon rules. I think they're probably just scalpers now. I think that's the only logical transition for those people, is they just have like bots that let them know when things price drop for essentials that they need on their day-to-day, and then they just go and run to the store whenever it's available. Because I know they have that for video games. Because they have, if you guys ever want to know when a Nintendo Switch game goes on sale, they're mostly known for Nintendo Switch, but I think they do all consoles now. There's a website called Deku Deals. DEKU deals.com. And yeah, you can set like email notifications. They've had it for a really, really long time, like since the Switch came out. And it'll just let you know anytime that a game is on discount. I think you can set like, I won't buy this game unless it's a certain price. Explain Deku Deals to us as a Deku. What if you said to yourself, I'm getting real tired of buying these games at full price. I wish I had more than $60 so I could buy a bunch of them, but I guess we're gonna work with it. Oh, this is Shiny Student, so this is in the video. I'm gonna get mild, everybody. I'm gonna get mild. You should go into voice acting. You guys say this every single time, but no, because nobody has ever reached out and said, hey John, you should voice act my video game. We need an old man. And then I do my old man voice, like, no, just do the voice you do on stream. And I'd be like, that doesn't sound like an old man. It's game month in 2 weeks. It can be game month every month. Why don't we just do that? Well, why don't we just get sad at the end of the month and be like, oh, it's the end of Pride Month, and then we just pretend like it's Pride Month at the beginning of the next month again. Problem solved, you know? You need to be the voice of the gun in High on Life. I don't know what that is. Is that good? Do you think I would be that? You think I would be a gun? Bang, 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 bang. I'm reloading. I feel like I have a little bit of potential.
A little teeny bit, teeny tiny.
I'm glad you don't know that game. Why is it bad? What's wrong with it? Now I want to know. Now I'm nosy. Can we have a gay Tomodachi stream June 6th? It's a Saturday, but it's my birthday. I fear no. Saturday or for the lady. Yeah, we would have canceled you. What could have possibly happened in this video game, chat? What could possibly happen in that video game for me to play it and then get canceled? I didn't make the video game. Speaking of gun, what's your favorite shooter game? It's gotta be Halo 3. Which I know that that's such a basic thing to say. Like, grass is green. It's a Rick and Morty game. I've never seen Rick and Morty. I know nothing aside from Pickle Rick. And I'm sure there's some other pop culture phrase that's been from that show that I don't know about, but I think, actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna say Reach. I'm gonna say Reach. Like, what do you think is a better FPS than that game? Is BioShock a first-person shooter?
Armor lock, armor lock, armor lock,
Okay,
armor lock.
relax. Relax. Ooh. I would still say Reach is better than BioShock, but BioShock is an exceptional game. I assume you guys are asking from the perspective of a single-player FPS, not multiplayer. Because you could say, like, Fortnite. But Fortnite's a battle royale. It's more a battle royale than it is a shooter. It's also not first person, but... CS... CS is the league of shooters. You can't even deny it. It's true. It's the League of Legends of shooters. That's COD? No. No, I wouldn't say that. COD is a franchise that used to be really good and then just got absolutely nuked because they just did not know how to develop their games. COD is the sports game of shooters. It is. That being said, some of the older Call of Duties genuinely are some of my favorite FPSs ever. Back when they used to actually care about their campaigns, like the Black Ops campaign was genuinely very fun. It was a lengthy one. It was like 15 hours to play through. And it like led into the zombies mode, which was really cool. But now, I mean, if you hear anything about new Call of Duty games, they're making fun of how bad the campaigns are. Like the last one was what, 3 hours long? Wasn't it? It was like a 3-hour-long campaign. And I can't knock them because a lot of people who play those games now just play the multiplayer, or they play Warzone, which is like free or whatever. But why even make it then at that point? Why even invest the time and resources into making something that lackluster when you could just put all that effort into the multiplayer and make the multiplayer better? Because people don't even like the multiplayer. People don't even like the game in general. So why not just focus on the thing that you're best at? That you've shown time and time again that you can consistently at least produce in full to an extent. Does anyone remember how PS3 was free online, but Xbox you had to pay? PS3 people held that over 360 players for so long until the Lizard Squad took them down for a month during Christmas. You guys remember that? PS3 players love to forget that moment. The Xbox players are having a fantastic time playing that Christmas. I remember hearing about it, like... I remember hearing it in a Halo 3 party chat. Like, I'll never forget it because I was playing Halo 3 on Narrows. And somebody was like, oh my God, the PlayStation servers, they shut down. They're gonna be down for Christmas. I'm like, dear God, this is not good. Wasn't that during PS4's first year? No, I think that was a long time ago. What was the Lizard Squad? It was like a hacker group. And they just hacked the entirety of Sony's PlayStation network and just, I guess, ruined it so badly that they had to shut down their servers for an entire month. So you just couldn't play online on your PlayStation for a whole month. Silly gaming. Yeah. It might have been a little bit less than a month, but I'm pretty sure it was a month, like 3 weeks. Why would they do that? I believe ransom. Like, hey, give us a bunch of money because we have access to this thing that means a lot to you. If you pay us, we will stop and give it back to you. Because that's usually what happens. Like if something ever gets leaked online, it's usually prior to that, they send out a ransom thing, be like, hey, if you give us $10 million, we won't leak this thing. And then usually the companies will be like, we don't care, go ahead. And then they just go and do it. That's just how it is. Speaking of money, don't you guys hate spending money? Type 1 if you guys hate spending money. God, I wish I could just earn a bunch of money and then never have to spend it ever in my life, and I could just stack it up for the rest of the time. And while I can't guarantee that for everything that you spend your money on, I can tell you that if you link your Amazon account to your Twitch account, you get a free Prime sub for ad-free viewing emotes. And it might be worth your time to check that right now. W-ad.
1.
Vorman, thanks for the 300 bits. I appreciate it. I love spending money. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Well, I will guide you. Emily, could you guide them to the button that says gift a sub to everyone in chat right now? They do have that on Twitch. So if you like spending money, I can show you where to spend it. Alec, thanks for the 9 months of Prime. How do I check my Prime sub? Well, you're already subbed, so you can't. But wouldn't it be illegal though to pay the ransom because they're paying a criminal organization? I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of that, chat. Naive, thanks for the 4 months of Prime. Thank you.
Thanks for the reminder.
Thank you. Did we get Inke yet? No, Nate. No. I've fallen off tremendously. But today's the day I turn the tides. I do. You just wait. I'm gonna find something today. You'll get it, Geese. You'll get it at some point. In due time. Everybody just be patient. What was the console that you played as a kid, chat? I'm a little bit scared to know the answer to this, but it's only gonna get worse as the years pass for me. I think we're just at the corner of like, some people will start saying Wii U and I'll get a little bit scared. Wii and then the Switch. Yeah, that's the only valid jump. I went through the Wii U step and I really should have just jumped over that one. SNES, dang. I'm so sad that I can't really bring my CRT here. Like conveniently, I can't mail a CRT without it costing $500. But playing Super Nintendo on a CRT is genuinely such an insanely fun experience. And you don't get it until you do it and get it. Game Boy Micro, I have one. Yeah, I think what I will do, here's the other issues. I don't even know where to put it. There's no convenient place to put a CRT ever. You need a dedicated CRT room nowadays. Dang, thanks for the 4 months. Chad, a road trip like that would be like 2 weeks of driving. No, I would lock in. And I could IRL stream it and we could do a Pokemon Go week where I just stream on the road for an entire week, just traveling across America. When are we doing a CRT thrift hunt? I never want to do that again. And I'm glad that generally speaking, I don't think I will have to for a very long time because CRTs are so expensive now. The only time that you'll get a cheap one is if you go to like a yard sale. Facebook Marketplace, no, those, they know how much they are. Especially if you want any of the TVs that are like the good ones, if they mention the buzzword, there's a specific buzzword with CRTs that people throw around. If they use that word in the listing, it's 3 times the price of every other CRT. And that word is Trinitron. If you find a Trinitron TV, that's the CRT TV that you want to get, generally speaking. Sony ran that era of TV. It's just because the color quality of it is better. It's just you will get the best image on that CRT. Isn't that the pre-evolution of Tinkaton? That's a good one. I'm gonna write that down. Holbrook, thank you for the 14 months of Prime. But no, I don't want another one. I don't. Actually, I guess that's not entirely true. If I could get like a little teeny one that I could put in the bedroom and it's like a 12-inch TV, maybe. Just a silly little one that I could put in on the nightstand and I could play it if I wanted to. I could get down with that. I could just play basically a glorified giant Game Boy Advance. We could make that happen. Hey John, it's my birthday. Everybody say happy birthday. What if we got a projector? I mean, I actually have a couple projectors at the house. We could do that. Everybody say hi to my girlfriend. Hi, girlfriend. Yeah, we could do that. It's just playing Super Nintendo on a projector would kind of look yucky. Do I click this Instagram link? Can you text it to me instead? Please. Ask your older family members for their garage TV. I don't have older family members, I fear, but I'm sure that will work with some of you. Yeah, honestly, yard sales are the best place to go. But yard sales, I don't think are very fun to go to anymore. There was a point in time when I was younger where they weren't bad. But have you guys ever been to a yard sale within the past 5 years? It is just a horde of people. It's just resellers. And they have like no respect for anything. Yeah, estate sales are really, I think that's kind of your only option. I've never been to an estate sale. I'd be down to go. What's your favorite Roblox game? Mods, get them. You are too young to be in this stream. I can just tell from a mile away. That's it. Pack it up. You know what's crazy though about Roblox? Roblox has been around longer than Minecraft. Roblox was made in 2008, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it is an old video game. It's just nobody played it back then. But yeah, 2006, sure. And yet still worse. I mean, I haven't played Roblox, so I can't say anything about it. I don't know anything aside from the fact that from my understanding, it's just Child's Gary's mod. Is that a fair generalization of the entire game? It's just a sandbox server thing where you just make a bunch of games. Yeah, never looked into it, but I don't know. What's your favorite Fortnite drop spot? See, I don't know what the map looks like right now. I haven't played the new season, so I don't know. I don't think I could give you a... I always want to drop somewhere that, like, I don't ever want to be on the outside. Tilted? No. No. First of all, I don't even think Tilted Towers exists. I don't think it exists anymore. But I don't know. I would have to think about what you remember the season that they had a few or it was last year, maybe 2 years ago, where it was like kind of like cyberpunk like, and you could fly with the scythes. It was the first time they introduced those, where you can like dash into the sky with the katanas. Not a scythe, it was a katana. You had the dual katanas. What was that futuristic cyberpunk looking place? Yeah, the Japanese season. Whatever that, it was like I don't know. Whatever that main city was for that season. Mega City, that. Yeah, that was sick. It was like the appropriate amount of popular for like when you start your game. A lot of people would show up to it, but it was so large that you would only encounter a few people and you could loot up. I would say that. It's check time. I miss check time. This is the worst thing ever to happen in the history of my life, and I'm really sad that. All right, everybody, let's check. Let's check and see. Denny, thanks for the 71 months. Thank you, Denny. You summoned this shiny. You did it. Look, it's right here. I'm turning evil. Everybody back up. Where are you, Skrelp? What's your favorite Umbreon card? Like visually, I don't know. I think you guys are you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say because it's such a basic take, but it probably is like I don't know what set it's from. It's the Umbreon card. Not the Gold Star, but the Umbreon card. Not the one from Prismatic. Yeah, the Moonbreon. Yeah. I mean, like, if you look at it visually, that is the most appealing looking card, right? If we look at it from a nostalgic perspective, I would say, yeah, I was gonna say Skyridge. The Skyridge cards are all just really quirky looking. But no, I wouldn't say that one. I would have to look. To be honest, Delta Species Umbreon. That's the best card. Where it's walking on the rooftop. That's the best one in my opinion. And it is biased because I pulled that as a kid, but I would say that would be my number one if you've never seen the Delta Species Umbreon. Let me find an image of it. Like, it's not crazy. It's not a crazy card. I just like it. I can't really show you a great photo of it, but yeah, back in the day, they used to do Delta Species where the Pokemon were dual types, so this was a Steel and Dark Umbreon card. It was just cool. This one doesn't do it justice though, because the Delta Species Hollows were so sick. They really were. Like, another one that was really good that I got as a kid was Salamence from Delta Species. Yeah, like, this card's so tough. This card is so sick. And it's a Fire Steel Pokemon now. Epic. And then the final Delta species that I had that was really, really sick was Kingdra. Yeah. Yeah. Just this whole era of the Delta species cards were just so good. Yeah, I like that this one had like little flames on it. I would say something like that if I were to pick. Bye, chat. See ya. Goodbye. Have a good one. See you later. Actually, adding the Delta typing into the art makes them an 11 out of 10. Yeah. I don't know what was steel about Umbreon, but I guess that is the Delta typing too. It just made it steel, but it's Terra. Yeah, they were ahead of their time. Do you guys collect the cards anymore? I feel like every time I ask this, I get the exact same answer. And it's usually, I can't. Oh, you do. I don't think I could if I wanted to, yeah. 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 I think that if I were to ever really get into the cards, I would just buy singles. Like I have opened enough Pokemon card packs in my life that I would be fine if I didn't have the opportunity to do it again. You know what I mean? Like when I saw a card and I was like, oh, I want this one card that looks really cool, I would just buy it. I really would. And I think a lot of the ones that I want are not expensive. Like, I'm a fiend for, like, the black and white illustration rares. And nearly every single one of those is, like, $5 or less. Sure, they're, like, the really popular ones, maybe we're getting into, like, the $10, $15 range. But not many people are gunning for Duosian illustration rare. I spent like $600 on Destined Rivals trying to pull the IR Typhlosion. If you want to pull those cards, I honestly feel like your best bet is to just get the Japanese booster box instead. Like, your yields are gonna be so much better, realistically. Like, your chance at getting that is honestly better, in my opinion. Or Korean, yeah, just anything but English. And realistically, why? Because those booster boxes are guaranteed to have one rare card. Like I forget how it works exactly. Like you can pull EXs, but there's one, if you buy a sealed booster box, which is not the same, it's not the same value as a booster box in the US. Totally different. Mostly because there's less cards. But the Japanese booster box has at least one ultra hit. Yeah, so you can get one really rare card. So it's like you can get like one gold card. You can get one illustration rare per box. And then you get you get like a bunch of the EXs. I really need to get back to this game. I think everybody should. I want everybody to join me for the final zone. Will you guys do that? When we get to zone 19, who's gonna be there? Looking for Drampa with me. I'm gonna need that motivation. Get me to the end. I'm lonely. Yeah, I need to get Kangaskhan and I need to get Drampa in that zone, and that's it. That's it. Japanese Perfect Order, for example, has 2 SIRs guaranteed, 1 item and 1 normal one. There's not a lot of SIRs in that set either, are there? It's like you're guaranteed to get Meowth, right? I haven't even gotten to the sewer. Well, you're getting, if you watch this stream, Nate, you will spend more time in the sewer watching me than you will actually playing the game. I can promise you that. The only downside is that it didn't have Psyduck, and I'm a big Psyduck fan. Is Psyduck in the DLC, chat? I really do want to play more of the DLC at some point, just because I feel bad that I am so ill-informed. It is probably my least knowledgeable aspect of any main series Pokemon game is the Mega Dimension DLC, because I played it for I think 3 days or 4 days. I know nothing. Is there nothing in Zone 20 you need? Yes, but that's post-game, and the post-game is going to be an entirely different video. Because you know, as cool as it would be to do a full video with the main game and the DLC, that's so much time, chat. Like, I've already spent 1,000 hours nearly doing this video. I think it would be way better, because most people, just if you ask people in chat how they feel about Mega Dimension, most people wouldn't even care if I did the Mega Dimension video. 3-hour video? This video is already going to be about 3 hours, so. Yeah, I would like to just put that off so we can go and do something else. Like, I want to play an older game. And then maybe, like, realistically, chat, we'll do the Mega Dimension DLC, like, next year. I don't want to do it. I think that's another aspect of it. I have no idea how many hours I've spent watching or falling asleep to your videos. You can find out at the end of the year. They'll give you a recap. They will, they will. One thing that's kind of cool about YouTube is that it will, if you click on a username in the comment section, it'll show every comment that they've ever put on any of that channel's videos. Like, it just gives you a full history of everything they've ever said. What's the next game to play? I don't really know. I don't know. Because part of me yearns to play an older game, but I guess what's our definition of like an older retro Pokemon game? Where do we put the threshold down on? Because I think it's a lot more recent than a lot of us would like to admit. 2D. Yeah, but the last 2D game was 15 years ago. Poke it out. Are you talking about the Cardi song? Or is this instruction? Yes. It's a great song. Ultra Sun and Moon. I would not say Ultra Sun and Moon is retro. That's 9 years ago is when that game came out. We're getting there. We are. There's no stronger FOMO than watching the chat respond to something you can't hear because you're stuck in an ad. Everybody just start laughing like I just said the funniest thing ever. And be like, oh my God, I can't believe I got to experience that live, and I'd feel really bad if you were watching an ad right now. Yeah, I know. I know, yeah. Yeah. Holy moly, that was so crazy. The Game Boy TCG game, if you have never played that, one, it's free. That game is on NSO. I can't believe he farted while getting Inkay. All right, you're banned. That's it. Thank you for your years of loyal support. However, that was a very unloyal thing to say to me. Free and a paid service. I know, I know. I just assume, because like, I really don't think this is a hot take, but I know somebody's gonna disagree with me. That's just how it is.
That third ad sealed the deal.
But the Nintendo Online service is really cheap. If you compare it to every other online service for a game console, it is the cheapest one. And the Game Boy is that not base? It's the base service, so you're paying $20 a year. So a little over $1 a month to have just the Nintendo like NES No, sorry. The NES and Game Boy is just in the base package, right? No, Super Nintendo's in that too, right? It's just GameCube and GBA. Either way, it's in there. And I would highly recommend it. If you've never played the Pokemon trading card game and you have NSO, which I just assume if you have a Switch, you have NSO. It's a really, really fun game. It's very, like, technologically, for me at least, it's very impressive that they were able to make a full card game in such a, like, with such restraints. Because the way they basically made it, the game looks like Red and Blue. It plays like Red and Blue. So it would be an insanely familiar game to you. But it's a card game. And it plays exactly, to a T, no limitations whatsoever, the way the card game actually plays in real life. But it's built on the Red and Blue format engine. Very, very cool. And it's a really, like, solid length game, too. Yeah, and that's been on NSO for, I don't know, 3 years, I think. Yeah, it's all the OG cards, too. And you basically, if you defeat trainers, you get their cards, I believe is how it works. Or you get a special card from them. But you can make your Haymaker deck. I just made a bunch of 30-year-olds just kind of like get flashbacks for a second, but you can make a Haymaker deck if you wanted. I watched my cousin play it when we were 8. Epic. Epic. Any other side series games that you really love, chat, for Pokemon? That you think people should give a shot? I think you get a booster and you get special cards from your rival. Ah. Pinball. Yeah, which one though? Because I've never played the Game Boy Pinball, but I've played Ruby and Sapphire. Like, Ruby and Sapphire Pinball is actually so much fun that I am tempted to make a video about it. Because there is a Pokedex. Conquest. I just know that I wouldn't ever play Conquest. I've heard many good things about it. I just know that it's not the game for me. New Pokemon Snap, that game is so good. Did you play the expansion for it? Cafe Remix. Holy, I have never met a Cafe Remix player. Chad, everybody take a screenshot right now on your phone. This is a first. We need to frame this today. You're the reason that they're in the direct. You must lose your mind every single time. It's my anxiety game, fair enough. Remember Pokemon Friends? That, we had this conversation yesterday. That is a prime example of you are not the demographic. I played Pokemon Friends and it was exactly what I thought it would be. It is a game for children. Like, this is a children's game for all intents and purposes. But like, that game is like, slide your finger through the maze. Get Torchic to the end of the maze. Which puzzle piece will fit in this piece? And that's not a game I would play every single day. I have some Excel spreadsheet stuff for work. I love spreadsheets. Enjoy. I'm a fiend for the spreadsheet. Hey You Pikachu? True. Yeah, that's another game that I have definitely played it. I don't know how that game ends. Also, fun fact about that game secondhand, if you ever wanted to buy it, it's generally speaking not very expensive for the cartridge and for the microphone. The most expensive part of it is the little yellow foam ball that goes on top of the microphone as a windscreen. If you manage to find a copy with like an intact, perfectly round windscreen for the top of the microphone, it skyrockets in price just because it's so easy for it to fall off or to get damaged. The Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games were fun too. Yeah, I own all of them and I haven't played a single one. I got Red Rescue Team and I started playing that in my free time, and I can see the appeal. I can understand why people would enjoy playing it. It's just, it's so far from Pokemon that it's hard for me to gravitate towards it in like on a consistent basis. Sully, thanks for the 3 months. Thank you. Thank you. Can you shiny out the costumes in Battle Revolution? No. No. The only time I would ever do that is if I could like 8 times hunt. I don't want to do that. I know Chad has said this a million times, but Explorers of the Sky is just better in every single way. And I understand those games get better up to a certain point. From my understanding, this is the like the trajectory of like enjoyment of Mystery Dungeon games. It's kind of like this. We get up here, boom. This is Explorers of the Sky. And then it goes down like a little bit, and then Super Mystery Dungeon. But the way that I see playing through the Mystery Dungeon games is the same way that I see if I were to start playing Pokemon from scratch, is I have to play the game at objectively its worst before I have to play it at its best. Because then I won't appreciate it as much. Like if there was a person in chat who has never played a Pokemon game and they had infinite money to play any Pokemon game that they wanted, and they asked me what order should I play them in, I would say start with Red and Blue. Like play them at their objectively worst, so you enjoy the quality of life additions every single time, you know, the following game. Because the things that are in Gold and Silver, the quality of life things are much better. The things that are in Ruby and Sapphire blow Gold and Silver out of the water. The things that are in Diamond and Pearl make it so much better. And if you went and played Scarlet and Violet and then went and played you know, like Pokemon Yellow, you're probably not gonna like it because they're too unbelievably, there's so few comparisons you could put between those two games. Until they get to BDSP, I am here for BDSP hate erasure. We need to remove that from society. That game was fun. That game was fun, and as I've said before, if you, after the previews, didn't like the way that it looked and then bought it, you're just bad with money. And you just can't commit to not buying something. No comment because I didn't play it. You're a rare human being. Please keep it up. I think the sewer fumes are making John delusional. I have always said that the BDSP streams that I did when that game came out were some of the most fun streams I've ever had. Everybody had a great time when I played that. Like the battle tower, trying to grind out the battle tower, and then making Cloyster, the old clam slam, that was a big deal. That was a big deal. I wasn't part of the community back then. Well, here's the thing: is we can do the Battle Frontier again. We can. That's the one thing that makes me so sad about like the Pokemon franchise in terms of the games, is that at some point I'm just not going to be able to do any more battle facility videos because they just stopped making them. They just stopped adding battle facilities to Pokemon games. Like there has not been a good battle facility Pokemon game since Heart Gold Soul Silver. Like sure, it was in Sword and Shield, But you could go in ill prepared and still win. First try. PWT. I really wouldn't consider that a battle facility. Like when I think of, sorry, let me just, they haven't made a battle frontier. They haven't made a battle frontier since Heart Gold Soul Silver, unless you want to include BDSP. But that was just the battle tower. Because like PWT, I wouldn't necessarily say it's hard. I would just say that it takes a long time to get through, but it's well worth it. And it's a shame that that doesn't exist anymore. And it's truly, I will always believe that it's because of the fact that there was no demand because people didn't actually play the Battle Frontier. Most people just talk about how much they like the Battle Factory and they didn't mess with any of the other facilities that were offered. They just liked the fact that there was actually a randomizer in the Pokemon games. When I feel like there's a lot of facilities that are genuinely really, really fun. Without a doubt, Factory is the most fun because it's the most unpredictable. And there are some bad facilities. There are some bad ones. But like, I really like the Battle Tent. That's like kind of PWT-esque. Battle Tower obviously is a classic. That's in every single one. Battle Pike is fun. The music for Battle Pike, I bring it up so much. Battle Pyramid was cool. Obviously, I'm just listing off the Emerald ones. Oh yeah, I meant Battle Dome. That was the PWT style one, not Battle Tent. Battle Tents are the ones that were just in the in Emerald, like in the cities. Like one thing, if you have Emerald, try and complete the Battle Pyramid, because if you reach the Frontier Brain, it has probably one of the best scenes in the entirety of the game, visually. And I don't want you to look it up. I really don't. Because it's so, like, and then the music starts. That's Elite Ball. We gatekeep that one. All right, we gotta check in a minute. Yeah, the music is just so insane. And then you know, there is a dedicated game. I guess there's a couple technically, but like in my head, there's only one Battle Frontier game, and that's Revolution. And that game has a lot of fun game modes. However, it's really short. All right, let's check. No Skrelp. Yeah, you can beat Battle Revolution in probably like 5 hours. Which is a little too short for how, you know, that game was $50. All right, let's see. Inkay. Brutal. Brutal, chat. That's how it goes. But yeah, I mean, like, I would love to see another. If they did a facility exclusive game, I would really enjoy it. It's just, I don't think there's much incentive anymore for them to do them. Because the whole purpose of them making stuff like Battle Revolution is because of the fact that the games are in 2D. Now the games like Scarlet and Violet look like Battle Revolution, you know, like they're in 3D, and they have the game modes that people want in 3D. What's the point of making those games? Because they could just add it to the games if they want to, but like I said, most people don't even care about them. You really don't see people ever bring up the Battle Frontier in just like general Pokemon talk about their favorite parts of Pokemon games. It's usually just talking about how much they love the region or how much they love shiny hunting or like certain characters. Use your points, chat, please. Your points. Oris and BDSP should have had the Battle Frontier. It was truly a slap in the face that Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire had a dedicated location saying, hey, this is where the Battle Frontier would be. I'll never forget that. That was such a weird, they could have just not included it. But they went out of their way to be like, hey, this is where the Battle Frontier would be if we put it in the game, but we didn't put it in the game, and we're letting you know that. So don't go looking for it, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea why they did that, but. Or I said the Battle Maison. Yeah, and the Battle Maison's fine. They had an X and Y though. When's the next check? 30 minutes. We just checked, just now. Yeah, that would've been cool if they added a DLC, but that was in the era of like DLCs not really being a thing. At least for mobile games or like handheld games. How much do you think the concept of shiny Pokemon contributed to Pokemon's staying power? I mean, Pokemon Go would be dead if shinies didn't exist. Yeah, I think today, nope, not yet. Yeah, no, it would, Pokemon Go would not exist now. It would not be popular if there were not shiny Pokemon. Sure, people could grind for like getting the best stats on their Pokemon, but it wouldn't have the same longevity. Definitely not the same player base. But I think that in some ways, yes. I think it adds to the longevity of continuing playing the games, but I don't think a lot of people are incentivized to buy a Pokemon game with the concept of shiny hunting being the forefront of it. I think a lot of people just want to experience a new Pokemon story and catch a bunch of Pokemon, right? And then shiny hunting is the happy little bonus post game that you do after the fact. Could be wrong, but like, obviously you're gonna get a skewed perspective from me just because like my job for a majority of the time is shiny hunting, right? But I don't think that's the main reason most people buy the game. They wanted to know what was going down in Lumio City and then shiny hunt after the fact. But it definitely has contributed a lot to people wanting to play the games, I guess. Do you think it's a crazy prediction that TPCI will put out shiny sitting cuties? Yeah, but I can't imagine they would do it in large waves like they do, where they just release a whole gen at once. That'd be crazy. Because think of it from a different perspective. Like, imagine if they released every single shiny in Pokemon Go on the same day. People would try and get all of them and then just stop after a certain point. No reason to go back to the game. Yeah, I think they would do them in little waves, and they would do a collection of like one plushie that everybody wants. Like, imagine if they did like Hoenn. They would release a plushie of shiny Kyogre, and then they would release a collection, like in that collection, they would also release like shiny Skitty and shiny Nincada and shiny Grumpig. Rather than releasing all of the crazy good shinies, you know, all the Flygons, all the Rayquazas, all the Lotties, they're gonna release a couple really good ones that people are gonna pick up, and then they're just gonna be reminded a month from that release that, oh, now we're releasing shiny Deoxys and shiny Jirachi. But also, if you wanted to, you could get shiny Marshtomp. People love Marshtomp. but not as much as Jirachi. 1 in 4,000 chance that they'll ship you a shiny each time you order a plush online. I hate that that's a banger idea. Definitely way too high of a ratio, but like 1 in every 20, 1 in every 10 orders maybe, that would be kind of cool. People would do it. People would gamble. 1 out of 50 would work. I think 1 out of 50 is too high because you would just get, in order for it to be successful and people to actually tap into it, you have to do an amount that people, like irresponsible people, would actually try to accomplish, you know? Nobody is gonna place 50 individual orders for a Pokemon. There are some people who would absolutely place 5 orders if the odds are 1 in 10. They would throw that 50%. But nobody's gonna be like, I'm gonna buy 25 of the same plushie. They would have a nightmare of returns. You actually can't return to the Pokemon Center, from my understanding. Or maybe, no, you can. You can return, you can't cancel an order once you place it. That's what it is. I know that because I bought Nimi the wrong Mimikyu shoes. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I followed what you guys told me to do, and I bought the wrong shoes for her. So I'm gonna blame you on that one. So you owe me 1 prime. 1 prime. That's okay. That's okay. Troy, thanks for the 28 months of Prime. Prime.
Fine.
You counted up instead of down. Well, I don't ever like being down. That was my logic. Kenna, thanks for the 14 months. Thank you. Thank you. How you feeling right now? I'm feeling Wild, thanks for the 2 months Prime. Yeah, I'm just ready to get that shiny. I may be down, but my money is also down. Darn. That's tough. You just gotta start farming those primes. Just don't ever shut up about prime subs. It makes a big difference. It really does. It really does. Just make it part of your normal daily conversation. I even talk to people on the street about it. I bring it up to random people. You guys hate this song and it makes me sad. And I want to cry every time. Oh, but you love this song. What a, wow. Polar opposite. Pepperoni Ranch Hot Pocket. Do you guys think it's a little bit sad that they got rid of the like case for Hot Pockets? Like, I feel bad saying it because they are, you know, getting rid of them is beneficial to the environment, right? But I liked putting it in that little sleeve. And, you know, you might be saying, like, because they made an announcement when they did it. They're like, yeah, we found out how to engineer them in a way that you don't need the sleeve anymore, and they cook just the same. And you know what they do? They did everything right. They didn't mess with the formula and make it worse. They only made it better, and it's better for the environment. No, I mean I haven't cooked a Hot Pocket recently, but it was the same. Put mine in the air fryer. That's true. A lot of people have air fryers nowadays. Air fryer and rice cooker. We're back to apartment talk. Those are the 2 things that'll change your life. And Tupperware. Or affiliated storage containers. Hot Pockets just seem too American for me. They scare me. If you can't handle an American Hot Pocket, that is you can't handle most. You can ask any American. Hot Pockets are unbelievably tame for American food. That is like as basic American food as, that's honestly like the hamburger of frozen meals. Yeah, it's just a calzone. There's nothing in that that's even remotely quirky. The European brain can't fathom the bacon smoothie. Okay, it's not a smoothie. Milkshake. It's a milkshake. Yeah, putting bacon in a smoothie would be kind of nuts. It's a bacon milkshake, which they have at Five Guys. I'm sure there's other places that have them, but like they're known for that. What are some other American combinations that are off-putting to people who are not from America? Is that sarcastic or is it actually real? No, it's a real thing. You can get like real bacon crumbles in your milkshake. Hawaiian pizza. I will always stand on the belief that if you as a human cannot handle having a little bit of pineapple on a pizza, like you are built different in the most negative way possible. Like that's crazy to me. It's not the only time that I draw the line on pineapple on pizza is if it's pineapple, like giant pineapple chunks, and it feels like I am just eating a pineapple. If it's little slices of pineapple on a pizza, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Like if anything, I would actually, if I were to take something off of that pizza, it would be the ham. I just don't like pineapple. See, that's valid. You just don't like pineapple, that's different. But if you can't handle a little sweet with your salty, don't ever go near trail mix, I'll tell you that. That's not happening. Gator, thanks for the 7 months of Prime. Did you know that you're the chatter of the day? You are. Everybody say hi. They're now the chatter of the day. That's huge. Chicken bacon ranch pizza. I always felt the chicken bacon ranch pizza it gets worse the more you have it. The first time I ever had chicken bacon ranch pizza, I was like, man, this is so different than any pizza I've ever had before. It's so yummy and tasty. And every single time I would have it, I would like it less. And it's not because it's bad, it's just not as good as I remember it, like as I initially hyped it up to be. My hot take is ranch is overrated. I think ranch is applicable where it needs to be, and blue cheese does not get respect because people are afraid of eating mold, but that's because they don't understand the difference between toxic mold and mold that's actually like edible and in a lot of cases good for you. It's just it's the same thing as like Brussels sprouts and meatloaf on television, like in cartoons. Like it's seen as like this food evil. Like, oh, mom made meatloaf. Have you had meatloaf? It's great. Have you ever had Brussels sprouts with balsamic? It's a game changer. It hits. Like, dare I say that Brussels sprouts are some of the better vegetables you could eat in your day-to-day. I feel like it's the same type of thing. It's just a bunch of people said that it's negative. And everybody's like, well, I have to hate it now because everybody hates it. What happened to carving your own path in life? My mom sucks at making Brussels sprouts. I'm sending that chat log to her. She's gonna be very sad. Not only is she never gonna make Brussels sprouts for you ever again, she's not gonna make any food for you. She's done. We're both done with you. We've had it up to here. We were here, but now we're here. Carrots and celery. A good like baked carrot. And you like julienne those things. Tasty. Do you think a stream doesn't end until I catch 100 shiny Pokemon video is viable? Like if you were to do it yourself? Yeah. Yeah, no, I think you could absolutely do that. It's just how do you make it entertaining? Because let's look at it for what it is. If you're gonna get 100 shiny Pokemon, you need to get basically one every 15 minutes for an entire day, right? Which means you are going to use the easiest shiny method possible. And that's cool. And that's really realistically the only way that you can get that done. But the question I have to ask you though, is how are you going to make that entertaining aside from the fact that you are doing the exact same method for 24 hours straight? Like, how are you gonna make that unique and fun? Because the feat itself, accomplishing at the end is really exciting, but in between doing all that stuff, it's gonna be insanely boring and repetitive, right? How can you make that more creative? You can set up like incentives to hinder you, to make you have to like limit yourself. 24 switches. I don't, how would that even look on screen? Imagine if you were watching me play 24 games at once right now. The old 6x4 layout. That'd be nuts. Nora would make it work. I feel like, yeah, I guess that's fair, but Nora also does that for different aspect ratio. She doesn't do that for 16:9 games. She does it for like 4:3 games, which is way easier to stack. Way easier. I remember trying to set up the layout when I was quad hunting in DAs. Or no, I was triple hunting in DAs. I forget. Whenever I was doing that, and it was a mess trying to set it all up. It was a silly little mess. But listen, I have a system set up where I brought enough switches that I could 8 times hunt. I could do it. I think at maximum though, I would do 5 times. I would do a 5 times hunt. Cause that's my limit in my head. You have 8 switches? I think I have 8 here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I brought 8 of them. You have to think of it this way, chat. Across the entire history of making content, there is a very valid scenario where I would have needed to have 8 of them. I know it doesn't seem that way, but let's look at it from what it is. I have made content for almost 10 years, right? And so I started making content basically when the Switch came out. And so right off the bat, if I'm to do a Pokedex video, I need 2 Nintendo Switches because I need to trade in between both of them. Like, sure, I could get somebody else to trade with me, but I want to do it because it's my video and that's the challenge I set up for myself, not for other people to help me, right? So I have those 2. There are some ones that I bought that I just didn't need to, and that's totally valid. I'm sure you could have a bunch of situations of your own where you bought something that you didn't need, but you just wanted it because you liked it. And that would be the Sword and Shield Switch Lite. I bought one of those just because I wanted to buy one. And then the OLED came out. It's a better screen. It's also a tax write-off. Why wouldn't I do that? So there's 2 more. So we're at 5 now. And then the Switch 2 came out, and for this game, you know, I needed two Switch 2s, and so I have 2 Switch 2s. So that puts me at 7. So I have 7 of them. Oh no, I bought another OLED while I was here. So yeah, no, I do have 8. I do have 8, but I can only stream off of 7 of them. Yeah, because I only brought my Switch 2 here, and I needed another Switch because of the fact that Fire Leaf Green got shadow dropped. Do you think a Switch Lite is a good idea to hunt? I don't think it matters what Switch you have. Yeah. Obviously, like, for a person who doesn't make YouTube videos, yeah, having 8 Switches is stupid. Unless you're a collector. And you're just like collecting consoles. But for what I do, I feel like it's a pretty like sensible thing. There's only a couple that I bought just because I wanted to buy them, not because I, you know. Oh, I did also buy the Mario one. That was on Mario Day, they released a red Switch. I did buy that one as well. So, but a majority of them have been for work. Listen, we all get a little irresponsible here and there. It happens. That's just the way of life. If I want to make my whole 100% Pokopia before rolling credits thing that I'm doing a video but I haven't recorded any gameplay, hold on. How would you recommend fixing that? You're not gonna like my answer, but redo it. That's the thing. I have been telling Nimi this every single day, like, because she is currently playing through the entirety of Pokemon Emerald for the first time. And I told her, I was like, if you want to make like a long form video talking about your entire experience of doing that and also include things that are going on in your real life, you need to record everything. Any day that you work on your video, you need to record what's going on, even if you do like little things. Even if you do little fun things, like for example, like when I went to go, like during this challenge, we went to a Giants game. Where have you been? Where in the world have you been, Skrelp? It's been a hot minute. And quite frankly, I was up to here. I started stream up to here. I gave you a little bit of credibility because I was like, maybe he's busy, maybe he's on vacation. But boy, oh boy, did you take a long time to show up, let me tell you. You're not very nice, and I'm not very happy. Fee. Okay, well, what we're gonna do first, because I want to get some footage of this. Take all the time you need with this B-roll. You just want a longer video. The greed is sickening. All right. Look, isn't that nice? Isn't that very nice? Look at it. Okay, hold on. Hold. Get ready for cinema. There it is. There it is. I feel like this is a horrible angle. Hold on. Please, before the Ghastly respawn, Skrelp, please turn in my general direction. Bro is definitely careful nature. There we go. Oh, eye contact. We love that. We love that. You're so nice. Cool. All right. And keep in mind, we didn't even check for Inkay. I you know, statistically speaking, that would be kind of insane if that was a scenario. You really just had to stand right in front of the crosshair. You're gonna make my editing job so much harder than it really needs to be, Skrelp. I'm gonna be honest with you. How about that? Oh, okay, never mind, I'm sorry. You know exactly what you need to do. Great job, Skrelp. Great job. I'm very proud of you. All right. Does this make the reset faster? No. No, but you know what? It's a shiny Skrelp. What ball do we catch it in? I kind of feel like the heal ball is best, right? I'm trying to think of its shiny, because it turns green. Net? I have no net balls. I have no net balls. With our options, I think we're throwing a heal ball at this thing. Scrowl. Scrowl. All right, nature guesses, chat. Jeez. I'm a gay. Timid. Relaxed. You surely were. You took the longest time in the world, Skrelp. And you know what? I'm not even adding you to the team, and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, that was a good play, Skrelp. I didn't see that coming, but that was a good play. Is this claimed? I haven't checked the nickname sheet in probably a month. Oh, there it is. Oh! You know, I've never tried to spell the word Argyle, but I can only imagine that this word is insanely difficult for people not from the US to try and say. Like, if you don't speak English, like, this is your squirrel. Like, imagine somebody, like a French person trying to say this. Ugly. Ugly. All right. Well, so that's good. Now, here is our situation. We have to get Inkay still. Inkay is going to be a little bit harder to get encounter-wise now. Which I know that sounds backwards, but it's true. Unless we do a little bit more research and maybe we can figure out something. Or it could just be shiny right now. It's not. But these two Inkay right here, if we take a look at it, we're gonna activate our little ring here. So these are the spawns within the sewers. Anything that's within the green is the spawn. If it crosses over the red threshold, instantly it despawns, right? So our current path that we were doing before, we were walking to pretty much here, which as you can see, it spawns in both of them. Like, well, this is where, right here, I can't put a marker down, but right here is where Scraggy is, right? And we would walk to about here. And as you can see, it spawns in pretty much everything in that area, aside from the bottom right corner, which doesn't matter because Inkay doesn't spawn there. And then we would walk all the way up here, and then we would walk all the way up here. And by this point, we've despawned both of them before we hook around. And this is where, right here is where the Skrelp was, right? And then we would come back down and we would go back here and do that loop over and over, right? And that worked out for Skrelp. So clearly we were doing the right thing. Now, the question, if we stop right here at this corner, we will easily spawn in both Inkay. Because mind you, where I am on the screen with that arrow, that is where we are. Like, that is where both of the Inkay are going to spawn. So as long as we're in the green, we're in the good. And so where we need to walk to despawn it is all the way here. Basically right here. We could go a little bit less, but realistically speaking, that's the distance we need to go. And the unfortunate part is that if we, because I've already tested this before, there's nothing exciting about this one. We are staring at a brick wall. Before, we at least got to see Scraggy and maybe a Ghastly. This one, we are just gonna have an annoying Noibat chase us over and over. So we would just have to go like this. We can't go straight. You're talking about right here. We could stop right here. Oh, you know what? That might be faster. That actually may be faster. So if we stop at the stairs, let me just check, because that does despawn both of them. You might have cooked. You might have cooked on that one. So if we walk all the way here, And then let's just say we stop at this right here. Is that far enough? No. We need to walk all the way. How about this threshold? Yeah, that works. And so we would just do the same path where we would have to walk here, and we would just need to walk a little bit past the center point, so what we were doing anyways. Because even if we walk to the center, it still would realistically spawn both of them in. But let's do a little calculation and we'll see how optimized this is and beneficial for us. Oh, my phone's at 1%. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I got it. Got it. Please don't die, Cable. Bro doesn't charge his phone at night. I charge my AirPods instead. Huge mistake. We're good. We're good. I fixed the problem. Okay, let's set a timer. And we will run. You have 8 switches, but 1 phone charger. Okay, you did clock me there. You did clock me there, but I didn't like that. Okay. All right, let's see. How long does it take? So we just go here. It's about 13 seconds to do that. So let's see. With this current path, we average 500 per hour. And that's the best we can do. That is our absolute best that we can manage. I mean, that's not bad. It really isn't. And we only have 1 left. And then we're out, chat. We're out. Oh, I also want to highlight. Silly little scrub. There we go. Turn the audio up. Okay. But I am down, chat, to commit to today to trying to just stream until I get it. Because I think just statistically, it's not going to take us... Because that would mean it would take roughly like 9 hours, 8.5 hours to get to odds. For how many encounters we've already done, I cannot fathom us doing an entire odds again to get Inkay. And that way we can grind, we can farm shards, and we can be done. Someone bookmark this statement. I also have not streamed a lot recently, chat, and I would like to stream more. You know? If it comes early, would be end stream or plan for the next Pokemon? No, we would just continue the next, like, this section. Because we had to evolve everything. It just doesn't take a lot of time. Just because we're far enough into the game now that defeating alpha Pokemon yields us so many candies. So many candies. And then we can just jump into the next section. But yeah, I think that this pathway is tied for the one that's over in that direction, but we at least see a Scraggy. This also means that we could find a shiny Scraggy doing this, but we're just not gonna claim that. We already got our one shiny Scraggy, we don't need another. Plain and simple, we don't need it. But it would be really nice to get our little Inkay and get out of here. Because as I said, the next section is 5 shinies. And only one is like moderately difficult to get. Want to take up a shiny slot? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. If Scraggy becomes shiny, it doesn't take away from the potential of Inkay being shiny. The game doesn't go like, oh, hey, we're gonna spawn a shiny in now. Let's just give it randomly to a Pokemon. Every single Pokemon has their own individual lottery. So if Scraggy happened to be shiny, it's gonna be shiny, right? That's just how that works. There's no, it did not affect the chances of Inkay. It really just gives us more opportunity to have more things happen in the video. That's it. That being said, I do wonder if stuff spawns over there while we're doing this. A Tomo Life check-in would be fun. Do you guys want to do that? We could. Yeah, all independent values. That being said, deep down, you can say that it hurt you. That you're like, oh man, you took my shiny away from me, Scraggy. Which that has happened. I feel like, I like internally I feel that way. It's like, oh man, why couldn't you just moved it one encounter over? You're not doing a living dex? No, and you wouldn't want to watch that either. Promise, you wouldn't. Tomo Life after the prediction ends. How about we do Tomo Life in like an hour? How about that? I'm down to do that. Do we have Gort in Tomo Life? No, I don't think Gort's gonna be in Tomo Life at any point. I didn't plan on it. I didn't, but we'd still be on Abra if it was a living dex. No, but like we would definitely still be in rank Y. Absolutely would still be in rank Y. Because I would have to get 3 Gumi, 3 Dratini. I would have to get another Eevee. Do you get anything yet? Yeah, I got Skrelp. We just need Inkay. Also, Emily, did you update the title? The title of the stream? 3 Gibble, 3 Larvitar. Like what, truly, what would that add to the video? It just, I don't think it would make the video better. I don't think anybody would really care. So, thank you. It doesn't make the video more exciting. I don't think people would be like, oh, I want to watch this video more because of the fact that he did a living dex. So, is Tomo gonna feature in the video? I don't think so, no. I don't think so. Oh, sorry, we were having this conversation before I found the shiny. But, you know, I talked to Nimi about like, if you want to make a video the best it can be, I think just adding your own personality to a video makes a big difference, right? So, because like anybody could do this video. I wouldn't recommend it, but anybody could do this video. And if I didn't add anything aside from my gameplay, like you would just have the reactions of me. Sure, that's tailored for a personal experience in its own way. But how would you separate that from if you did it? And the best way to do that is to show off like what's going on in your life, even if it's little things. Like some things that you see are like mundane and not as exciting are things that other people may not experience and will see in a different light. This is a bad example of that mentality, but like, you know, me going to the Giants game and recording me getting a shiny there and like filming some footage of just being at the park and explaining what happens, I think that adds a level to the video that you just wouldn't expect to happen. Yeah, that's the foundation of all of Matt's videos. The shrine. Any updates? Yeah, we got Skrelp. It just adds so much love to a video, and it shows that you care more than the video, if that makes sense. And to go back to what Dan said, Dan, what you could do if you're still here is you could essentially just... No, I feel like you would just have to redo it. I don't really know how you would re-record it. It depends on how much progress you make. Because if you already made like hundreds of hours of progress in the video, you shouldn't restart it. But you're gonna have to get really creative. Because you would have to. No, you probably would have to just like re-record the gameplay. Because how are you gonna re-record the storyline? And here's the thing, I know some people will be like, why don't you just take a video of somebody doing it on YouTube? You don't want to deal with that. If somebody be like, hey, you took my video and gave me no credit and now I hate you. I don't want to deal with that, right? Hi, Pookie, I got Skrelp. I get Skrelp and I'm gonna eat him. Unless you ask for permission, that's true. Yeah, you can do that. But also I feel like unless I absolutely need to include the footage, I will just record it myself. Because I just don't like, I don't know how to, I kind of just feel like I didn't do it. That's all I can think about in my head, like I didn't do that. I don't know. Everybody's different though. Glitter, thanks to 8 months. Shout out to Bingus. Can I get some Bingus representation in chat, please? We need that. Yeah, Brosidon does the same thing. Anybody who's in that general group of like Matt makes those kinds of videos where it's like, hey, here's my gaming, but also here's my life. And I think that just it adds so much character to your videos. If I ever see a Ben Brosidon video, and there's not a trip where he is going and drinking a beer, it's not a real video. Try and find a Brosidon video where he does not go out and drink a beer somewhere with his family. He does it every single time. He goes on a little trip. It's a knockoff if there isn't at least 3 baseball games. That's true. Yeah, if he doesn't go to a baseball game, it's not a Ben Brosidon video. Or a wedding. That's true. Why does he go to so many weddings? I'll ask him next time. Next time I talk to him. Why do you go to so many weddings, Mr. Brosidon? I'm waiting for the next Route Master episode. I mean, he just uploaded one, what, a week ago, I think? About a week ago? No, Bobby Shmurda? Where is he now? Because he was live yesterday. I just missed the stream. I feel like I haven't made the video. I'm probably just gonna use gameplay footage from other videos and give credit in regards to the story. To make your life easier, you can just use my footage. As far as you can use that footage. And yes, you can crop me out if you need to. That's fine. Make your life easier. That'll only get you so far, though. What's left in here? Inkay. Inkay is around the corner. Both metaphorically and physically, it's around the corner. Relap, thanks to the Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Lifetime permission to use John B-roll footage. No. Because, Chad, there's like, well, there's 2 different things. There's B-roll of me like doing stuff, and then there's the custom stuff that I do. Absolutely not. I put too much effort into those. I put like the one, do you guys remember the one for the Gen 5 shiny decks where it's in Capapoko and it's the Scatterbug that evolves into Spupa and then the Vivian just like comes like floating across the screen? That is honestly that is in my top 10 Johnstone gaming edit cooks. The fact that none of that is from the game. I love stealing content. Don't say that. Don't say that. I like editing things that look like it's from the game, but it wasn't. Also, when I do the adding Pokemon to other games in the shiny decks, that's really fun too. The other day I was watching the bit where Cleffa was gambling at the casino. It was so good. Yeah, that was a fun one too. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that in the next shiny decks. I think that's a characteristic that I only want to put in shiny dexes. I love all the Halo backgrounds. Yeah, we did that for Kyurem. There's actually two Kyurem shots that were done in the same location. I just changed perspective. And then Giratina in Halo Reach on the Nightfall mission. That was another one. Actually, the best one I have ever done, I'm gonna show it to you because I don't think people understand unless you are an editor. I sent it to Kiefer when I did it. Yeah, this. This footage, chat, if you were an editor, you know exactly how much time this took for me to put together. But to an average person, you would have no idea how like unbelievably technical this edit is. So I put Genesect in Metroid Prime. This is the remaster of Metroid Prime. The amount of effort that this took is nuts. Like just doing that panning motion, the color grading of getting Genesect into the game. The other thing that I don't even bring up is the fact that if you watch frame by frame, the crosshair perfectly goes over because I was able to make it so the crosshair is still in the edit. The entire HUD, by the way, is edited, overlaid on top of it. The zoom in, the pan zoom in to get it in. Look, all of this crosshair work was edited in post on top. The zoom in was an entirely different thing. The border below the scanning is also cropping out Genesect as it zooms in. The color grading also changed when it zoomed into Genesect. The text also moving the same way that it does in Metroid. So like this edit took me probably like 3 hours to do. And I didn't even use the entirety of the clip. I spent like 3 hours editing maybe 15 seconds of a video or less. And it all comes out, like if you don't watch it frame by frame, it comes out perfect. That's also the same text that they used for Metroid Prime. I had to dig really, really far to find that one. Hey! Hey! Cut it out. Naughty. Very naughty. And part of that was actually just playing the game. Playing Metroid for the first time. Big Joey, thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. I wonder how you're gonna edit this final ZA fight. What do you mean? As an editor, I know it felt so good to finish. Yeah. Yeah. Heatran in GTA, yeah, that was sick too. Yeah. And then there's some really easy ones. Like when I put the lake spirits in Mirror's Edge, they're all flying. That one took me aside from like making sure the shadows reflect onto the ground properly, I don't know, that one took me like maybe 10 minutes. It's just when you get the really intricate ones and you want to make sure every little detail, because the worst thing to happen, I know 99.9% of people do not care if there's like one frame wrong in a video. The worst thing that could happen to you as a video editor is another video editor being like, oh, I noticed that. One thing that if I watch a YouTube video and I see a blank frame in a video, instantly, you'll just see my eyes light up, be like, I saw that. A blank frame, by the way, is just when they don't slide the clips over correctly, and there's one singular frame of a black screen. Essentially, like if the video just blinks for a second, you can't miss it. You can't miss it, but it's such a devastating oopsie in a video for an editor. It's like, man, I slipped up so bad. For example, it happened in one of Matt's videos. I don't remember which one it is, but there's a point in his video where he just forgot to put move the voiceover track in the correct position. And so there's just a section, which I just called it a moment of pondering in this specific video, where the music just plays and there's no voiceover. No gameplay happens either. It's just a black screen with a little bit of audio. It's a really old video of his. It's from like, I don't know, 2018, 2017. But I just sit there and I just ponder, like, huh. He really is. He really is doing a badge quest right now. He's doing a great job. A moment of thought. But yeah, if you want to get into video editing, like to do the thing that I did, the easiest way to like sum all of that up is a large portion of that Genesec stuff is actually Photoshop. Like getting the HUD to overlay, and that's just a lot of very intricate Photoshop work, but also keyframing. If you want to edit, you gotta learn how to keyframe. Regardless of whatever program you're doing, that's it. That's how you gotta get it done. And it's really tedious to do, and you have to learn the ins and outs of making it happen. But that's the core of how this work. That's my advice. And then color grading is an entirely different thing, and that's something I'm bad at. That's something that the worst part about color grading is that it's totally based on your eyes. It's just however you perceive it. Like if you want to color match it, there are tools to do that, but for what I do, it does not work very well. You just really have to know what colors are in what. You guys ever seen that YouTube or that TikTok series of the guy who tries to color match swatches with paint? Like he'll grab one of those like Home Depot swatch cards, and he's like, I'm just gonna make this color of dandelion. And then he just starts slapping a bunch of paint on this easel and just whips it up and just perfect. It is immaculate. He's like, I'm just gonna add red to this. I think it needs some red. And you look at it and you're like, it's yellow. Why would it need red? And boom, dandelion. I would love to be, that honestly is the painting version of perfect pitch. Modern Bob Ross. I hate to tell you this, Bob Ross is modern. This is like Picasso. Everybody thinks Picasso was like from the 1400s. Bro passed away at like 1986. Picasso is a recent figure in society. But here's the thing, I thought the same thing. I thought Picasso was like medieval time painting. Bro was having a great time in the 60s. People think that modern means alive. Oh. Am I modern? Modern odds? Yes, sir! Cut the laugh track. Oh, did he pass away in 1970? Okay, well, that was close. So fun to see how many Brits and Canadians are in chat just by seeing how they spell color. There's easier ways to tell. What was the last one? There was somebody in chat, they said something that I've never heard a person from the US say. Or, like, for example, using the term bin instead of garbage can, instantly British. Or very Southern. Very Southern. Yeah, rubbish, yeah. Butters. When I think of Butters, I think of Tim's. He's got the butters on. I just don't chat much. Well, that's okay. That's fine. I'm never gonna tell a person who's lurking to unlurk. You know, some of you are shiny hunting. Some of you, your hands are busy. That's fine. Enjoy your lurk. Listen, I think we have a great time talking over here. Americans are very exact in what they say. Bingus. I'm cross-stitching. That sounds like such a fun activity. I would love to do that. But do like pixel art. A young Picasso got a mention in Titanic. I've never seen Titanic. You know, I'm gonna speak for a lot of people in chat. I feel like a lot of people have not seen Titanic. I understand that is at one point the most popular movie of all time. But I don't think many people my age have seen Titanic. Because when did that movie come out? 99? No. 90... Late 90s, yeah. John, you were just straight up wrong. Type 1 if you've seen the Titanic movie in full and you didn't see it in a compilation on TikTok. You guys are so annoying. You know what? That's it, I quit. That's the wrong screen. Where's John Reg? Where's John Reg? All right, I'm back, but I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy at all about this. It was a good vacation, though. What's the most popular movie of all time that or the most popular movie that you have never seen? I think mine is Titanic. If we go off of like box office, what is the largest box office movie of all time? Is it still Avatar? Because I've seen Avatar. Star Wars, like as a whole, you've never seen Star Wars? That might be the one. I can understand not seeing one Star Wars movie, but it's check time. What if we just knocked it out right now? What if we just got Inkay right now and moved on with our life? Well, there you go. Why would anything ever go right for you? That's a lot of things go right for me. A lot of things. What shinies are we missing? We're missing Inkay, and that's it. A humble Inkay is the only thing that's stopping us from continuing. Let me just see. Box office, best box office movies of all time. I think Titanic is still in the top 5. Yep, it's number 4. Number 1 movie of all time is still Avatar. Second is Avengers Endgame. I've never seen that. This one I don't think is true. I know it is, but like I have never heard a single person talk about Avatar: The Way of Water. How in the world Am I just under a rock? How in the world is that number 3? I didn't even know the movie came out. I didn't see a single notification, a single ad in real life. How in the world is that the 3rd most seen movie of all time? Titanic is number 4. I'm gonna butcher this one. Is it Ni-Za 2? I'm just gonna assume that that's not in my server. So I can't knock knowing that one. But Avatar, I knew about it like once. And then it's Force Awakens, which I did go see that when it came out. Infinity War, I also, no, I have never seen Infinity War.
Why is Titanic being mentioned everywhere lately? It feels like this shit is just popping off the moment I am being gripped with terror about being on a ship for the first time in my life at the end of the month. I
wouldn't be worried about the ship sinking. There are other things I would worry about, but I wouldn't worry about the ship sinking. Hey, thanks for the 300 though. Zootopia 2 is number 9? What? Really? That's pretty crazy. That's so fast. Almost $1.9 billion for the 2nd Zootopia movie. Like, that came out last year. Okay. There must be something up. How is Inside Out 2 number 10? Like, out of every Disney movie, Inside Out 2? Not the first one. I just feel like there's so... Let me just list movies that are below Inside Out 2. The Lion King. The first Avengers movie. Black Panther. Frozen. Frozen? Frozen is under Inside Out 2 by like 10 positions. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. Still not as much. The part that doesn't make sense about that is the fact that we don't live in a movie theater society anymore. All the movies that I just listed off are in like the 2010s when people still used to go to the movie theater. Once again, maybe I'm just living under a rock and I just don't understand. But like I don't believe that. I don't. It's global? I guess who is the largest consumer of movies? China. Movie theaters are currently popping off. Is it because of the Yoshi popcorn bucket? I believe it. Yeah, maybe I am just living under a rock. I guess, I mean, to be fair, I do say, hey, I don't really watch a lot of movies, so I guess this is kind of lining up. It just is shocking to me that you would think, can we at least agree on the fact that you would expect way more movies from Disney to be higher up? Like, the fact that Inside Out 2 is the most popular Disney movie of all time off of sales is a little bit crazy. Like, I would think it'd be Frozen. Think of all the Frozen merch that you've seen, the amount of, like, children's Frozen t-shirts that you've seen at a Walmart. It's been around every single season. Where's Toy Story? Toy Story, oh, does this include inflation? That's a great point. No. It should. despite that, I wouldn't think that Toy Story, the first one, would be in that list. I would say 3, Toy Story 3. I think that's the most popular one out of all of them. Because like Toy Story gained a following after it came out. Toy Story 2 was really popular. 3 was considered to be the finale, and so everybody showed up for that. In a lot of scenarios, most of the sequels of movies perform better than the first. If it's a really popular movie initially, the second movie usually does better. Another example of that is Grown Ups. Do you guys remember the era of when Grown Ups 2 was coming out? You could not dodge an ad of Grown Ups 2 if you tried. It was everywhere. Everywhere. That movie is so very bad. I think it's exactly what I would have expected that movie to be. I knew exactly what I was getting into when I went to see Grown Ups 2. The Mario Bros. Movie did 1.3 billion. I think that's valid. That was a great movie. This full odds? Oh yeah. The whole challenges. Every single shiny that we've got has been full odds. Where's Shrek? Shrek's another one of those scenarios, chat, where it's a cult following. Like, it definitely did well in the theaters. But it's not... It's honestly, it's more popular now than it was. Because like how much... Take a guess. How much, and this is obviously like 2001 or whenever. How many millions of dollars, because I can assure you it's millions, it's not billions. How many millions of dollars do you think Shrek did in the box office? It's not as much as you think it would be. Or maybe it is. But Shrek did 268 million. $2001, so it's definitely more now. 268 million. Shrek 2 did 440 million. Rightfully so, it's a better movie. Also, Shrek is in the movie theaters again. As of 3 days ago. So if you wanted to go see the original Shrek again, you can go to the movie theater and see it. Yeah, 25th anniversary. Yep. Shrek also did a 2021 re-release, and they made $498,000 from it. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, even with inflation, it's not even close. Because the top 50, number 50 on the list is still over $1 billion. How do you keep from getting discouraged and stay motivated during a very over odds hunt? I'm currently nearing triple over on Verizon right now. I just expect it. For this challenge, if you have watched and paid attention to the hunts that I've done in this challenge, nearly every difficult hunt that I've had to do has been over odds. I have not been graced a lot of grace in this. But I mean, the best thing you can do is just find ways to distract yourself. Eventually it will show up. It can only get so bad before you're thrown a bone. EOJN, thanks for the 22 months of Prime. Is it bad the only DVD player I have in my home is a PS2? No, because that's why people bought a PS2 back in the day. That is actually the main reason people who were not gamers bought a PlayStation 2. Is because of the fact that it was a DVD player that played video games. The entire family was happy with that. You've been in the sewers like a month? I mean, no, definitely not. No. If we look at it from days that I've actually done this hunt, I have probably been down here for maybe a week. time-wise, I've been down here for 3. But like I said, I didn't play for like 9 days, so. I feel like it's hard to find a good working DVD player nowadays. I'm sure you could, this is another Goodwill moment. I'm sure you could find one. Your character's gonna be stinky? Yeah, we gotta change our clothes. Believe it or not, my shirt was white before I came down here. I've just been rolling around. All that rolling left some marks, some tire tracks. Get a Blu-ray. Okay, I have a question for the people who are like Plex and Jellyfin enjoyers. How much would it really matter if I bought a bunch of DVDs instead of Blu-rays and then got digital versions? Are Blu-rays even expensive, like used Blu-rays? Like if I were to rip digital copies of physical DVDs or Blu-rays or like movies or whatever, how much is the price difference between a used DVD? Like let's take Shrek for example. If I were to go to a thrift store and they had a used DVD of Shrek versus a used Blu-ray of Shrek, are we talking dollars difference or tens of dollars difference? I don't really care about new films. I understand the new films are gonna be, you know, like 20 bucks or whatever. Dollars, okay. And a majority of Blu-ray is in 4K, right? Like you can get, like older Blu-rays obviously are not in 4K, but a majority of like Blu-rays within the past, I don't know, 10, 15 years are mostly in 4K, right? I'll just get VHS tapes at that point. There are some rare VHS tapes, let me tell you. They say 4K on the box if they are, okay. Okay, well. I got Dark Knight on Blu-ray for $5. Epic. Maybe check your local library. That's not a terrible idea. Also, shout out to your local library. They do have a lot of things. Fun fact that your local library probably has video games, like brand new video games, and you can request them. Like if you didn't want to buy Legends ZA, you could have asked them in advance, hey, can you guys get this game? And realistically, they'll have the budget for it. Also book, lots of book. True 3D printers, yeah. I mean, if I ever need to print anything, I'll never buy a printer. Why? Why would I? When I can just go pay $1 or 25 cents and print out a couple sheets of black and white paper at my library. Absolutely no need for me to ever get a printer. We've reached the point where if you buy like a cheap printer, it's actually cheaper to just buy another printer. Because the ink is so much more expensive than the printer will ever be. And your printer if you buy a new printer, it comes with ink. I'm not saying to do that because it's insanely wasteful, but it's more to the point of why in the world would you ever buy a printer if you're only going to like occasionally use it? When you could just go to your library and print it out. Thank you for the life advice, John. I'll be using this. Chat, I have so much great advice. I also have some horrible advice. And you have to sift through all of it. Good luck. That's been true since the 90s, yeah. I think also another thing, the reason why you should go to a library to print, is you're gonna get a better quality print. Always. Like those are industrial grade printers. You're going to, if you want to print something out, there's gonna be no streaks in it unless the ink is out, and then they're just gonna swap out the ink for you, and then you'll get what you want. Top 5 Johnstone life advice. Oh, I don't think I can give you 5 just right off the bat. value your peace. Protect your peace, as they say. And get a cupcake. Yeah, get a cupcake. That's true. Yeah, I could give you guys advice for like being in my 20s. Peace or peace? Depending where you live, maybe both. Another piece of advice that I always love giving is surround yourself by the people that you want to be like. It's sometimes a very hard realization, but it's true. Because I remember when I was much younger, I hung out with a group of people that I just did not resonate with. And I had to tell them, hey guys, I don't resonate with anything the way that you guys act. And I feel like it's a negative influence on me and I just don't want to hang out with you anymore. It's a really hard thing to do. Like genuine, it's a very difficult thing to do. But, you know, are you outside the door? You want to come in? My advice is that arguing is rarely worth it. Can I make an amendment, like a small detour on that one? If somebody wants to cut you off in traffic, let them. Let them make that stupid mistake. The reason why I say that is you don't want to deal with somebody with road rage. If somebody wants to cut you off, let them. Don't try and be above it, because they're just gonna take it out on you. Like if they're dumb enough to try and, you know, swerve into the median of traffic to try and cut you off, they don't know any limits. Just let them do it. Because you don't know what psycho is behind that wheel. That's such an American thought. Fair. But still, yeah, you have no idea. You have no idea. You never know who's crazier than you. That's true. That's true. I would have to think of like other advice. The only advice that I typically will just never give is financial. For obvious reasons of, you know, like the old I did what John said and it didn't work out and now I'm gonna sue him type of thing. But also like, I think that there's a point where if I give advice on things, it's like a little bit delusional. So I you know, buy 8 Switches right now. If you have fun playing one Switch, imagine if you could play 8 Switches at the same time. That'd be a fun time. I have Pokemon advice as well. If you want to buy used Pokemon games, the best time to buy them is now, and the worst time is any time other than right now. The price of those games will only go up. They will never go down. If you want a physical copy of Pokemon Platinum in box, complete in box, the cheapest that you will ever get it is right this second. It will be more expensive next year by like $20. And it will do that forever. And sure, they could release a digital copy. You know, they did that for Fire Red Leaf Green, but some people still want that physical media. Best time was yesterday, exactly. Worst time? Horrible advice, it doesn't factor in time travel. Do better. Hey, how about you do me a favor? Have a great rest of your day. Next John tip, kill him with kindness. What's the best console to play Heart Gold Soul Silver on? Is it the DSi XL? Yeah. No notes. Yep. What's the worst piece of advice you have? Not giving any. Not giving any advice is the worst advice I could give you. Because in silence, you learn nothing. I think also one piece of advice is that you should be open to receiving advice. And constructive criticism. People hate constructive criticism. That's one thing I've learned is a lot of people, if people want to show you something, they're like, hey, can you tell me what you think on this thing? They really deep down just want to hear, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. They just want to hear somebody tell them that they're really good at what they're doing. Because I used to give out, or it's not that I don't now, but like I've had people reach out to me, but like, hey, can you look at my video and tell me what you like and don't like about the video? And I'm brutally honest, because why would I lie to you? Why would I ever sugarcoat? I'll just say, hey, I don't like that you did this thing. Here's what you should do instead. And a lot of people will just be like, oh, I thought you were just gonna think it was awesome. It's like, no, that's not. A person who is really good at taking constructive criticism is Kiefer. Kiefer will show me part of his video and I'll be like, I won't even, I'll just tell him what to do. I'll be like, just change that. Like, there was one thing he sent me one time and he's like, he showed me his editing. Mind you, he is an unbelievable editor. He's better than I'll ever be. But he's still asking for my criticism. And I think that's nice. And he did like a VHS effect in one of his older videos that he uploaded last year. And I was just like, I don't like the font you use. You should just change that to something else. And I sent him a whole bunch of other ones. I think he ended up choosing another one that he found that was better than what I sent him. But like anytime he shows me something, I always have something to criticize. Not like in a negative way, but just in I understand what his vision is because I have the same amount of love putting into my videos. And so I know that he would value me saying, hey, I think you should change this one thing rather than being like, yeah, no, this is absolutely perfect in every single way. And I would expect the same. I would expect people to criticize the things that I do. Because if you're told that you're great at everything all the time, you're just gonna have a huge ego about it. You know, obviously praise is cool in a way. John, your flow is whack. All right. What do we do about that? No, I'll entertain it. I'll entertain that. How do we fix that? Because that's not good, chat. That's not good news. We don't ever want to hear that. I don't know what to do with that. You got to give me at least a little bit of solution. You can't just criticize and then give nothing to work with. I didn't think I'd get this far. Is this a false allegation? Gotta get in the studio. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever rap in my life, chat. I think I'll just stick to making beats. I thought you were gonna blow up over that. Deep down I was, and now I realized I was gonna be hypocritical. Also, another piece of advice just being in that I've learned from being in my 20s, find a hobby. Plain and simple. Find a hobby. It could be video games. Well, like something that maybe expands your mind. I always say art. Yeah, a hobby that isn't your job too. Yeah. What song is this? This is sandwich making. Let's Make a Sandwich is the name of the song. Yeah, because I just like art. Those are my hobbies. You know, like I haven't painted in a long time. I would love to paint sometime soon. Making music, that's another thing. What other arts do I do? I sing in the shower. We'll take that. Do you like quilt art? I think that'd be fun. Check time? No, 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Give us a sample of what? Singing? Ooh, you know what would be kind of fun? glass blowing. I like F art, if you know what I mean. Fart? Bro likes fart. Yeah, one thing that we've actually talked about it, but one thing that would be really fun, that's like a quick little date is Nimi and I go to I almost said Joann Fabrics, RIP. What's the alternative to Joann Fabrics? All the crafters in chat just got really sad that I mentioned that. Where do you go? No, Michael's. Yeah, you go to Michael's, and you and your significant other go and pick out blanket material. You each get one side, and then you snip all the ends, and then you take both of them. You have to like snip them the same length, and then you just twist and tie them, and you make a blanket that's double-sided with both of your selections. It's just a nice little blanket that you can share with each other. I think also another piece of advice is just find one day a week to go out and do something. And there are so many free things that you can do. You just need to have an open mind to doing it. Because like when I was younger, the concept of me going and walking around a park, I would rather play video games, you know? Now I find the joy in going and enjoying the nature. You just evolve over time. And those really boring things, like going to the store and looking at decorations for your living room, is a lot more exciting than it was when you were 13. That's just life. But I think it's a nice breakup to your week if you find a little activity to go do. Go do some batting cages for 30 minutes. I don't know. You also have a living room you can decorate. Sure, but I mean, realistically, you have at least one room in your house you could decorate if you wanted to decorate it, right? Your bedroom. Get a new bedspread if you really want to, you know. But point is, what I'm trying to say is, there are a lot of like free activities that you can go. You don't have to spend money. But there's a lot of benefit. Obviously, like there's a lot of scientific benefit just getting outside and being in the sun. Also, at this point, I wonder if there are other shinies in other parts of the sewers. Yeah, there might be. We can check. This check will do it. It doesn't go much further than Klefki, though. At the absolute worst, there's a shiny Klefki, or maybe a Noibat to my right. You found Skrelp? We did. Yeah. We did. All right, it is check time, everybody. Please, look around with severe intent to see a shiny Inkay. Let's just get it done, baby. Let's just get out of here. But listen, hold on. Worst day of my life. Why did you say that?
Mr. Pants! Mr. Pants!
Let's peel off the Band-Aid. What else is over here? This one. Okay. Nature guest chat. Mr. Pants. Mr. Pants! I'm a gay. I'm a gay modest. Lonely. All right. Use your points, chat. Let's see. Did we get Clef Key? Yeah, we had Mr. Pants, Mrs. Pants, and then we had Monarch Pants. Okay, you're not shiny. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's everything that spawns from this distance. Because we can look. So if we stand here, what do we spawn in? Oh, yeah, we don't even spawn in the Skrelp or anything. It just stops past the bridge. No Clef Key up here or anything. It is quite literally just the collection. There's a couple Scraggy and Noibat. And that's it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Dishonor, thanks for the 9 months of Prime. What is that circle? It's burger or circle. Up to you. You decide. Is that a mod? Yeah, it's my aimbot. Chat, what's a good piece of advice? What's a good piece of advice that you could throw? I've given some, I feel. Eat taco. Taco good. Be gay. That's true. You could do that. Don't put off till tomorrow what you can do today. But I don't want to meal prep today. I don't want to meal prep today. I want to do it tomorrow. I don't like that advice. Get good at verbalizing your emotions. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I've definitely got better with that over the past like year or so. I feel bad because if I ever had, you know, when Nimi and I were first talking, if I ever had like a mental issue, I would just not talk about it. I would just keep it to myself. Not great advice to do that specifically. If you're sad about something, say I sad. And people be like, why sad? And you say I sad because this. Wear sunscreen all the time. Well, yeah. Yeah. I think it definitely affects certain people more than others, but yeah. Yeah, for sure. The sun is a deadly laser, true. There's a when Nimi and I were out we were out with some friends for Dino Com Day, and we were talking about sun poisoning. And she's like, sun poisoning? What is that? And our friend and I like looked at her, we're like, oh, it's like if you get a sunburn so bad, you'll get like sick from it. She's like, oh, I've never had that. And we're like, well. There kind of is a reason for that, but yeah. If you were as pasty as us, I'm sure it would happen to you. That being said, she got a tan, and it was crazy because I didn't get a tan. No way you got another Scraggle. That just sounds like a daily game. Who's up playing Scraggle right now? Actually, you know what? You know what we should do, speaking of Scraggle? We should do Scrandle, everybody. We need to do a Scrandle. It's been enough time. I've thought about it enough. We need to do a Scrandle. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Come along. It's Scrandle time. If you don't know, you basically have to choose one food or the other. Which one do you think is more popular amongst people at stadiums? This one is just a vote. I'm gonna say this one. Oh, no vote. Okay, so it's just this one. We're right. Spicy sausage hot dog or a foot-long hot dog. This is also a foot long. I would just, this one has condiments on it. Fair enough. I mean, this is, I don't even know what's going on here. I don't know what's, this one's already bit, but that's okay. At least this has like onions or something, like crispy onions. Whatever, sure. Okay, well, listen. So this one is sad. That's, what a devastating moment, getting a hot dog and the bun splits in half. What do you even do, right? Mash it together and make this like gross, right? This is popcorn, a Coke, and a hot dog at Fenway Park. Clearly, right? Clearly the better option. This is like a black truffle hot dog. Teriyaki sauce, seaweed, and scrambled egg. Or a regular hot dog. This, I feel like... No, it's not burnt, chat. No, I think it's like squid ink or whatever. No, I think this is just what it's supposed to be, chat. Think about it. It has teriyaki sauce. It's also a double dog, okay? Pretty sure it's squid ink, right? I think it's this one. There we go. Fair enough. A donut hot dog or a stadium hot dog. There's a churro in the middle. This is just silly. This is just silly. I can barely see this one, but like I don't, why would I want that? You know what I mean? Whatever. Next. That's me. That's Nimmy's hand. What the heck is happening? That is my knee. That's my knee right there. What the heck? When did that happen? Who's come? What in the world? Well, clearly, I mean, like, we're washing them. That was when we went to the baseball game. Well, surely we win. The people know. The people know. That's kind of crazy. Why is she holding it like that? Let's move on. Spicy taco style hot dog or a taco hot dog. This is very sad. Very clearly this side is better. Hot dog. This is all hot dog. Can I, look, I've got every single one right so far. This is a, is that ketchup and cheese? Like grated cheese, or is that marinara? I think this is ketchup and cheese. I honestly think people would prefer this one because you have the option to put it on if you want to. See? The element of choice, chat. That is a devious angle. That is an absolutely unnecessary angle for your hot dog. And here's the worst part is you're gonna win. You're gonna win because that's just upset. It also comes in a bag. You ever had a hot dog in a bag? Surely not. Whatever. No. 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 Oh. Chad, I was in a scrandle. I was in a scrandle. Crazy lore, everybody. That's a big day for us. What's next? Tomo check. We gotta do the Tomo check. We had to do the Tomo check. All right, everybody. We're gonna check on my Tomo Life Island and we're gonna see what's going on. Crazy lore could be happening. Could be big news. Could be huge drama. Who knows? Who knows what's going on over here? Next GeoGuessr will be your house. Okay, everybody. All right, let's just collect our money real quick. We're just gonna do a little quick check. We're just gonna see what everybody's up to. Is everybody feeling better? Is there no more drama on the island? Okay, we leveled up again. Cool, whatever. I'm not gonna do anything here. Let's see, what's the lore? We got 4 activities going on. Sonique, what's going on with Sonique?
To try living with Obama?
Okay, well, I would like to note that currently she's ready to risk it all. Do you think this is a good idea, Chad? Do you think that, because Obama is just great friends, but Sonique has ulterior motives. She just wants to, you know, she wants to skip some steps here.
If I lived with Obama, we'd be spending a lot of time together. What's something you think we'd enjoy doing every day if Obama and I lived together?
Let's pick other lingo. Oh, those are my other lingos. If you lived with Obama, you could spend your days telling Sasha and Malia to go to bed. You could spend our days being clear. No, he already knows about that. He's put everybody on the island. Let's spend our day. What do we spend our days doing? Hold on. One second. I want to give an answer that you guys don't see. Patience, everybody. Patience. See, it's hard to do this on the spot. Whenever it comes to these specific like phrases, I really start thinking. I really start thinking for a while. What would we do? What do we spend our time doing? What do Sonique and Obama have in common? Two things that they share.
To be honest, thinking is rare for you, so take your time. All right. Here we go, everybody.
Can we chat for a moment?
What is it? Seems important.
Well, if the two of us lived together, what's something you think we'd enjoy doing every day? Let's say it together. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Eating
Cursing out the
roadkill.
neighbors.
Obama, no!
We're
No!
on the same page. I don't think living together is a good idea.
No, why would you want to do that?
Life sure is interesting. You never know what's around the corner.
You never know what's on the road, am I right? It could be possum, could be rabbit, who knows? Who else is up to things? Grimace. Grimace is in love. With who, though?
My heart hurts.
Why?
I've been imagining what life would be like if Oreo and I had a child.
Stop. I can't fathom what in the world that would look like. Do we? It might be nice. It doesn't sound like a great idea. We gotta figure out what that's gonna look like.
Might be nice. Might be great. Maybe.
Is he assuming the position?
So Nick and I were out walking recently, and we saw a shiny ground.
Wow. Okay. Up.
Do you have a sec?
Every time Nimi wants to talk to me in this game, she just wants me to build stuff for her. That's all she talks to me for.
Could you take a photo for me? I'm thinking something spy level secret. I'll leave it to you to pick a spot that fits the vibe.
Okay.
Then let's find a spot for the photo shoot.
Behind, no. Right here. Where's the spy level photo shoot? They're standing. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is nice. Me. Okay. We're just gonna autofill everybody else. Why not? Oops. Missed one. Missed one. Great.
Thank you. I didn't think you possessed this level of creativity.
Okay, that was not very nice. That was not very nice. Okay. What does Sans want?
Hello. Yo, John Rich doesn't have enough greenery. Can we get some more plants around here?
Yes.
One? What? You want me to add one shrub?
It will cost $50. Do we have the budget?
You're pocketing the money. You're pocketing the money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'd say oh yeah too. $50 shrub.
All done. Take a look whenever.
Oh. Okay. Let's just figure out what John Pork is up to. We all want to know.
Huh? Oh, what do you need? Who do you think is more popular? Me or Hugh Neutron?
Oh, that was rhetorical. Okay, well. Oh. They're saying that no one really gets popping Flintstone vitamins. Yeah, the people don't pop Flintstone vitamins like they used to. That's true. That's a great point. I never thought of it that way. Oh, Giuseppe has an evil idea.
Hello.
Oh, something bad's about to happen.
I want to be friends with Ken.
That's a good idea.
What should we talk about? What did you have? Yelling and screeching. Got it. I'll go talk to him about yelling and screeching.
All right, let's see how this goes down, everybody. Who knows? Could work out in our favor.
Hey, Ken,
Yans.
do you feel like talking about yelling and screeching?
Seriously. My brain keeps shouting, yelling and screeching, yelling and screeching, yelling and screeching too. It can't be a coincidence.
Can't be.
Let's be friends.
Holy moly. That worked so quickly. Wow. There you go. All right. The last thing we're gonna check is the thing that everybody has been dying to know is how are Matt and John Pork doing? The people really do yearn to know how the both of them are participating with each other.
Ken and I are both.
Feels like
All right. Where is Matt?
Well, anyway, shoot safely.
It's not true. We didn't do that. Not yet. That's not true. That's not true at all. Okay. Let's just see how Matt's doing with John Pork right now.
Good afternoon, John Pork.
Good afternoon.
They're arguing about how to prepare walnuts and they're getting mad at each other. Okay, well, that's nice. That's nice. Wait, and where am I again? Where am I? I can't find myself. I'm in the Ferris wheel. Well, get out. What?
What?
It's fine. You want to be in the Ferris wheel with me?
My neck hurts from staring up at this thing.
Well, go inside then. No, you want to go on the Ferris wheel with me.
That looks like a good time.
And it can be. Just go inside. All right, chat. That's gonna do for Tomodachi Life today. Wow. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled programming, everybody. As we do. Do I have to let this go to the main menu? Because it saves, but then I don't know if it saves after this. Show us the Grimace Wario love child. That hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet.
Currently becoming a child movie star at Pokestar Studios. Have not gotten to Giant Woman yet.
Listen, when that happens, that's like what? Giant Woman is like 3 hours into Pokestar Studios, and that changes the entire outcome of your gaming experience. Thanks for the 39 months. Best of luck. It's gonna be a big day when that happens. I will always remember that stream because nobody was excited for Pokestar Studios until Giant Woman happened, and then it became one of the best streams ever. How are you gay, Johnstone? How am I gay, Johnstone? Why not? Giant Woman speedrun after this. No. Pepper, thanks for the 25 months. Thank you.
How's your day been so far, John?
Listen, we got Skrelp, we got Scraggy that we don't care about, and we're gonna get Inkay today. We are. Absolutely will. Winky, would you lift my weights for 10 gifted? Yes. What weights do you have? On that note, I love men. Epic. Oh, we were talking about you earlier, Zandy. When is the, when is Phalanx Raid Day? When is that? Hello, John. Hi, Brayden. Hey, Brayden, I hope you're having a great day. I hope all of your dreams come true. It's on Saturday? Oh, okay, then yeah, we'll definitely do it. Easy decision. Do you still want an N Zekrom card? I think I have 3 of that same card. I don't have them with me, but I do. All Pokemon Go events are Saturday this season. That's so sick. That's so epic. Do you think you'll pick up Splatoon or Star Fox? There's another Splatoon? When? Star Fox, I've never gravitated towards Star Fox, so I don't really, Splatoon Raiders. It's check time. Oh, it's gonna be shiny. It's played this song 3 times. Let it go. Check time fart boy stinky. Honest but hurtful. Yeah, we found Scraggy. One Scraggy. How many points do you have now? Also, Chad, if you could check your primes, if you link your Amazon account to your Twitch account, you get a free prime sub. Also, you can use your points right now. You have 69K. All right. That's pretty good. I just tried to pick up my cat and she scratched my neck. Well, why'd you pick him up? Hey, John, could you find a shiny? Yeah. You know, I'm locked in. Jared, thanks for the 8 months of Prime. He found your Scrandle. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were in Scrandle. Did you know that? Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog Scrandle and John Kneecap. Hot dog. I think we should recreate that photo. Let's go to another game. Thank you for streaking my chat. Chat, if you're streaking right now, let the people know. Let the people know you're streaking. I'm not nowhere. What is the scrandle? It's essentially like ballpark food. And somebody uploaded Nimmy hot dog. That's it. That's it. That's the whole story. It's just which ballpark food is more appealing to the general public. I keep voting no so you can get a shiny. So far, I'm 3 for 3. Wow. Listen, we're already up. We're already up today. We found one. Yeah, I am pretty, unless we go insanely long, crazy, wacko, silly stream, I think we can realistically hunt Inkay today until we get it. Mostly because I'm at my limit. And I would love to grind on stream, you know? Have you heard of the new Spam Dogs, an alternate version of hot dog? I mean, I think Spam is good. I would pick Spam over a hot dog. Wait, 75 stream streak, holy moly. Wasn't this the last stream? It was for 5 seconds and then I changed my mind. You got 28 minutes? That's how long the rest of my stream is? No, we're fine. We're chilling. That's crazy I've been live for 4 hours. Doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it at all. But yeah, if we do get Inkay, and we have, you know, more time in the stream, realistically, this kind of doesn't matter, but if we do find Inkay today, then we'll just finish the section because the amount of grinding that needs to be done is so insanely little. Like I think that the worst thing that we have to level up in this section, I can actually just check. Because you had to keep in mind, like one of the harder ones that we were going to have was going to be Clawitzer, but we got an alpha Clauncher. So, and it's just gonna evolve now. Dragalge is level 48. So yeah, Dragalge is the only thing that's bad, but if we look in my inventory, I have enough to get pretty close. Pretty close. And then we have Noivern, which shouldn't be that bad. And then Klefki evolves at 41, and then it's a Duststone. Still no Inkay? No. But here's the upside. If we get Inkay, we can instantly evolve it. No grind. Because that evolves at 30. Yeah, in total we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 evolutions. And like 4 of them are, or 2 of them are stones. And I think only 2 or 3 of those Pokemon actually need to be leveled up. True, I have to turn my Switch upside down. That's a great point. Yeah, we got Skrelp. Way overdue for Skrelp. Hey John, what's your favorite Pokemon? Mine is Tortuga. You might be the only one, brother. I don't know. What is my favorite Pokemon? Lurantis. Hey John, this is your shiny Inkay. Don't forget to evolve me. Thank you, Inkay. Thank you. What's your favorite fossil, chat? And don't say me. What's your favorite Pokemon fossil? I will always say it's Aurorus. I don't think that they can do better than Aurorus. It used to be pre-Gen 6 Archeops. I don't know what in the world happened when it went to 3D. But like Gen 5 Archeops looked so sick. And then they put it in 3D. And it just lost all of its credibility. Armaldo? Yeah, I think Armaldo is pretty underrated. Yeah. Arctivish. We're just lying. Your last YouTube video is my favorite fossil. You mean the one I uploaded like 2 months ago? I thought that was shiny for a second. Currently hunting for Archon in black. There you go. There you go. Yeah, you can get all the fossils in that game. It's pretty fun. Yeah. I used to love Lily. Yeah, I like Lily more than Credilli. Yeah. Yeah, probably. It's a great shiny in Gen 3. That's a fun little hunt you can go for. Because I know that Noki went for that in their video of the Dream Team quest. To be honest with you, Chad, I really do want to do that. Like another badge quest, but in an older game. It just sounds so fun. But like, I would do it differently than most people would do it, where I would multi-hunt. Because a lot of Dream Team quests are done with a single game. Or a badge quest. A badge quest is you get a shiny before every badge. That's it. But yeah, Dream Team quests, you just make a team of 6 of your favorite shinies. I think badge quests are a lot more fun because something happens every single badge. And typically people who do those hunt it on one singular game, but I would hunt it with 4 games. And then whatever I get, I just send to the next. I think it just makes it so, one, the video doesn't take as long, but the streams are a little bit more exciting. You use a GB operator to hunt multiple instances on a single game. I don't really like that, to be honest with you. To each their own, though. I started playing the Switch Pokemon games. The newer ones not having gyms feels so weird to me. I mean, this one, yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I mean, a lot of those games have gyms. Because like the 3DS, what is it? Gen 7 doesn't have gyms, and then this game doesn't have gyms. But yeah, Scarlet and Violet does, Sword and Shield. They all do. I kind of liked that concept, though. When they go a little bit outside the bounds. Also, PLA doesn't have gyms. Yeah. Kind of like when they go out of that line a little bit. They haven't done it many times, but it's fun. Scarlet and Violet gyms are real sad. Why? I think a lot of the gyms in Scarlet and Violet are scenario-based gyms, and I find that more fun nowadays than the conventional fight like 6 trainers and then fight the gym leader. Maybe that's not a common take. But I like the fact that there's like when it comes to Kofu, where you have to get his wallet and bring it to him, and then you go spend his money. It feels like an anime episode. And I like that more. It adds more character than him just being in the Kaskarafa gym, just waiting for you to fight him, standing there all day. The way I see that, whenever there's something different in one particular Pokemon game, the way that I see it is if you want to play it the way that it's always been, you can quite literally play any other game than that specific game. And there's so many examples of that. Like if you don't like the combat system in Legend ZA, just play any other Pokemon game. There is no Pokemon game that has this combat system. It just means that it's not for you. Having a rap battle with Rhyme, I kind of wish that you could have actually done that and rhymed. That would have been way more fun. But that gym was also cool because it was a double battle. There are very few double battles in Pokemon. You've got Raihan, you've got Tate and Liza, and Rhyme. I'm pretty sure that's it. And then like, there are some that are a little bit not like that unique. Like Grusha, I like Grusha, but their gym test, I feel like should have had a little bit. No, there should have been a little bit more. There should have been a little bit more going on for that one. Not a gym battle, but you have a partner battle in Platinum? Yeah. Also, does my keyboard work? I just unplugged it. It does, okay. Oh yes, there's a lot of double battles, like double major battles. Oh, also another one in Gen 3 when you go to the Moss Deep Space Center. You have a double battle in that game. That's also in ORS too. Yeah, those are fun. Yep. One criticism I will give to Scarlet and Violet's gym challenge is the fact that you cannot re-battle the Elite Four. That's so sad. It's just silly. Boy, my girl, thanks for the raid. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're having a good day. We're still in the sewers. Nothing's changed except I got a Skrelp. We're doing the same exact thing from the last time you raided me. But I hope you're doing well. I was actually talking to my girlfriend about your videos recently. Right? I feel it. Maybe I thought it in my head of having the conversation and I didn't do it, but she knows who you are. That's for sure. Because, girl of boy meets girl, plays all of the Pokemon games for the first time. And my girlfriend is streaming all of the Pokemon games for the first time. Very, very similar experience. We started Legends Arceus. I'm locked in for that. I'm locked in. That's so awesome. And that's gonna be so different too, because there's no, all the convention that she knows is just gone. Like there's, I mean, barely the typing. Like that's the only thing, like I recognize a few Pokemon and then the typing and the rest of it is entirely different. That's gonna be so fun. She beat Cleaver without using a single Pokemon. That's so funny because like they don't really, like they tell you to do it, but it's cool that it's not mandatory. Lightning, thanks for the 9 months. That's super cool. I can't wait to see that. I'm also curious to hear your thoughts on the pacing of that game. Because one thing I love about PLA, because I always talk about how much I love PLA. One thing I love about that game is the first time that you play it, Obsidian Fieldlands feels enormous. Like almost to the point where it seems too much to traverse. And then as you unlock your abilities and stuff like that, like you know, just like in any other game, like once you get a bike, everything feels so much faster. But when you get your bike in that game, it feels a little bit better. And then as you advance further and further, you realize that the world is not as big as you thought it was. But they did such a good job at the beginning of making the game feel just absolutely massive. And that's just it's cool to see people's takes on that game. The nobles seem easier without sending out the Pokemon. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would love to replay that game again for the first time. But unfortunately, I can't, because I'm old. You know what happens to old people. They blow up everybody. How does it feel pushing 30? You know what, it feels good. It feels good. You know why I always say this? If I wasn't 30, I wouldn't have been able to go to Toys R Us when I was a kid. I mean, I guess now I would have. I'm saying I wouldn't have been able to go to the distribution events and go and get Manaphy at Toys R Us. We're off to get some lunch. Good luck on the hunt. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a good one. John, I'm 20 and I did that. No, let's do the math on this. No shot. No chance you did that. You're telling me that you went to Toys R Us Manaphy event when you were 3? Surely not. Bro was 3, collecting Manaphy. Dare I say we're lying for fun. One event that I wish that I owned was the 2013 Shiny Origin Trio, which was that GameStop? I think. Where you could get Shiny Dialga, Palkia, Giratina. That's one of the rarest ones. It's not the rarest one. The rarest one is the KB Toys Australian Arceus. That one's crazy rare. I mentioned it before. There's one listing on eBay for that cartridge, and I believe it's $70,000. I'm not buying that, I'll tell you. 30-year-olds paid $30 for Emerald, that's true. I paid $34, actually no, my mom got it for me for my birthday and she bought it on Amazon. But I remember seeing her do that and I was like, wow, you're doing such a great job entering your credit card in. But it was $34.99. I thought it was the Kmart one. It's whatever, is KB Toys an Australian company? Because I've never seen a KB Toys. But it might be K. I know it started with a K. It was one of the two. You played Infinite Fusion? No, I don't play mods. No thanks. No fan games. I got enough to do. Anyways, even if I wanted to. My mall in Tennessee had 2 KB Toys. How, do they duel each other? The equivalent for that in New England is a Dunkin' Donuts right next to a Dunkin' Donuts. I've seen it a couple of times. They love Dunkin' up there. They really do. I don't even know what the context for that was. What is that even? What did we do? The game. Oh, yeah, Chad, she played Super Meat Boy for the first time. Yep, she hadn't. I'm so surprised that you've never played that video game. But she played Super Meat Boy for the first time. Fun little game. My hometown's got a Target with a Starbucks, and right outside it, they opened a Starbucks. I'm pretty sure that every Target has to have a Starbucks. That's like every Walmart has a Subway. I feel like every single one does, at least. Yeah. Do you guys have any of those combination restaurants? Like KFC, Taco Bell type of thing? Where like and it's not like it's in the same mall, it's quite literally the same building and half of it was split for one restaurant and half was the other. I remember one of the craziest ones I ever saw was it's in New Hampshire. I think it still exists somehow, but it's a Taco Bell Long John Silver's. I think it's the only one. I've never seen Long John Silver's connected to nothing, to be fair. Like somebody had to be stuck next to Long John Silver's. I've never seen that ever again. They have those in my hometown? Jeez. You guys ever been to Long John Silver's? It truly, I'm not too much of a conspiracy theorist, but that has to be a money laundering scheme. It has to be. Type 1 if you have ate at a Long John Silver's within the past 3 years. Surely not. I can't imagine. You You guys are lying. I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. They can't talk. They're still chewing the hush puppies. See, I would think that was a funny joke if I had ever been there. I'm sure that's a hit for all the Long John Silver's enjoyers, all 9 of you. I just wouldn't pick that place if I were to go get fast food, especially fast food fish. I wouldn't do that. They recently started to rebrand and modernize. I don't think that's their issue. Congrats to them, but I don't think that's the issue with them. I think it's just conceptually the idea of going to a fast food restaurant and getting fish is just not, it's not on a lot of people's minds. Truly, it's not. I think that the lowest I would ever go for fish at a chain restaurant is like Red Lobster. You know? That's probably where I would draw the line. Name this song, except Ludo can't, because Ludo knows every song on Earth. What's the consensus on Captain D's? I don't know what that is, and don't you dare reply with what I think you're gonna reply. That being said, in life and in space and time, the fish burger is very heavily underrated. There needs to be more fish burger in the world. Like, I've had a lot of hamburger in my day, right? I haven't had many fish burger. This is Chairman Rose, by the way. Like grilled, or are we talking fried? Either one. I think fried's a little bit easier to eat because it's like, if you eat, it's too flaky. Like, it's just gonna go everywhere. This Oleana's theme? No, it's the name of this song. This is straight from the soundtrack. It says Chairman Rose Encounter. That's the name of the song. You gotta take it up with Big Nintendo if you know. To be fair, they're always next to each other, so maybe we're both onto something. Can you stop using the word leitmotiv? I don't know what that word means. You guys are using that way too nonchalantly for that to be a regular word. Cut it out. We're on a 3rd grade reading level here, and we intend on staying there. I'm so nonchalant. It's pronounced leitmotif. Oh. I've just never seen somebody say it and spell it. It's like a noun for music. Wait, I've heard music before. Type 1 if you've ever heard a song. Let's just see who's out there. Any other people who've listened to songs before? It's like sounds. It's like sounds, but like songs. What's everyone's dinner tonight? That's a great question. That's such a good question that I don't actually know the answer to. I think we're chefing up a little bit of meal in the house. A little bit of beef. Marinated beef that we got from the grocery store, a little bit of rice. Maybe some nice potatoes. Some diced peppers and onions. Throw that into a nice bowl and mix it all up. I think that's a good evening. Except I have to prepare all of those things because none of those things are ready aside from the potatoes. Tough day. And I'm not doing a darn thing until I see that little Inkay show up and do its little topsy-turvy. John, find a shiny, please. Bro's name is Frog Boy. What a creative name. Thank you, Frog Boy, for your suggestion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your input. What do you cook on the daily? These streams, am I right, chat? Who's with me? Who's with me, guys? Come on. Come on. TikTok streamer? You guys think I'm a TikTok streamer? No. 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 Come on, guys. Okay, I have a question, because the live streams, I thought the live streams on TikTok were crazy. Have you guys seen the YouTube Shorts live streams? I really hope that somebody knows what I'm talking about, because I'm just gonna sound insane. Have you seen the video? I don't even know what they're doing. There's a cutting board, and there's what could only be perceived as a giant pair of lungs. And they're just cleaning lungs. From like a large animal. And that's the entire stream, is they're just washing lungs. That's it. That's it. I really wish I could give more context, but if you see it, you'd be like, oh yeah. Yeah. Which Pokemon do you think is the most edible? I mean, canonically Slowpoke. That's it. There's also another one that I see every single evening, because really the only time I check like YouTube Shorts is just in the evening. And it's just these two, like this couple, and they're freestyling, and nothing ever rhymes, and nor are they on beat. It's just really an instrumental playing in the background, and they're speaking to each other. It's really interesting. And that's a majority of it. Because they're freestyling off of the comments that they receive. Holy moly, it's check time. Type 1 if you're ready. Type 2. Let's see. Inkay. Inkay. This is not you, Inkay. No Skrelp Gaming. Well, obviously not Skrelp Gaming. No Scraggy Gaming. That's no shiny, everybody. Did he just blow up? Scraggy! Stop blowing up. That's the #1 rule of stream. Only I can do that. You thought I was gonna blow up right now, but I'm not. I'm busy. Holy moly, that's a shiny Dumby that just got redeemed for 1 million channel points. What in the heckington? Should we just do that right now because it's the beginning of the prediction? Are you ready right now, Hammers? Use your points, everybody. Use your points, and you can maybe have 1 million one day. You could. You never know. I can? All right, let me know when you're on, and then I'll log on. Man, I gotta farm more of them. Pit of destroyed my chance of shiny Dumby? Pit of? When was that? Like Gen 5 shiny decks? Do we have another DS cap card here? We have like 4, yes. What do you need it for? Yeah. Are you talking DS or 3DS capture card? Because I have both. Oh, do you want to play DS on the TV? Is that what it is? You want to play DS on the big TV? That'd be very nice. Yeah, I have 4 of them. I'm pretty sure I brought all of them. No gambling in my country, but I have 125 naturally harvested channel points. Epic. I want to dual hunt Toidle and Pen. Pen? Yeah, who's Toidle? Toidle and Pen? Who's Pen? Yes. Okay. Is this the most beautiful song on earth? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This makes me want to learn piano again. This would be fun to learn. I've loaded Scarlet and Violet up. Okay, chat. It's time to trade a shiny Dumby to 1 lucky chatter, and by lucky, invested. It's not luck. Wow, I've not played Scarlet and Violet in a long time, clearly. Okay. What do I have left? Inkay. That's it. What if we don't get a TV and get a piano? I feel like we can just buy a piano secondhand. Okay. Let me just see where they are. Oh, you're getting the last one. I need to hunt more of them. Also, I named this one Dumpy. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Yeah, no, that was my last one. Remember when someone gave me a Wishmaker Jirachi? It's gonna be hard to beat that one. It is. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna send you a link code. Give me 1 second while I do that, chat. Hold on, I have to figure out. I always never know how to do that. This is ominous music. Good song. Good song. Wait, where are you? Where are you? There you are, okay. Wait, where did that go? Wait a second, you play Fortnite. That's epic. Sorry, I'm being nosy. No, I'll do my job. I'll do my job. I'm sorry. Okay. And so let me enter. I'm gonna send you the code, and then you have to enter it. And if you don't, then you don't get it. Hold on. Set up a link trade. Link code. Okay. Here's the link code. Check your messages. I sent you a message. I sent you a notification. Check it. Check your message. All right, I'm gonna start searching. And then we trade. We trade. In the meantime, chat, everybody just sit. Just sit and think. Okay, it's trade time, everybody. It worked. Is this you? Is that you? I want to make sure, 100% sure. Is that you? Because if it's not, if you're not, okay, it is. All right. All right. The final Dumby. Sevens in chat, everybody. With a little, I get a little kitty. Oh my goodness. What a great day. I get a little kitty. That's nice. That's very nice. Well, they're thinking about it. All right. Enjoy your shiny Dumby. I will have to go farm more now. See ya. Goodbye now. See you later. Did I get an NK? No, I'm doing a channel point redemption. That's all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, everybody. Back to it. Fun fact, I had not farmed a shiny Fampy since before the release of the Switch 2. It's gonna be so much easier now to collect them. Because I had to hunt that in base, like, Switch 1 Scarlet and Violet. That's how long we've had the prediction active, or that offering. It's just everybody here loves gambling so much that no one will ever reach 1 million. But obviously, like, the spawn rates are completely different. The spawn rates are like half. And it's harder to see. I thought we were gonna get Gort instead. No, Gort, I will maybe give out Gort in the future instead of Dumby once we finish the entire video. But yeah. I love Scarlet and Violet, but I feel like it's aging poorly with how well things like ZA are. I mean, I feel like that's apples to oranges now. At its core, they are both Pokemon mainline games, but there's so many differences between the two of them. I think that the direction of the way that this Pokemon game is, I would love to see all future Legends games. I know, like, the battle system in this game is so fun. And I haven't heard many people say anything negative about the battle system in this game. I can understand why they would never exclusively do this, right? Because, like, the competitive scene would just get nuked in a second. But I think it's really fun. It is leagues better. I truly do not believe anybody likes PLA's combat system more than ZA's. PLA's combat system's the worst thing about the game. It's the only thing.
The shiny dummy. A lot of time and effort went into it. Well, I mean, a lot of gamba taking risk on you locking in on the shiny S.
Listen, and that's, I'm still gonna lock in today, Hammers. Thanks for the 300. Thank you, thank you. And enjoy your Fampy. I like PLA for the lack of battling. Well, I think that's why the battling is really subpar in that game, is because that wasn't the forefront of the game. This game is all about battling, and so the battle system is way better. Catching is the big deal in PLA, and I think that the catching is better in PLA. Because there's a bunch of features that were just like removed from that game into this one. It doesn't mean that this game is bad for catching. It's just like the fact that there's no stealth spray, there's no sticky globs, and there's no first person mode. That's another thing that I just don't like. I do like that you can move with the camera. You couldn't do that in Scarlet and Violet. No link cables, yeah. And no Ride-Mons, yeah. Yeah, but I can understand why they didn't add Ride-Mons, because then the city it would take way too little time to go from one end of the city to the other. I really miss riding. Least gay comment of the day. Yeah, Sticky Labs were so nice, but they were also insanely busted. They really were. They definitely made a good choice. I mean, they made a good choice getting rid of them, but they should have at least, like, made weaker ones. I don't know. Why no rollerblades? Because I think it breaks the immersion of being in the city. Like I was talking about it earlier with when you first play Legends Arceus, when you're in the Obsidian Fieldlands, it feels enormous. And then when you start flying around, it feels like a really tiny map that you're in. And I think that if you had the ability to fly around, it would just break the immersion of being in the city. Kind of just defeats the purpose of being in a place that's larger than you are. And I think that the movement speed in this game is an appropriate speed. It's fast enough where you can get to where you want to get. Because, like, I think they timed it. It takes 5 minutes to get from one side of Lumio City to the other. Like, how much faster do you really want to be? Because it kind of just, like, a little bit insane at one point. 4 minutes, I see. A little 20% boost. I'm shop hunting for PLA for Heracross with no charm. I will never forget. I wanted to get a shiny for, I think it was the Gen 4 shiny decks, and I was just recording B-roll of me just flying around, and I wanted to encounter a shiny. And after doing a few laps of the Obsidian Fieldlands, I found shiny Alpha Heracross, like the static one that was there. Very neat little gaming moment. I giggled quite a lot. For the amount of time that I flew over into that general direction playing PLA, I definitely deserved finding it at some point. I just didn't think it would be in that certain moment I would come across it. I really do miss playing that game. You giggle, but you kick your feet? I sometimes do. Yeah. I'm not above that. It's a good time. It's definitely a good time. I kind of want a little snack. What are you shiny hunting? Inkay. I need one Inkay. And that's it. What's your shiny hunting memory? I'm gonna pick one that you guys don't know about. Or like you would never see it on stream because it didn't happen on stream. Shiny hunting Ash Hat Pikachu. In Ultra Sun and Moon. Before shiny hunting on stream, I didn't do a lot of shiny hunting. I know that may be like a little bit of a shock, but I more so cared about completing the Pokedex than anything. But I hunted that. I hunted Poipole. In Ultra Sun and Moon, got that. Single hunted that too, both of those. You're still doing the storyline in ZA? Yeah. Yeah, I can't do the storyline until I get Inkay though. And then what are some other hunts that I did just in my free time? You guys know the Regigigas story. I've told that in a video before. When Gold and Silver came out on the Virtual Console, I hatched eggs and I got a shiny Pineco. That was obviously when the game, that's when I started making content, but I never made a video on that. How many shinies today? 2. Scraggy and Skrelp. We needed Skrelp. So we're up today. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what ones I actually went out of my way to shiny hunt prior. Because a lot of the shinies I got growing up were just from playing the game a massive amount. Like every game, I have found a random shiny. Every single Pokemon game. I really don't think that there's an exception to that. That's even happened on stream, like playing through a game. Like you guys remember when I played Emerald, we talked about Horsey last stream. And then we have Doduo when I played Crystal. That was the first random shiny I ever got in Crystal, I think. And then if we go back to all of the games, Fire Red was Eevee. I didn't shiny hunt it, just the gift Eevee just happened to be shiny. Leaf Green was Pidgey. That was my first shiny ever. Emerald was Magnemite in New Mauville. I've never got one in Ruby. Never got a wild shiny in Ruby, and that's because I didn't grow up with Ruby. I grew up with Sapphire. But even then, I don't even know what shiny did I get from Sapphire? I know I got something, I just don't remember what it was. It's somewhere in my Pokemon home. Yeah, the first shiny Pokemon I think I ever hunted for was Absol, because I wanted Mega Absol in X and Y, and so I hunted in the Friend Safari. And then even after I got that, I didn't want to continue shiny hunting. I just did it because I wanted that one singular shiny, and then I moved on. And I watched people shiny hunt in streams though. Like back in 2013, people were shiny hunting. Not many. But I remember watching Justin Flynn. I think that was the first live stream I ever watched on Twitch. You still have your first shiny ever? Yep. In multiple games, believe it or not. I know that doesn't sound right, and it's not cloning. But I have the shiny Pidgeot in Pokemon Home, I believe, but I also have it in Battle Revolution, which I think is way cooler. Because if you don't know, when you play Pokemon Battle Revolution and you connect your game, you don't send Pokemon to Battle Revolution. You basically take a screenshot of every single Pokemon you have in your PC boxes. And I have a screenshot of like circa 2008 permanently on my copy of Pokemon Battle Revolution. The only time that it would ever get overwritten is if I connect again. But I don't ever plan on doing that, and so I have that save file forever. And it has so many cool Pokemon in there. It has my first shinies that I ever got. It has my first Pokemon that I ever got, which is my Swampert. It has pretty much every event Pokemon that I ever got. And a majority of the Pokedex. Most of them are not usable because they're too low level to be used in Battle Revolution, but it's very cool and nostalgic for me. But yeah, I do have, I think that Pidgeot is in Pokemon Home. If it's not, it's at furthest back, it's probably in Ultra Sun and Moon. I just never put it in Pokemon Home. But I do have it somewhere. Yeah, we're still in the sewer. Yeah, in 10 minutes, we're gonna check for Inkay again. Would someone or some people help me complete my Pokemon Home Pokedex? Type 1 if you want to help them right now. How much money do you get for each stream? It totally depends. It totally depends. You know, I'll be honest with you, chat. Like, it's probably more than you would expect. It's probably more than you'd expect. I will tell you, when Fire Red Leaf Green came out, that is the day that Fire Red Leaf Green came out, that is the most money I've ever made in a single stream. Like, I will never make that much money in a stream ever again. Because everybody went to my channel to redeem to get the Pikachu sub badge. There are people in chat right now who still have that sub badge. I'm pretty sure that one singular stream, which mind you, I streamed for like 16 hours or something like that. I'm trying to think of how much I made from that one stream. I want to say it was like $7,000 or $8,000. There's never a time where that will ever happen again. That would be sick if it was, but absolutely not. But like, okay, to give you perspective, you can find out how many people use the how many people redeem sub badges. It's like an online thing. 20%, chat, of the people who redeem to get that sub, the sub badge or the Pikachu 30th anniversary badge, they got it from my channel. I was 20% of the total gifted subs for that entire event. And I didn't even stream the entire event. It was available. And I didn't even know that until after it happened. I remember Nimmy told me about it, and I was like, there's no way that's true, but it was. Yeah, every single 30th anniversary badge, 20% of them came from my channel. So thanks. You do make more from ads? I mean, yes, based off of like stats, if nobody subbed to me, I would actually make more money. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah, just off of ad revenue, I would make more money from people not being subbed, but it's kind of also not true at the same time. But I ate like 10 ads today. Yummy. Turbo, I still get money from Turbo. There's not a scenario where I lose money. Even if you're not subbed and you have Turbo, I still get a cut of that. Which is good. That's a great feature to have. Everyone should be a YouTube member. Phillips, you and Radio really hold it down. I actually think I have 5 members, believe it or not. I have 5 members on YouTube. Yep. And they love what I do. They really do. So thank you guys for your support. I appreciate it. Do you have YouTube memberships? Yeah, I turned them on, I think 5 or 6 years ago. My renewal just happened 10 minutes ago. Listen, Phillips, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you want to cancel that, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't. You know, I don't think anything's gonna change over there. Well, listen, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Like if you want to get Hulu Premium instead of John Gaming subscription on YouTube, I would honestly entertain it. I would say go for it. I have the badge next to my name in the comments. We'd love to hear it. I tried to sway him. You saw it. You do get a sub badge. Yep. Also, I think there's a feature if you are subscribed or like you are a channel member on YouTube, your comments get pushed higher up before everybody else's. Yeah, the member comments get the top of the video comments. Yeah, and so if you want everybody to see what you say, you can subscribe. Do you stream on YouTube? No, I don't care to. No. Yeah, it is truly pay to win to talk in. Because here's the thing, the people who always get the most likes on a YouTube video are people who have check marks. That's usually the scenario. Or if the person who made the video hearts one of the comments, those instantly get pushed to the top. And I sometimes heart some comments here and there, but usually it's the checkmark people. So if you want to get ahead of them, that's how you do it. Which also I found out they're not dishing out check marks anymore. They're not handing those things out lightly anymore, which I feel like is so backwards because they're dishing out the 100K and million plaque buttons like they're little pieces of candy. But they don't like, you have to go through hoops just to get your check mark on your account. Because originally, if you got your check mark, you got the plaque. You got both of them at the same time. The moment you hit 100K, you go reach out to their customer support. They'll be like, oh, you hit 100K. That's super epic and cool. That's what they told me. And then they gave me check mark, and then they sent me a link to get my 100K plaque. I don't know. At least you get the plaque. You can brag about that if you want to. Just wait until they stop the sub plaques. No, they quite literally are churning them out, and they changed how they look so they could churn more of them out. Is it true you have to buy the plaque? If you want a replacement, yes. Where's yours? I don't actually have it by me. I don't have it near me, but I do have it. They look so cheap now. The reason why is because of YouTube Shorts. Yeah, they don't, because so it's, I know people are going to be discouraged if you are a creator. It is so easy to hit 100K now. It really is. Like, think of how many people upload one viral video on TikTok and they're like, oh, I want to have more subs than Mr. Beast. Clearly that's not going to happen to them. But they're like, did you guys know that if you subscribe to my TikTok account, every single follower I get takes away one subscriber from Mr. Beast? And then a bunch of people will just follow, and that one silly little viral TikTok will gain them 70,000 followers. It happens on the daily. And imagine it on YouTube. It's the same deal. People will just be like, subscribe if you like oranges. I like oranges. Boom, 20K. And because so many people were doing that, they had to make the plaque smaller so it costs less for them to do it. And that's also why they're cracking down on the concept of original content. They're not giving, they used to give them out for anybody who hit the threshold, and now they're not giving out to anybody unless they are truly original content, and that's so subjective. Like, I can understand if it's like a clips channel, why they wouldn't want to do it. I think it's definitely negative on the space of streaming and making content.
Chicks.
However, the term original content in the realm of fair use is such a broad spectrum, and they lean way more to the side of like, if you just reuse any footage that's ever been on YouTube, that is not original content, which I think is so like hypocritical to the whole battle of fair use being a thing on YouTube for so long. But that's beyond my capabilities of, you know, how that's handled. They should make the YouTube plaque more strict requirements. No, because then people would be less incentive to use the website. If they know that if they just really grind out to get 100K and make a bunch of videos, like, they don't want it to be known that it's really hard to get them, because the incentive is less, and so less videos would be made. Zash, thanks for the 6 months. I appreciate it. 6 month. They just charge a small amount for the first one. That I can get behind. Yeah, if you want to get a replacement of like, if I were to get a replacement of my silver play button, I think it's like $100, $75 or something like that. That's what it used to be. I don't know how it is now. Like, I could order 20 of them if I wanted to send enough claims. I won't, but you can do that. If you get approved enough times. They just send you basically a coupon code that you go to the website and you can just enter the coupon code, and then it will let you go to purchase one. It's check time. Let's see. Inkay. Shiny Inkay, please. Do you have the OG silver one? No, I have the second one. No shiny. No, there have actually been 3 iterations of the gold and silver play buttons. The original one, if you remember, used to be an actual disc that was inside a giant black frame. And then right before I hit 100K, I think it happened in like 2016, they changed it to like the sleek version that you know now. And then a few years ago, all they did was just make them smaller. But yeah, I have the second one. Use your points, chat, please. It is essential to our gameplay experience. Without your points, I can't game. It would be cool to get a gold play button at some point. I think realistically, with enough uploads and gaming, it could happen. It'd be neat. I don't ever see myself going further than that. You know, just like realistic expectations. I think the OG gold one had two slightly different sizes too. I mean, the gold play button used to be huge. And that's because not many people had 1 million subs back then. You know, I think when they had those, there were maybe maximum 1,000 people who had 1 million subs. And now it's an insane amount. Insane amount of people. You think you will get a diamond play button? No, never in my life. I'll go as far to say I don't think there is a dedicated Pokemon content creator that will ever hit 10 million. It just won't happen. It's just, which is crazy to think about for how large Pokemon is. I really don't think we will see that. Like the largest Pokemon creators that are dedicated to making Pokemon content, the highest I have seen is like 3 million. Yeah, I guess Mr. Beast is technically a Pokemon YouTuber. Just people don't know that. What about the Pokemon Company channel? How many subs do they have? 4 million? Maybe. How many shinies did you find today? 2. And we're hoping to get 3 today. We're hoping to get that Inkay. That sweet little Inkay. I wonder why that is. I don't really know. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't know. That's just kind of the way that it is. What shinies are next? We are going to hunt in Zone 14, which is going to be very fun because it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast. Maybe look a little bit in depth about Justin Flynn. Yeah, no, he stopped because he had health concerns, and I don't think he's ever described what his health concerns are, and quite frankly, none of my business. But yeah, he used to stream a very long time ago, and he was the shiny hunter, streaming shiny hunter for such a long time. Like that is truly elite ball shiny hunting knowledge. Like old YouTube shiny hunting for like modern games, that it was him. He was the GOAT of radar in X and Y. And chain fishing. Bro could chain fish. But truly that was the best Gen 6 radar for the longest time. And that was based on no information. Like we didn't even know about the birthday trick until what, last year?
What up, sewer boys? Also new sub badge, I think.
Freya, thanks for the 66 months of Prime. Thank you so much. Is it a new badge? Maybe. Yeah, no, from my understanding, he just had some health concerns, so he couldn't be consistent with streaming, and so he just stopped. What's the birthday trick? If you play, if your date on your Switch or your 3DS is the same date as your birthday in your profile settings, then you get a doubled chance of having fast music happen where every single encounter has a 1% chance of being shiny. And so every time that you play, rather than setting the console to your birthday, just set your birthday to whatever the day is that you're hunting. And that was prior to you know, nobody knew about that for the longest time. But yeah, I believe that was the first streamer that I ever watched. Like that was pre Twitch Plays Pokemon. I think. Back to our conversation though about like size of content creators, because I really, obviously I don't ever think of like myself especially like this, but genuinely I think I am the largest shiny hunter like on YouTube, at least in English speaking. I don't know anybody who dedicated shiny hunts. Like there are people who shiny hunt, but I don't think that there's anybody who has more subscribers that exclusively like their thing is shiny hunting. Purple Cliff, Jack doesn't shiny hunt at all. No, I don't think so. He fails them. But he doesn't go out of his way. Yeah. PM7, no, he just kind of does everything. Yeah, I guess that's true. A Drive. Yeah. It's just he doesn't really make content anymore because he does the TCG. So, but I guess like numerically that's still true. So yeah, it still would be him. Yeah. But isn't that kind of crazy though? Catherine is very close to me. Yeah, Catherine has like 500 or 600K now. Yeah. I don't know. I do find that interesting though. For how popular shiny hunting is, you'd think that there would at least be a couple people who are at a mill. At least a couple people. But besides you, I only watch small shiny hunter streamers. I mean, the reason for that is obviously preference, but also there just aren't a lot of Pokemon streamers, chat. That's another thing that blows my mind. There just are not a lot of Pokemon streamers. Like on Twitch, there are maybe like full time, I want to say less than 50. For how enormous this franchise is, that's a little bit crazy, don't you think? Yeah, a lot of people just kind of straight up quit. Cap, thanks for the 4 months. Anyways.
Balls.
That's true. Type 1 if that changed your life. I would try streaming full time. I think that streaming is definitely a fun hobby. And it could work out in your favor. You know, I think there's a lot of benefit, especially if you're young. If you have any interest in trying to make content, I think it's worth it. Really is. Because think about it, you have so much advantage over everybody else. You really do. For knowledge in both Pokemon, but also knowledge in just being young. Like this is realistically the only time that you'll have, or most people will have, to become like a content creator. Because it only gets harder as time passes. There are more people who are gonna show up, right? It's kind of like when we talked about Platinum, like buying a copy of Pokemon Platinum. The best time to buy it was yesterday. The best time to get it now is now. If you ever have an interest in doing it, just start it on the side. I started making content at 31, and juggling content at the same time as working full time is so hard. Absolutely. Yeah, I always talk about my origins of making content. I used to work in a warehouse for 11 hours a day. Not every day, but 5 days a week. And what I would do is if I worked, I would work the entire shift. I would go home and I would work on videos until I quite literally couldn't be awake. And is that healthy? Absolutely not. But it got the job done. It happened. Warehouse work is a lot of tough stuff. Okay, so I did not do any lifting in the warehouse because I was asthmatic and I'm very liable. I did like clothing return sorting. And so while it was not a lot of physical work, it was a lot of mental work because I sat alone and I couldn't have any music. I just had to sit there in my thoughts for 10 hours a day. I got 1 hour of break. 1 hour worth of break every single day. I had 3 breaks a day. But it was 2 15s and a 30. But yeah, I mean it's hard. No matter what age you're at. It's hard to be able to try and do 2 full-time jobs. And some people do that. Some people have to. It's not even like an interest thing. It's like some people genuinely have to have 2 full-time jobs to make things happen. Yeah, I mean, if you have the free time to make content and you want to, why not? Like, what's the thing stopping you? Aside from fear. You get over fear. Now you sit alone all day talking to strangers. I'm not alone if I have you guys. They've been saying that. They've been saying that. You guys are here. You got Scrub, we're actually making progress. Yes, we are. We absolutely are. At least you have music now? What do you mean? Like the background music? I think he likes us. I like streaming, and I like shiny hunting, and I like clicking, and I like hamburger hot dog. I like hamburger hot dog. Yeah, but we bully you. One thing I will give you guys credit for, and I do not want you to take this in the opposite direction after me saying this. You guys are significantly nicer to me than you have previously. After me bringing up how I felt about a lot of people in chat, I am very appreciative of the fact that you guys listened and received that properly. We can change that, and I will act very swiftly. This is not an opportunity to stunt in front of chat. It's not. And you think I'm playing. I'm not. I got no shame, chat.
My monthly hot dog Burkle.
Yeah, and one thing that I have noticed is the people who used to routinely do that don't show up anymore. Which is like, it's hurts in the sense that that's all I was just somebody to make fun of. But for the best, right? It is a shame though, that that's the reality. It's like, oh, I can't make fun of him anymore, so there's not really any point of me being here. It's not like an opportunity to like change personality. It's just like, that's just my, like, let's just find somebody else to do that, you know? Is what it is, though, you know? And also, I mentioned this when I had that conversation. This is a while ago, but when I had that conversation, I put it up on myself. You know, I really only have myself to blame because I set up that system, right? I can take accountability for that. But either way, I do appreciate that you guys are very lighthearted in the way that you act. Streaming at the beginning can be very mentally draining, especially if you stream for like 5 hours and only get chat messages from bots who sell real viewers. You know what's so funny is I had no idea that was a thing. I truly had no idea that that was that big of a deal in streams. But it is. Yeah, if you stream and have a low view count, it happens to everybody.
Hello? Hello?
Elvonournourn, this is Professor Sycamoron, c'est magnifique. Ivature shiny inke.
You ate inke?
It was incredible soupe à l'oignon.
Nails! 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 Nails!
That's it. That's it. That's the final straw. This can't get any worse! Come on, guys. Trying to have a good time. Oh, stop. That's not good. That's not a good thing when I blow up. That's really bad. And you guys should be sad about that. What happened to being sad about your streamer blowing up? Now no one cares when it happens to John Gaming. Everybody just expects it to happen. That was an expensive international call, yeah, and I hope you're paying for that, because I'm surely not. I'm disputing that charge from my bank. That looked like it hurt. Yeah, explosives do hurt. It's canon, yeah. We knew you'd get back up because you're that guy. Holy moly, that's so nice. What the heck? That was so nice. Thanks for the 5 months. We're so up, everybody. This makes me want to get Shiny Inkay so bad right now and have a huge epic reaction for a video. God, that would be such an awesome day. John, there's a chiropractor's office next to my work named Johnstone Chiropractic. Yeah, so actually that's a collaborative thing. So if you go and get chiropractic services, they actually throw me on the TV for you. You can't ask for anything else. If you ask to not watch the stream, they'll turn down the volume a little bit, and if you ask to turn down the volume at all, they give you like a little cross look, and then they change it to the YouTube channel instead. You have to watch me at some point. How's the challenge going so far? Is it better or worse than you expected? It is, this is in a not angry tone, but it's way worse than I expected. Any of the difficult hunts, I have been given the over odds treatment. Very few hunts have been in my benefit. And obviously, you know, the course of hunting, you're gonna, with the sheer volume of Pokemon you have to get in this challenge, some are going to be really nice to you and some are gonna be really rude to you. That's just how it works, and nobody, statistically, is gonna have an easy time with everything, right? That being said, most of the really rare and hard Pokemon to get were way harder than they needed to be. How many Pokemon are left for the challenge? 15. Gibble was only like, it was bad, but like Aerodactyl. Every single fossil that I hunted was over odds, chat. And it wasn't like light. It wasn't like 4,200 encounters instead of 4,096. The easiest over odds hunt that I had for the fossils, hold on, let me pull the number for you, was 5,040. That's fine. It's a little over odds, sure, whatever. Amora was 6,660 encounters. That's a little bit worse. It's odds and a half, whatever, who cares? Aerodactyl, I genuinely was like, man, this is gonna be, you know, those both were over odds, so this one should be under odds. 14,310. I had to have skipped over a shiny at some point. Like, there's no chance. There's no chance. 14,000 encounters of Aerodactyl? Surely not. And generally speaking, for this entire section, things have been better. Everything up to the sewers was actually pretty good. Like I finished Wild Zone 12 in like a day. Wild Zone 11 took me 2, maybe. No, we finished Wild Zone 11 in a day. Wild Zone 12 took 2 days. And then everything in the sewers was just kind of stinky and sad. Your videos inspired me to start hunting myself. What are you looking for? What are you trying to track down? But yeah, I mean, like I said, the rest of this challenge is gonna be pretty easy. And you'll see. I don't really have to explain it. Like, if you know what it resides in the rest of this challenge, it's all just like pretty standard spawns. Like the last shiny that we have to hunt is obviously going to be the hardest out of all of the ones that are available. But they're gonna be the shortest sections in the challenge. Like there's no realm aside from Mareep. Mareep will always be the shortest section because it was one free shiny that you get. Aside from that, these last 3 sections are gonna be relatively the same length for the most part, except for maybe the last one. If I just looking at what's available, I would say the next section is probably the shortest. How's Beldum? Beldum is insanely easy to get. It's one of the easiest shinies to get in this game. So, yeah, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. That was going to be the last hunt, but I think it's way too easy. Can't wait for the 3 failed shiny Froakie clips. That one I'm really excited to do because it's gonna, I get to do an Absol Blogs video. I want shiny alpha failings. Get me that, and I'll get a Froakie along the way. That's the game plan. Chad, are there any games you're excited for this year? Any big games? I feel like I'm just behind on the times. Star Fox, when is that even out? Dragon Quest, I've never even played a single one. Never played a single one. Forza, I have always been so envious of those racing setups. I wish. Is GTA 6 still coming out this year? It is, yep. Yep. It absolutely will. And to people who say it's gonna get delayed again, they have quite literally said they cannot afford to delay it. They can't do it. Because the company that owns the Grand Theft Auto series is called Take-Two. They said in a recent quarterly update that they do, because obviously, like, if you're a stockholder, you get known about like what they're planning on doing to show like whether the stocks are going up and down and whether you should hold on to it or why you should save it, right? They said in their recent quarterly update that they quite literally cannot afford to do it because the release of the game is basically the future of the company. Like, if that game tanks, the whole company goes. That level of we need to release this game. Which it shouldn't be surprising to you, but it also shouldn't be surprising that that game is going to sell better than any video game ever. That's just, like, it's not a fact, but it sure feels like one, you know? That is the most hyped video game of probably our entire life. Whether you like the game or not, it's hard to argue that. It won't be more than Minecraft. Well, let's look at it from a different perspective. Best-selling games of all time. Is Minecraft #1 or is it Tetris? Which I think is a false thing. It is Tetris. Okay, so Minecraft is #1. Tetris isn't really fair because it's a pack-in title, and Tetris is just any Tetris game. So like that, even if you had a LG NV3 and you had Tetris on it, that counts as a sold copy of Tetris. That doesn't make sense, right? Minecraft has sold 350 million copies. GTA 5 has sold 225 million, right? That is a significant difference, right? 125 million copy difference. And GTA 5 will never surpass Minecraft. There's just not a chance that that would happen. Even if they re-release the game, there's no, and they have. At every console since release, they've done it actually. Aside from, I think, the Switch 2. But I'm sure that they will at some point. That being said, I think that the hype surrounding GTA 6 is way more, even though it's kind of dead right now. The moment that they announce that the pre-orders are open for that game, the hype is going to go through the roof because it's now tangible and it's real, right? To put in perspective, when was GTA 4? GTA 4 was 2008, right? If we're not including the DLC that came out for that game, people had to wait 5 years for that game to come out. Back in the day, 5 years for a game to come out is insane. That's a tremendous amount of time.
The ads have won, take my money.
And now, it's been 13 years since the last one. They are going to break every record you could possibly imagine. They will. We're seriously forgetting about Elder Scrolls 6. The issue is that we don't actually know if Elder Scrolls 6 is real. I will always stand on the belief that they made that because they had nothing else to show for that presentation, and they wanted something for people to hold on to. We have seen zero gameplay. I don't think a single thing is leaked about Elder Scrolls 6, which even proves more that I don't think anything exists about that game. So, I wouldn't even, like, that is an anticipated game, but I think it's as anticipated as Half-Life 4. Like, conceptually, that game will probably come out at some point in the history of time, but there's no proof that that's anytime soon. So why be hyped for it? It's like they're gonna make a Gen 17 of Pokemon. Is anybody itching to think about that right now? We've got so much time until then. But point is, if any game is to beat Minecraft, it's gonna be GTA 6. I can't think of another game that would do more than that. Because look at it this way. Elder Scrolls, specifically Skyrim. What is Skyrim ranked? Skyrim isn't even in the top 25 most sold games of all time. It is 31. Like I don't think I think that the next one would do better than Skyrim. I believe that. Then there's also games, oh, never mind. Yeah, there's other games that I don't think should be in this ranking system. Overwatch is number 11 with 50 million units. While that is true that they have 50 million units sold of it, the game is free now. And so anybody that plays is considered a unit. The game used to be $60 when it came out, but it's not anymore. So why would that metric matter? You wanna know an insane one? Number 5 is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Between the Wii U and the Switch, they've sold almost 80 million units. $80 million is an unbelievable number. And it was only lightly a pack-in title. Because I think it's fair to say that out of those 80 million units, because how many, there were 10 million Wii U's, and not all of them came with that. It's check time. All right, let's see. Survey says, Inkay. No shiny. You think they'll charge $100 for GTA 6? Ooh, this is a take that I have that people do not like when I bring it up, but I'd rather double down on it. If the game has $100 worth of content, I would pay $100 for it. If any video game has $100 worth of gameplay that I would get out of it, I would pay the money. And that's why I buy used copies of Pokemon Platinum. Those games are $150. So, if I can get, and I would like to note that I am privileged enough to be able to do something like that. I know a lot of people buy maybe one brand new game. Maybe one. But I would, yeah. As long as that it is actually worth the money. Absolutely. But my opinion doesn't matter because I'm one person. Once again, one privileged person, especially. My opinion on that matters less than anybody, really. It's just it's more so what would you spend, chat? As a general consumer, let's just say like the best Pokemon game ever is coming out next year. Winds and Waves is everything you could possibly imagine from a Pokemon game. What is the maximum amount of money that you would spend on a game? Just in your head, imagine the best Pokemon game that you could ever experience. Whatever that is in your realm. More than 60, would you spend $60 or more than $60 on that game? What would be okay for you? $100? Then probably it would be $100. As a general consumer, I think $50 just to make it available to the poorer audience. FOMO is a beautiful thing. People will go insane lengths. That's why we have Klarna, chat. Klarna is the FOMO, the most FOMO friendly thing you could have. That's why Rent-A-Center exists. Aside from when they have game consoles at Rent-A-Center, for clarification. People rent couches. I understand that. Or renting an Xbox One from Rent-A-Center for 25 years is the definition of FOMO. But yeah, I mean, I could see it being more than $70. Because is that not, like, I'm so ill-informed with how, like, Xbox and PlayStation run things. But main, like, AAA titles on those consoles are $70 now, right? Like, an overwhelming majority is $70, I believe. And so, obviously, minimum, it's going to be 70. There's no reason for them to sell it for less. Like, they're going to make billions the first week, chat. My hard read is their first week, they're going to make $3 billion off of GTA 6. The reason why I say that is because they made $1 billion off of GTA 5 first week. So, it's going to be more. That might be a low ball, sure. But like I said, they're breaking records regardless. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Can you run with your Garchomp while doing this route? No, because he makes too much noise. Winds and Waves is gonna be $80 each. No, I don't think that they would do that, to be totally honest with you. I could see it being 70. Absolutely, I can see it being 70, but I don't think that they will ever go above that price point, because the reality of new Pokemon releases, and this happens every new Pokemon release since the beginning of time, essentially. The only game that did not get dealt this hand was the first one, because it was the first one. But everybody's got something to say about a new Pokemon game. Everybody does. There's always something wrong with the game.
Pokemon.
And I think the last thing they want to hear is, oh, this game isn't worth that price. I just can't see it happening. And maybe I'm proven wrong. Who knows? Right, but thanks to the 7 months. I appreciate it. We talking dollar? Yeah, we're talking dollar. Yeah, I don't see I don't see Pokemon being, the next Pokemon game being more than $70. I would be shocked if it was 70. I would just expect it to be 60. Or actually, wait, this game was $70. Never mind. Yeah, I would expect it to be 70 then. People are crying that the Switch 2 has no exclusives. People were saying that, I don't think people say it anymore. People said it when the console first came out, which, duh. Yeah, the brand new console has no games on it. Absolutely. You could find so many consoles in history that have done that. Dare I say, nearly all of them. The only one that I think got away with that is the Virtual Boy. The Virtual Boy had every game on its console on launch. That's because it died in 8 months. But, I mean, let's look at it from a different console. What games, I know people always say PS5, but I feel like that's low-hanging fruit. What exclusives does the Xbox Series X have? I know less Xbox exclusives than PlayStation. I really do. Because anything that you say, it's on PC now. There's no incentive, and that's the reason why there's no incentive to buy one is because they set that system up. They want to sell games, not consoles now. Because Halo, the next Halo is going to be on PlayStation. They don't have Forza anymore. Gears is on PC. Viva Pinata. They have Viva Pinata from 2008. People always want to trash on Nintendo, but never with Xbox and PlayStation when they do so much worse. I think that in terms of what I want out of gaming, I think Nintendo is doing it the best right now. And that can change. Even Gears is on PS5? See, I didn't know that. Huh. Yeah, I think right now, Nintendo is doing the best thing. And that's because the Switch is such an unbelievably good idea for a console. And they executed what they wanted to get out of it very well. So well that everybody else tried to do it. It's the same thing with when the Wii came out. Everybody tried to redo motion. And they did it, and they sold well, but they sold well by force. There was a point in time where you couldn't have an Xbox One without having a Kinect, and they had to back down from that because everybody was like, we're done with motion. It's 2013, not 2009 anymore. And don't think we forgot about Project Milo. We didn't. We know what you did with Milo, Xbox. You left him on that poor swing on the ad. Your laugh sounds a touch evil for some reason. That's because I'm in my evil arc. Because I'm mean now. You just lost the game and you just revealed that you're 36. That's a larger L than I can ever take. He's evil because Inkay hasn't showed up. That's true. That's true. Blondstone comeback when? Well, it's currently Blondstone is currently in Nimi's Tomodachi life. So now, actually. Currently lore accurate. Yep. I don't know why. She made Johnstone and then she made Blondstone as two different entities. What Shiny Dex is up next? One thing I will say, because I don't ever bring this up, because you guys ask me this every single day. I love that you guys want to see them, because I have so much fun making them. I really do. That being said, I have no idea. I really don't. I think what we're going to do is after I upload this video, chat, I'm going to do a poll on YouTube where you can vote for which one we do next. I think that's the game plan. And the reason why I want to do it after I upload the video is because I will get the most responses. And I want to break a record for the most reactions on a poll that I've put on YouTube before. Because the Gen 5 Shiny Dex, I think when you guys voted for the Gen 5 Shiny Dex, I think like 90 or 100,000 people voted for it. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. I think there was another one that I did that had it was like 125,000 votes in the span of like a month. How over odds are you? Slightly. What are we hunting for? Inkay. We check every 30 minutes. We take a turn and we look around. You gotta do at least one hunt on the Gen 3 ports on the Switch? Yeah, we will. When do you predict that Ruby Sapphire Emerald ports will come out? I've always said this year. I really do. Because like, what else do we have to look forward to? Like, what other Pokemon things are happening aside from Pokemon Worlds? And like a new TCG Pocket set. Pokopia DLC? Is that a thing that's confirmed? Because I haven't heard of that. And I fear that may be a leak. Do you think Gen 5 will be available via remake or port to the Switch? If anything, I think it would be a... If anything, I would see it as a Legends game. Really. Just because there's... That game will have... Or that location has so much potential as a Legends game. They could make 7 Legends games off of Unova and they would still have more options after that. Black and White 3 has to happen at some point. In order for that to happen, they would need to release Black and White and Black 2 White 2. I really feel that way. Because there is so much that happens in those 2 games that you can't not release another game after a certain amount of time. Like it just wouldn't, it would leave so many new fans just in the dark. They would have no idea what's going on. And so what they could do is they could port Black and White and Black 2 White 2 to the Switch so you can play it in advance and then they release that. They did the same with X and Y. Got me there. They cooked me on that one. Wow, and that's so recent. You're absolutely right. Yeah, this game is a sequel to X and Y. I kind of forget that. But yeah, I mean, to answer your question though, the first question, I would expect it to come out this year. It'd be crazy if they didn't, just straight up just didn't release it. But I think that people want a little tasty treat from Pokemon for the end of the year. I really do. The best outcome that I could see this happening is at Pokemon Worlds at the end, they always reveal like new secret stuff that they never revealed before. I think they're gonna show Winds and Waves gameplay, like very limited Winds and Waves gameplay, and then they're just gonna reveal that those are being ported to the Switch within like the month. Fire Red Leaf Green sold 4 mil, yeah. Yep. I can see it happening. Brute, thanks for the 2 months. The absolute worst thing they could do to me is announce it at Worlds and say the game is available now. So please don't do that. Because there was absolutely nothing I could do about that. Well, wait. It's in San Francisco and I'm in San Francisco. There's absolutely something I can do about that. I didn't even think about that. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead, do it right now. I'll drive home. I'll drive right home and I'll play. Jeez, what a great scenario. I hope they port all the way up to Ultra Sun and Moon. Once we get to the dual screen game, something needs to be done visually to change that. I think that the best idea that they could possibly do is do what BDSP did, where you press the right bumper and it will pop out the screen, the second screen in the top right, or wherever you want it to be. But aside from that, because I think that the side-by-side look would function, but it would look really weird. They don't have to worry about touchscreen, because Switch 2 has a mouse. And if not, if you don't want to use the mouse, you can just undock it and tap the screen. They could add a second screen, which has always been a hypothetical for the original Switch. They could have just made a second screen that plugs into the USB-C port at the top of the Switch too. I don't think they're gonna do that. Because how many people are going to actually buy that peripheral and then buy a game? That's so much money for a couple of games. They would have to fully commit. I know that you guys would, because you're nerds. Of course you're gonna buy them. I'm saying the general public. How many people like are going to go out of their way? They would have to set up an entire system of like, hey, we're now incorporating a ton of Nintendo DS and 3DS games to the console. They can't just do it for Diamond and Pearl. It wouldn't be as profitable as they really would want it to be. And they would be scalped like crazy, yes. Yep. Yep. So I think the best option they have is just BDSP style, just pop it out. Have like some button command. Like what they could do is they could have it where you press like L3 or R3 to activate it. That way the bumpers are still being used and functional. How would the stylus work? You can, if it's undocked, you just touch the screen because the Switch is a touch screen. Or you just turn the Switch to the side and you use it as a mouse. That's a feature a lot of people don't know. Is you can turn your Switch 2 controller into a mouse. Do you think they will release Ruby and Sapphire ports at once, or release Ruby and Sapphire and then 1 year later release Emerald? Yeah, they're gonna, I would imagine the best thing, because everybody, if you were given the opportunity of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, you had to buy one game out of those three, which one are you gonna buy? I'm sure there's gonna be a couple quirky people in chat be like, I'm gonna buy Ruby! Everyone's gonna buy Emerald. Everyone. And so, the best thing that they could do is release Ruby and Sapphire, and everybody's like, oh my god, I gotta play Ruby and Sapphire now that it's on the Switch. And then they're gonna be like, oh man, I can't wait for Emerald to come out. And then you bought 2 games rather than 1 game. Surprise. Trick of the day. And if you're a real consumer, you're gonna buy all 3 no matter what. But to the average gamer, it would be smarter to release Ruby and Sapphire and then Emerald after the fact. Or just wait till Emerald and get Emerald. Once again, chat, FOMO is a very interesting thing. Most people do not have that in them, unless they quite literally do not have the money. What about Crystal for Switch? That's how that worked. Or was it yellow? One of them did that same system. Every starter gets a game, exactly. You see it. You understand what they're trying to do. Yeah, it's as cool as dual screen games are, it really does make it insanely difficult for any future porting to happen. Do you think they'll drop Gens 1 and 2 on Switch? No. What's the point? Truly. What's the point? Because I think if they already dropped Fire Red Leaf Green. That's your taste of Gen 1. If they were to drop Gen 2, everybody would just say, why isn't this Heart Gold Soul Silver? We want that. Everybody would want Heart Gold Soul Silver over Gold Silver Crystal. I know Nimi right now, if she's listening, she's like, no, I would get Crystal. You haven't played Heart Gold Soul Silver yet, so you don't know how goated that game is. That will change your perspective. Everything you love about Crystal, it's only better. It's only better. They put it on NSO. See, I feel like they would have already done that if they wanted to. What do you think is the best reboot? One time I was in a 1v3 and it was the final circle and the van was there and my friend was down, but I picked up his card and I rebooted him right before and we clutched out the 2v3. So that was pretty hard. John Gaming. It's true. That's a great point. Conquest? The best reboot, like are you talking about reboot or remake? Because those are two different things. If you're talking about remake, I think still to this day, Heart Gold Soul Silver is the best one. That being said, that game still has flaws. Over odds are we? We're like odds and a half, almost 2. But we got scrubbed today. We did. Yeah, Fire Red Leaf Green is very close. Yeah, Fire Red Leaf Green fixed and added a ton of stuff. And that's really what you want out of a remake, more than anything. Fixing problems that people have with the original game and then expanding a little bit more on that. And despite what people say about BDSP, they did fix a lot of things and they did add more stuff. They made the surfing faster. The surfing is really nice in that game. One of the better games, some might say. They added the Grand Underground. The original Underground, while it was quirky and fun, there was not a lot to do. The Grand Underground now has so much to do. Yeah, they removed HMs in BDSP. That's another thing that people don't really give credit for. Team shared experience. You can say that for, well, not every, just ORAS. Yeah, ORAS and BDSP. The HP meter, that's true, yeah. What does Ultra Sun and Moon count for? Like a reboot or a pseudo remake? No, it's just an enhanced version of the game. That's still in the realm of enhanced. That's just Gen 7's Platinum or Emerald. And then Black 2 White 2 is a gray area because it's a sequel to the game storyline-wise. Ultra Sun and Moon is an alternate dimension. It's an alternate timeline of events happening. Because it's not a sequel. It's an enhanced version that has a different timeline to it. It's like a one-of-a-kind enhanced Pokemon game, I think is the best way to put it. Coley with the 30 months. Thank you.
Wow, the big 3-0.
That's what we like to see, Coley. Thanks for the 30. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just like hypothetically, if things went differently in Ultra Sun and Moon, what would have actually happened? Why do you think they stopped doing a third game like Emerald and Platinum? Because we can now update games online. That's it. So I can skip Sun and Moon for Ultra Sun and Moon? Yep. The reason why they made Ultra Sun and Moon, and to my understanding, is they just needed more time making Sword and Shield. That's it. They didn't need to do that. Yeah, our like Scarlet and Violet, like Indigo Disc, that's just the enhanced version of Scarlet and Violet. That's really what it is. Yeah, there's no point in making them anymore because people won't buy it. And you know, this may come as a shock to you guys if you aren't like tapped into Pokemon game sales, but the enhanced versions of Pokemon games are the worst selling every single time. They sell the lowest charting. Pokemon Crystal is the worst selling Pokemon game from the main series. Pokemon Emerald is right behind it. But you wouldn't think that because Pokemon Emerald is arguably the most popular Pokemon game of all time. At least in our generation, everybody talks about how much they love Pokemon Emerald. But it's because by that point, everybody already had Ruby and Sapphire, so why in the world would they buy that third game? I'm sure you guys would feel the same way. Like imagine if they released a Legends ZA game and they released another Legends EA game this year instead of releasing Mega Dimension, and all it did was include Mega Dimension. Forget the fact that you know what's in Mega Dimension, whether you like that or not. Would you have bought Legends EA again for $70 with the Mega Dimension DLC? And then maybe the Pokédex is slightly different? Probably not, right? Really dedicated people would, who really love the Pokemon franchise and they don't want to miss a moment of Pokemon. But that's how that used to be. It's like everybody had Gold and Silver. That game sold crazy numbers, like 35 million copies or something like that, 28 million. And then Crystal sold 6. That's a lot, but it's not Pokemon a lot. But without Emerald, Ruby and Sapphire would be as good. What do you mean? It would be almost as good. Yeah, but Emerald's better. Absolutely. But Emerald is a better game. Just for what's available in it. Storyline's a little bit better too. And those are the games that balloon in price in the future. Yeah, because they are seen as the best version of that game. Yep. The way that everyone talks about Emerald, they would talk about the other two if Emerald would have never released. Yeah, I guess that's a fair point. But also in that time frame, like when they were releasing games, releasing a game is better than releasing no game. You know, in the era of pre-DLC, like if they didn't release Emerald, they wouldn't have made all of that Emerald money. It wouldn't have bled over into Ruby and Sapphire. It's just now they don't need to do that if they want to make an optimized game. You know, they have more time to spend, you know, like they would release an optimized game which also made them money, fixed the issues that were in the original game, but also gave them a ton of free time to go work on the next game. You know, while they were working on Emerald, the core team was working on Diamond and Pearl. They just had, I'm sure they had just a couple of people, quite literally a couple of people just fixing a bunch of stuff in Emerald. While all the rest of them worked on figuring out how to make Diamond and Pearl happen. But some money is better than no money. Absolutely. Can your character put on a snazzy cap? I don't know why, but I feel like you're really British. British people love their fun hats. They really do. They really do. Was Pokebi a push out? That was weird. What? What was weird about it? The one thing that blows my mind is that Tomodachi Life sold better than Pokopia. All right, let's check. Inkay. Inkay time. Maybe I didn't see it right. Nope, I saw it right. Fair enough. Why do you think they stopped making third versions? I'm sorry, but you missed that whole conversation. You missed the entire conversation. I'm sorry. We just spent about 20 minutes talking about it. We waited quite a while for a new Tomodachi Life. Yeah, that's fair. But you've never had Pokopia in your life. You've never once had Pokopia in your life until that came out. So that was a big deal. That was. Yeah, it's on the Switch one. I always forget that. I'll remember next time we have this conversation. Also, I will be right back. back. I'm back. I just want a little snack. Is that so wrong with me? A little tasty treat? Do you think there'll be a Pokemon Home Shiny Pokemon reward for completing Kanto and Fire Red? Yeah. Someday. The shrine. It's over there by the shrine. Do you have to still have the 2 doors in the stream room? Yeah. Yeah, no, I still have them. Yeah, I brought them with me. I brought them along. Held on to them. Chat, what are you hunting today? Join me. Join me in the sewers, everybody. Game Corner Abra? Nah, but that's fast. Krandos Fossil and what? There's a lot of games you can do that in. Spiritomb and Friend Safari, that's such a rare one too. That's sick. That's sick. X and Y fossils, yeah, that's cool. BDSP Arceus. I still can't believe that I lucked out so well on that. What a great ending to that video. A Living Dex and Crystal. It's a good time. That's a good time. Where are you at now? What's your progress? Living Dex and ZA. I feel like that's fun. Just a pretty casual gameplay. Especially the post game, like everything's there. Amora soft reset. I hope you get a better deal than I did. I really do. Really do. Shiny Big Weasel for the PLA mission. See, I did that and I don't remember how long that took me. I remember it was not kind. That's all I remember. It was just not very kind. But hey, best of luck to you. Masuda Squirrel, I just checked my spreadsheet. I'm at 34% to complete your full dex. Nice. Yeah, Sword and Shield dex is pretty big, especially with the DLC. Ironically, for how much people complained about how little Pokemon were in that game, it's a big Pokedex. It really is. I want to shiny hunt Surfing Pikachu. I think the issue with that is if you do get that, it has to stay in that game. Because I believe at some point there's a threshold where you have to remove the HMs off of it. Could be wrong about that, but I would look into it before you hunt it and whatever your intentions are with that Pokemon. Actually, I think now, doesn't Pikachu just learn Surf? Like in Scarlet and Violet, can't it just learn it? They just gave it to Pikachu now. Yeah. At one point, it was a big deal. Surfing and flying Pikachu, you could get. And it was a huge deal in Gen 4. Because if you remember, with the Pokewalker, there was a special Wi-Fi Pokewalker course that you could get. And if you completed the course and did like a certain amount of steps per day, I think it was 10,000 steps, there's a really low chance that you could encounter a flying Pikachu. And I think, honestly, that's the last time it was ever available, was in that one limited time Wi-Fi distribution. Is that real? No, I just made it up for fun. That's such a descriptive lie, don't you think, chat? Imakuni's Doduo is still cooler than Pikachu's. Nah, I like the balloons. I do. Spiky, your Pichu's so cool, yeah. Never to be seen again. It won't happen. Even if they ported that to Heart Gold Soul, or ported Heart Gold Soul Silver to the Switch, it wouldn't leave the game. It wouldn't. It's a shame. It's a darn shame. There's a small collection of Pokemon that will never see the light of day, but it's it adds a little novelty to each game you play. Like, I don't see AZ's Floette being in any other game than this one, and Champions. Actually, is it even in Champions? Oh no, it has to be because of Mega Floette. Right, never mind. That Pokemon will definitely, it will probably keep going on and on. What are you hunting now? Inkay. You can't see it, but it's around the corner and I'm spawning it in. This is the only way I can really do it. It's so insanely busted, as it should be. I mean, we saw the laser at the beginning of this game. It caught us all by surprise. That little thing could nuke a city. Ash Greninja, yeah, I think that's Dunzo. I live in Mass. Quick question, if you don't mind sharing, do you ever miss the East Coast or that region? No. No. Because here's the reality. The New England area, the general New England area, is not sustainable for most people. Nowadays, it's not. If you live in like New Hampshire, Maine, and a majority of Massachusetts, that whole area is really just a summer vacation for rich people to go and get their summer home. That is the majority of people who live in those areas. Obviously, you have Boston, and a ton of people live in Boston. But most people, because New England is known for like its lake and water access and nautical-esque experience, right? Most people who live in the really nice houses in those locations only go there for the summer. Like the house that is across the street from my mom's house, we were nosy when I went to go see her. They have it, it's an Airbnb. The value of their house, her neighbor's house, is $1.4 million, 1.5 million or something like that. If you want to rent the Airbnb for it, it's like $13,000 a week. They live there sometimes in the summer. It's like it's not sustainable for like the average person, especially if you're young and have no money to get a house. It's just you're not really built to live there. It's just for people who have already made a tremendous amount of cash and have nothing to do with it. And so, yeah, like I could never see myself living there. Like owning a home. It just wouldn't, it wouldn't be good. How's the summer temperature in New England? I mean, it definitely ranges. It's nice. It's nice. If you love hiking and you love, if you love skiing, hiking, most outdoor activities, or if you like the concept of renting an Airbnb cabin by the water and having a nice little campfire with the boys, that's probably one of the places to be. Everything else, though, I'm sure there's a better location for it. Abby Bagel with the 16 months, currently on a 16-month streak.
What if I like the concept of outside but not the reality?
I think that you would like New England, Abby. I think you would go crazy in Vermont, and positively crazy. I feel like you would have a good time. Yeah. And there's nobody there, so you'll never be perceived. So I think that would work out in your favor. There's like 9 people that live in Vermont. And you could be the 10th if you wanted to. They've got room. They've got plenty of space. It's all woods. All right, we gotta check in like 15 minutes. I'm from New York. New England calls to me. I've been to rural Western Mass. See, I've never even been there. You are cool. Thank you. I'll send an invoice to your PayPal. Ben and Jerry are two of them. That's true. Yep. Absolutely. It absolutely is. Chad, do you feel like where you are living right now is where you're always going to live? Whether it be your hometown or a place that you move to, is this where you think it's gonna, you know, you're gonna live your life? Whether you like the idea or not. I hope not. See, for the longest time, I was very complacent. I was like, yeah, you know, I mean, life is life. You know, I'm gonna get that same experience no matter where I am. That's not true. Totally different life experiences depending on where you live. Yeah, I would have never imagined that I was gonna be, especially in California, I would have never imagined that, but hey, you know, that's the way the world works sometimes. Everybody has their own opinions on where they want to live. Some people really like the cold. I don't like the cold. Which one are you missing? Inkay. I have 100 hours in ZA and still haven't beaten the main game. Yeah, I haven't beat the main game yet either. What am I at? Oh, well, once I figure out how to get out of the sewers, I'm sure we can finish that up. I'm sure we can. Are you streaming until you find it? I mean, ideally, that it would be nice. Yeah. I'm in the Los Angeles sewers. I read that wrong, but I'm just gonna make that canon. Bro lives in the Los Angeles sewers right now. Have I been to Tahoe yet? Nope. Nope. You need one more Pokemon for this section. Yes, to get out of rank E. I need to get this simple Inkay. Yeah, no, we're, Nimmy and I have talked about making plans to like venture throughout all of California. Because that's one thing, if you don't live, or if you don't live in the US or just in the general area near California, it's not all the same. All of California is not LA. Thank God, by the way. Thank God it's not. But like the more northern you go, it's an entirely different experience. Like if you want like your hiking and all of that, you go there, right? Southern California, I couldn't even tell you what's there. I just know that it's nothing like where I'm living right now. It's a big state. It's a huge state. Was it hard adjusting to the time difference? No, if anything, I actually like it more. I actually like it a lot more. Because I feel like once I'm done streaming, I still have the rest of my day. Because right now for me, normally, if I lived in Georgia, it'd be 6 p.m. It basically, that's like the end of your day. But right now it's 3 p.m. for me. That's fantastic. I could end stream right now and still have a majority of my day left. Cam, thanks for the 4 months. 4.
Any primers in the chat?
Yeah, I'm not even close to LA, chat. I'm in San Francisco. More to my point, people don't know how large California is. No, if I were to go, it's probably the closest place I could fly to. It's like a 45-minute flight to LA if I wanted to go. Yeah. A friend of mine was visiting San Francisco for work and asked if I wanted to hang out. I feel like you've mentioned that to me before. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. 5-hour drive. Yeah, I feel like Nimi took a drive there for Worlds to Anaheim. She drove to Anaheim from San Francisco. It's a long one. I have my limits when it comes to driving. There's a certain distance I'll go before I don't want to go that distance. Because I've done long driving before. That's in the past. It really is. Is San Francisco near Oceanside, like south of LA? No, it's north. Have the world's invites been sent yet? For creators, yes, and I was invited. Yep. Yep. For general admission, they have been releasing them in waves. So you might have got an email or you might down the road. I don't know. They'll give an announcement when they've given out all of them for everybody, but they haven't really said when. So I would just but maybe they have, and I just don't know. But I believe that I know some people who have received notification that they have been invited and they're able to purchase a ticket. All I know is that they're not done. I just don't know when they're gonna be done. Are we gonna be gaming at Worlds? I hope so. I would like to. Yeah, that'd be fun. And NAIC. We can do cartwheels in the street. I got mine last week. There you go. That's what we like to hear. Very nice. Yeah, it should be a fun time. Especially with like how accessible it is for me, you know? It's not a walk down the street, but I'm close enough that it feels like it. More like NAIC, my friends. That's true. Let's get a round of applause for that. That's huge. Am I going to TwitchCon this month? No. No, I'm good. I have said this year, chat, I want to take less trips. I don't want to. I was so burnt out last year from going to a bunch of different places that I just have zero interest in doing anything other than what is the things that I enjoyed most from last year, or things that are absolutely mandatory, at least in my eyes. I think all flights are optional, but like, you know, seeing my mom, that's mandatory in my head. Is this faster than benching? Yes, because there are no benches in the sewer. Imagine. Imagine. Oh, you're talking about the Zone 11 Inkay? Yes. No, it's definitely faster than that because Inkay is not guaranteed in Zone 11. Why is TwitchCon San Diego in November this year? I don't know. Yeah, because it's 70% Clauncher, 30% Inkay, and there's only 2 spawns, but there are 2 spawns of Inkay here that are 100%. So. If we can get a sauna down here, we can get benches. It is crazy, because aren't sewers notably insanely hot? Or am I thinking of subways? Subways are insanely hot. Either way, I don't think anybody would want to be down here for this many hours. If there's steam tunnels. Wait, Volcanion. Volcanion's a steam tunnel, right? That guy with the camera up was really onto something. See, I don't know about that lore yet. That's next section, I'll figure that out. But I'm excited. I'm excited to be there. It's gonna be definitely a time. It is. Yep. I really would like Shiny Inkay. I know I'm a broken record saying that, but because we found it right now, that would be a perfect opportunity to just go and evolve everything, and we can finish this whole section. How far are you from the Shiny Charm? You can't get the Shiny Charm until you beat the game. So we will never get it in this challenge. What do you think the odds are for getting Worlds tickets? No idea. No idea. I don't know. All I know is that there are more people who have entered to be in this than ever. Than ever before. So, but that doesn't mean that it's gonna be harder to get them, because the venue is larger than the last one. I think the Sunday Championship tickets are sold out. You're talking about like in the stadium? I believe so, yes. Yeah. Which I believe, you know, personally, I think that was an interesting decision. But maybe I don't know the entire thing. Because I feel like that would have made more sense to make it accessible for everybody. To be able to see the finals, but instead it was just a first come, first serve basis as to when you received the notification through email. And some people don't even have the email yet, so they couldn't get a ticket even if they wanted to go to it. Kind of a shame. But like I said, I don't know the entire story, so. When do you check on the Inkate? We check every 30 minutes, chat, so 7 minutes from now. Are there ticket resellers? I don't think so. And even if there were, that's not something I can promote, chat. You know. But well, I mean, what I do know is that they have more tickets. They have more tickets for people. So I think, honestly, the odds of you getting in is the same as it was last year. It's going to be larger. I missed it on World Tickets because the email was sent to me while I was on a trip. Oh, are they time gated? Well, check your emails, chat. I was wondering if it was gonna be a Ticketmaster thing. No, because you have to sign up a whole bunch of things to get it done. I can't imagine. Yeah. Yeah. Even though it is in a stadium, it's not like a stadium ticket. Because the yeah, maybe it isn't that way, but I'm just based off of how it was last year, it was just tied into your ticket. You have 72 hours. Oh. Well, hey, chat, if you signed up to get Worlds tickets, this is your time to check. I wish I could get to fly over to an event like that, but I'm not able to just drop stuff to fly over. Yeah, that's fair. The stadium sold out when not everyone has had the chance to buy the tickets. From what I understand, yes. But they might do a second wave. I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah. I don't really know. We'll just have to see. I think we're due for another update for Worlds, though. Soon. Because, I mean, like, the NAIC is next month, and that's, like, the... I don't think it's the second largest tournament of the entire year, but it's one of them. So, I don't know. I've been on Naval Rock for 3 months hunting Ho-Oh. I've been in the sewers, stinking it up big time. Best believe. They said after they go through the list, they'll open up any of the remaining tickets to the public. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you think Worlds will announce something mainline champions related? Yeah, probably. Yep. This is the Pokemon Tower. This is, it's a multitude of areas, but the name of it is Mount Moon. The Caves of Mount Moon. Yeah, because this is what it sounds like when you're in Rock Tunnel as well. How many Inkay do you think you've seen? Probably like 6,000. Like odds and a half. I don't know. I have no idea. We're just here gaming, chat. That's all we can do. We got Skrelp, and as I always say, so if we get one new shiny a day, you're not gonna hear a complaint out of me. So the last 2 streams, I was valid and complaining because we didn't find anything. But yeah, I would very much like to get Inkay today because I would love to show you the end of this game. Or the end of this section. I think that would be really fun. We'll just see. We'll see what happens. You know, I've been live for 6 hours. Not too bad. Yeah, they're definitely gonna announce some stuff for Worlds, like at the end. They do a closing ceremony and they announce a bunch of new stuff. We just have no idea what it could be. What hunts are in the next section? There are a total of 5 Pokemon we need to hunt. across 2 zones. Butternut, thanks to the 3 months. 13, sorry. Can't read. 13 months of Prime. I've never seen a stick bug in the wild, but you've seen one in chat. We have it. We do. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what they're gonna do with Worlds, especially with like the Pokemon XP stuff, because I just don't. They've been very secretive as to what that entails. We'll just have to see what happens. I don't know. Is it confirmed that Worlds is the MA regulation in Champions? That I don't know. I'm pretty ill-informed when it comes to like the actual competitive scene of like VGC Pokemon. Pokemon XP, it's essentially like if you are not interested in the competitive side of Pokemon, because like some people just want to go to celebrate Pokemon. People want to go to just like have a good time with their friends at a Pokemon convention, right? The point of Pokemon XP is basically you can get a San Francisco Pokemon experience, and so you go and walk around San Francisco and there's Pokemon related stuff that goes down. Past that, they really haven't said much about what it is. So, check time, 1 minute. We do it on the dot, chat. On the dot. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going on with that. Do you have any hunts that you want to do but don't have a reason to do it? Naval Rock, Ho-Oh, and Lugia. Yep. Is it the Pokemon concert thing? No, that's Night Out. That's a totally different thing, and that's not something that I'm gonna go to. Because I'm just not like a EDM concert enthusiast. Let's see, Inkay. Listen. I'm getting real tired of this. I'm getting tired of you. Your attitude is unreal. I didn't raise you to act like this. I would say, yeah, Naval Rock, Ho-Oh, or Lugia. Something like that. I'll stream it at some point. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll do that challenge. I just need to find reasoning to do it. And I assure you we'll have some reasoning to do it at some point. What about you, chat? What's the shiny hunt that you've always wanted to do that you just have not had the time to do? Or the drive? You got shiny Rayquaza and Emerald? No. I would actually be way more interested to go for Kyogre in Sapphire than to get Emerald or to get Rayquaza. I think out of all the 3 legendaries, and while they're all amazing shinies, I think that Kyogre is probably number 1. Deoxys, yeah. It's a great one. Roamers, yep. Better start now. Better start now. Magnemite in Gen 3. Would you do Mauville? Power Plant? So I got mine in New Mauville. Feebas and Sword. That shouldn't be that bad. Gen 5 Latios. See, that's a really underrated one. It's not the most underrated Latios hunt, but it is one of them. For sure. Are you gonna stream until you find it? I mean, that's not my, like... I'm not gonna promise it, but I'm gonna give it my all. Rayquaza and Deoxys from the Delta episode, those are both locked. Yeah, you can't do that one. Can't do it. But yeah. In a very awesome scenario, we find Inkay on the next check, and then we just spend the rest of the stream leveling everything up and then completing the story. That'd be very nice and thoughtful. But also, it's getting really hot in my office. I'm cooking. Is the music from a YouTube playlist or somewhere else? No, it's from, this is my local files. YouTube playlists can't handle videos after a certain like number amount. I don't know what the number is because I forget, but it will basically just break and it will just start looping the same songs over and over. And this still kind of does that, but it happens significantly less. There are so many times where I would have a song or it would play a couple songs on loop and I just wouldn't be paying attention. I would have no idea. And somebody would be like, John, Big Blue from Super Smash Bros. Brawl has been playing for the past like 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, well, it's a good song. It is. Yeah, I also want to compensate just because I haven't been live a lot recently, Chad. I want to stream a little bit longer. I know. You want to do type null and sun and moon? I have to do that twice. There also is a shortcut for that hunt if you did not know. For sun and moon, where you like talk to Gladion to get it, you don't have to do that. You can skip that. If you fill your entire PC and party, so you can't actually receive type null, or sorry, this is Ultra Sun and Moon. Gladion you have to do in Sun and Moon. Ultra Sun and Moon, in the storyline, because it happens in the middle of the storyline, if everything is full and you can't receive it, Wick will take it and you have to go to the Aether Paradise, and it's a shorter cutscene that you have to do. It still takes a while, and it's still full odds, but it's at least faster than Ultra Sun and Moon, so. I'm going to the sewers to help you, thank you, we need it. We really do. The people have been asking. Is it locked in Sword and Shield? Yep. Yep. For some reason, I don't know why, but it is. But any shiny that's in a shiny dex, I have to go for. Yeah, and Poipole is shiny locked. Weird. Weird. I spent 4 hours trying to find Kyogre so I could hunt it yesterday to no avail. In what? DAs? There is a trick with DAs where you can kind of, there's a chance you can roll what you're actually looking for. You just kind of need to prepare a little bit. So what you do is you, put the Pokemon that you want in your party as like the first slot in your party. So if, say hypothetically you want Kyogre, put Kyogre in your party, go do a random Dynamax adventure, finish it, and go talk to, I forget her name. She's on the left side. It's Peony. You go talk to Peony. And she'll be like, there's I think like a 50% chance or something like that she will grant you the Pokemon that's the first slot in your party if it is a legendary. Peonia, yeah. And she'll add it to your list if you just give her some of the gems or shards. It's crazy. I haven't done DAs in a while, so I kind of forget the intricacies of it. But I'm pretty sure that works. So you might have to do it a couple times, but it's at least faster than randomly just searching and sifting through every single Pokemon that's available. However odds are we? I don't know. Over odds. For sure. To give you perspective as to how many encounters we've done so far, just since we started isolated hunting it, it has been 2,000 encounters, just about. We've done about 2,000 encounters just for Inkay today. Hey John, I'm back. Let's mod that guy. I think that's what the people want. Yeah, so I think we are we're probably a double over. Is what it is. You know, that's just how it goes. Can't really control it. Can't really do anything. We just must sit and click. You going for Inkay? Yep. I'm back too. Can I get a mod? Use the wrong 2. And so instead of being a mod, you receive 1 dictionary. How long have I been in the sewers? Probably like 30 hours. Yeah, give or take. Actually, no, it hasn't even been that long. Because I hit 700 hours. Oh, Yeah, no, it's been that much. Nope, it's been exactly that much. 30 hours. And that's the way it goes. John's a stinky boy, and what? You're still here in the sewers with me. You think I'm the only one in the sewers? Mm-mm. Nope, you're stuck here with me. You're doing something I can't, walking and rolling in a sewer. It's not for the faint of heart, I'll tell you that. It isn't. What do you think the final playtime will be? If we're including the soft reset time, like I actually check my Switch, it's gonna be close to 1,000. Because if we were to look right now, we're almost at 900. So, John needs a life. This is my life, and it's pretty awesome. Not to be biased. Yeah, I can see us hitting 1,000. Friend code? Yeah, everybody add me. Add my friend code, everybody. I don't think it's gonna, there's no situation, chat, no matter how bad the odds get, that we will get to 1,100. I really don't even think we'll get to 1,000. Truly, I don't. But close. Like 980, 990. Because think about it, how many, we only have 14 shiny, sorry, we have 15 shinies left. That won't take 100 hours. It won't. There are some shinies, I think that in total, there are, like, for the rest of this challenge, there are a couple shinies that will take, like, obviously Drampa. I would guess Drampa is gonna take, like, 15 hours. That's realistically the worst shiny we have left. But keep in mind, we still have, we only have 13 zones. So there's still another 6 zones that we have to go through in this challenge. And there's a lot of really easy Pokemon that are just super common in those zones. I think it's checking time, not even close, no. 20 minutes, chat. Are you gonna shine the Legends in a different game? We're not doing a shiny dex. This is a totally different video. But at some point, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Are there any story sections with no new Pokemon? No. Nope. Well, if you want to count rank A, yes. There's no shinies in rank A because once you hit rank A, you do the final boss fight and that's the entire game. So, but prior to that, it was rank X. Yep. Rank X was the last time we had to deal with something. Or deal with nothing, I mean. Am I gonna hunt the starters in Zone 20? Yes, but it's gonna be a different video. Yeah, we're gonna do the DLC another time. It will happen. I'm just gonna do it whenever I feel like playing ZA again. I would fully bank on that happening next year. Is Gimme Ghoul shiny locked in Ruby and Sapphire? No, I think you can get it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gimme Ghoul is in Moss Deep, right? Yeah, no, we'll do the DLC in we'll do it next year at some point. At some point. What do you think about them skipping half the alphabet as tiers in ZA? If you had to actually do 26 battles, you would say the game was too long and too boring. I think having 10 sections was a very appropriate and good decision. I always say, put this as a comparison. Imagine if you were to play Pokemon and you had to do 26 gyms before you could take on the Elite Four. That would be so unbelievably boring. They would have no room for any events to happen. You would just be so busy taking down every single gym that nothing would happen in the game. It would just be called Pokemon Gym Leader, because that's all you would do is fight gym leaders the entire time. I think maybe if they were to do a small adjustment to the ranking system, is they should have made it so you jumped multiple times rather than one giant jump. But yeah, the level scaling would be insanely bad. Yeah, you'd be level 100 by the 15th gym. I always see the first 3 ranks as tutorial. I mean, technically it's rank Z and rank Y. What are your thoughts on Pokemon Champions? I think it's a competitive game. I don't know enough, Chad. I can't speak on it. Can't. I can't. Fun fact, unknown question mark and exclamation point were introduced in Fire Red Leaf Green. This is true. So for my living Origin decks, I had to play through all Fire Red Leaf Green and its post-game for 2 Pokemon. But you also get to play through Fire Red Leaf Green and the post-game. That's very exciting. That's a huge deal. And it's accessible now. You can actually play it if you wanted to. I think that's a fantastic scenario. Question is, when do you think they're gonna add compatibility for Pokemon Home? How far out do you think we are from that? Like next month? The month after? It's surely soon. If you made a Pokemon game, which region would inspire your game, like in real life? Let's just think of all the stuff that they have done. I think the most, like, my first thought would be the concept of imagining an open world Australia game. I could see that. I could definitely see that. I just don't know how different the terrain is in Australia when you look at like the entire scope of that continent. If we were to pick like a country instead, I mean, we've never had one in Africa, right? So like, Egypt. That's not really where my mind was going, but yeah. I don't know, I was thinking like Chad or something. Like, yeah, something like that. Madagascar, but here's the thing is that we kind of already have that tropical island experience. We have Alola and we have wherever Winds and Waves is, whether it be like relative Indonesia. But we don't have anything that's like, we don't have like an African country experience. I think that'd be cool. Also Mexico. I feel like that one's free, and I'm surprised they haven't done it yet. Yeah, what is the Aura region? What is that supposed to be? Because Coliseum is Arizona. Yeah, okay. I didn't know. Yeah, never mind. That was a dumb question. I knew the answer to that. I just kind of forgot that the Aura region, in my head, I thought that was like Mystery Dungeon or something. But that's the Coliseum series. And I guess Arizona is close to Mexico, but there's not a lot that goes on in that region. It's a very empty location. during the course of you playing through Coliseum and XD, you go to maybe 7 different locations. That's it. That's the whole game, is 7 different locations. And one of them is, dare I say, not even in the region. Yeah, apparently Winds and Waves is like in the Indonesia area. Like it's partly Indonesia and a like outer lying country. Which that's cool. I'm down for that. I think the location that I would want the least would be Japan, just because we've had so many Japan Pokemon games. We just don't need more. Same thing with the US. I don't think we need any more US Pokemon games, even though like from coast to coast, there's a lot of diversity of terrain that you can experience, but we've already had enough. Like Black and White is supposed to be the entire US, and it doesn't feel like it. It feels like it's just New York, like city and upstate. What shinies do you have so far? Everything. Everything but Inkay. At this point in the game. Unova is only New York? I don't think that's true. Because then what's Humalao City? Isn't Humalao City supposed to be Hawaii? Like there's nothing, like surely that's not Rhode Island. I've been there. It doesn't look like Humalao City, I'll tell you that. I think it's supposed to be like a... Yeah, also there's a desert. Yeah, that's a great point. I think it's just a chopped up version of the US. But like if they were to pick a place in America, where else would they make a game? Because I don't think they would do California, because like it would be the most popular choice. I could see Michigan. Florida. We'll leave that to GTA 6. Yeah, I think the Great Lakes have a lot of potential. Yeah. A Wild West Pokemon game? The Red Dead in me is speaking to me. Ohio region? Hey, how are you? You having a good day? Welcome to stream. Yeah, we get any Ohio enjoyers? I've never been, so I have no idea. Quick question. How many of you just said your state? How many egotistical people do we have in chat? They should do it in my state because we have a Popeyes. And everybody goes. We don't need a Virginia Pokemon game. No. Have you been to Kansas? It's actually the worst. You know, not to slander Kansas. Is that not a flyover state? Like they have a name in the US for states that have nothing going on because people just fly over them. Like what constitutes as a flyover state? Okay, you know what? Say what you will. There are flyover countries, apparently. Dare we tread into that water and see what in the world is considered a flyover country? I'm nosy enough. I gotta know. Africa? Africa's a continent, honey. Let's crack open a book again. Flyover country. It doesn't say anything. There are no examples. it says flyover state, and Abby, the photo example of a flyover state is quite literally a photo of Kansas. So, nailed that one on the head, that's for sure. It doesn't give any examples. I think it's just a made-up thing. Yeah, I don't know. But like a majority of the Midwest, people, there's not a lot going on there. We've got the Corn Palace out there. I know about that. Can that Scraggy be alpha? So fun fact, nothing here can be alpha currently. Can't do it until you finish the storyline, and we never really confirmed it, but I believe that if you finish this storyline with Ivor, then you can't come back here until the next section. And there was no downside to me just staying hunting here, and there's no advantage for me going through and progressing to figure out the true answers to that. And so we've just been stuck here in the middle of this mission. I am very confident I have found more shinies than anyone in the history of Legends ZA in the middle of a mission. Like, think of how many shinies. I found like 150 shinies in the middle of the mission of trying to finish rank Y. Just that one mission. But yeah. Not more shinies than my uncle who works in Nintendo. Joke's on you. Chad, what's the most, if you live in the US, what's the most exciting thing to do in your state? And don't say leave, everyone says leave. What's the most exciting thing that you have to offer? Gamble, okay. Nevada. Beach, okay. Florida. Do you live index your professor challenges? No. And I've said before for this certain one, chat, there's no, you wouldn't want to see it. It wouldn't make anything better. Cedar Point, okay. Be woke, okay. They live in Vermont. What is Cedar Point? Is that where the Cedar Rapids are? Oh, it's an amusement park. Where are the Cedar Rapids? That's in Iowa. Okay. I'm all caught up, everybody. I now understand. Most roller coasters in the world, I'm baby. I do love a roller coaster. Abby, we're not going to an amusement park. I'll tell you that. You can go with my lady if you want. Not me. No chance am I hopping on that. On an unrelated but kind of related note, because somebody mentioned there was some special like national park thing. Have you guys watched the Ryan Trahan series where he's going around to like all like the 10 largest attractions in the US and he's ranking them with his wife? He's done 3 of the 10 so far, unless he uploaded one today. It's genuinely such like a refreshing piece of content. Are you streaming until you get Inkay? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, he just goes around with his wife and they go and do little fun activities. Like they went to Disney World. Which one has Epcot? Disney World. Yeah. And then they went to... What was the second day? Not Mount Rushmore. They just went to Niagara Falls. Epcot Ball. What was day 2? Oh, they went to Washington, D.C. and they did a bike tour around the entire city of everything that was available. Like all the monuments and historical stuff. If you were to if you were to not be from the US, or somebody wanted to come to the US, what do you think is a can't miss thing in the US? Like, somebody ever wanted to visit NYC? No. Sorry. No. I understand because it's the most populated place in the entirety of the US, but boy, chat, is it so like I got enough of it. I went like 3 times and I'm set. Niagara Falls. So they went to Niagara Falls, and I've never been, so I can't speak on it. But when they went, they said it was really fun and breathtaking. And then after that, there's quite literally nothing to do. So it's not something that you would make a day out of, it's something you would make an hour out of, kind of. You have to find something to go along with that experience, right? That being said, yeah, that is a big thing. And also technically that's a Canadian experience, because apparently the Canadian side of Niagara Falls is better because there's a town or city called Niagara Falls that you can visit. I wouldn't know, but yeah, if I were to say, like, my choice would be like not an amusement park or something like that, something that's only available in America. It would probably be one of our national parks. Because, like, sure, there are national parks everywhere, but that national park is only there. Yellowstone. Yeah. Yeah. Talladega Super Speedway. You know what's so funny is there is a speedway in New Hampshire that I would, like, not routinely drive past, but like quite often I would drive past it. Never once have I been to a NASCAR game. NASCAR race, it's not a game, sorry. All right, it's time to check, everybody. Let's see. Inkay, please make it today. Naughty, naughty. Naughty, that's it. Mods, blow them up. That was the wrong person. The wrong person. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Chad, I bought apple juice. It's kind of the end of the sentence, to be honest with you. But I bought some apple juice, but it was literally the best apple juice I've ever had in my life. Uncontested. I don't know the brand. It was from like a Korean grocery store, and it just had an apple with a smiley face on it. What a game changer. Truly. It tasted like they went out there in that orchard and they just milked all those apples. Sometimes I buy a jug of chocolate milk just to feel something. Abby, I am envious of you. For you, don't have IBS. Or you do and you just do not care. But either way, an unfortunate realm that I live in. How many apple? 2. 2 apple. Yeah. You should go to California if you want, like, the entire experience. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, all of California is so different. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend for a person to go to New York City. I really wouldn't. I'm sorry. I know statistically there's quite a few people in chat who live in New York City right now. I just don't like experiencing all of the attractions, or I experienced a majority of the attractions that are in New York City. Like Times Square is really one of those things where you go like this. And then you just move on with the rest of your day. It is truly something that you can totally get the experience out of like photos. And yet everybody wants to go there. I think honestly the food that's in Times Square is better than just the experience of Times Square. Because also people just never bring up the fact, or I feel like they bring it up enough, that if you go to Times Square, you are getting harassed the entire time, unless you act like you are from the area. Like if you walk everywhere with purpose, no one will ever bother you. But if you walk there and you're like looking around and looking up and checking out everything that's there, before you know it, boom, Minnie Mouse is gonna walk up to you and ask you to take a photo. And then you take a photo and then they start yelling at you to pay for it. And then before you know that, you're trying to fight off Minnie Mouse and boom, here's Spider-Man. You're like, where did you come from? Would you go to Central Park? Central Park is honestly my favorite part of New York City. Because it's oddly enough peaceful to be there. Which, if you didn't know, that's actually because of the engineering of Central Park. So when you go into Central Park, it actually dips down. And the whole concept of doing that is there are, surrounded by like a stone barricade. And the whole concept of it is that the sound of the loudness of New York City will go over and up. And so if you're in the heart of Central Park, it's not loud. It's like as loud as the people near you. And some days it's really bad. And some days it's really calm. But it's just like very well-engineered location. Because if you go anywhere outside of there, immediately. That's what they sound like to me. One thing I have learned over the past few years, Chad, is I don't like loud. Which I know it's ironic. Sure. But it does not take much for me to get overstimulated. It doesn't take much. And that is not the place for me. And I think that some people might be like, oh, well, John, you live in San Francisco. San Francisco is definitely a bustling city. It's definitely not New York City. And sure, there's a person, at least one person on every street that you walk on. But it's not crowded. The worst thing about San Francisco is that there are so many hills. You live in San Francisco? Yeah. As of February. One thing that annoys me so much about US cities are ambulances. They're so much louder than the ones in Europe. It's probably because people don't listen in the US. Everybody in the US is super stubborn, and so they need to hear something really loud to talk over their loudness to get rid of, to like get them out of the way. That must be the lore. It gets your attention. How's that band? I really like being here. I do. One big thing that this has over Atlanta is just the fact that the cities are walkable. Like, obviously Atlanta is a walkable city, but in the sense of having public transport, bike lanes, it's crazy. It's crazy how optimized you can make your day. Because Atlanta has public transport, it's just nobody uses it because it's just not good. And it's notably not good. Like, everybody talks about how horrible it is. I long for solid public transit. Do you not get that? I guess, yeah, I don't really remember, like, when I went out there. There wasn't, like, it's mostly just Uber. Driving stick would be terrifying in San Fran. I believe that's how Nimmy learned how to drive. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Have you seen the self-driving cars around town? Are you talking about the Waymo? I've never rode in them. But yeah, I've seen them. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really see the point of them, to be honest with you. But I mean, they're there. They are there. You gotta do it for science? Yeah. We have Waymo in Philly and they're terrible and disruptive to public. I mean, I've seen, there was recent news about, there was a Waymo incident where, and here's the thing, anytime I hear stuff about Waymo, it's not ever positive. I think people just do not want it to exist. But it was a couple months ago, there was a Waymo that drove into an active shooting situation. They had to shut down an intersection because there was a guy who was going on a high-speed chase and his car broke down in the intersection and the police were having a standoff with the person and they just shut down the entirety of the four-way intersection and the Waymo just didn't care and just drove into the entire situation. Not really a great situation to be in for anybody, to be honest with you. I don't know if anybody was in the Waymo when that happened, but if there was, holy moly. Guys, stop! Stop! Cut it out! That's my impression of the Waymo, everybody. How are the sewers treating you? I'm covered in sewage. I'm covered in sewage, everybody. And it's yucky and gross. That's what I signed up for. I did it. It's all on me. It is, it is. Like I mentioned, if we do get Inkay, we have the pleasure of evolving everything. And almost nothing is going to be hard to evolve. Like, Dragalge is probably our worst experience, and we have enough candies to probably get it to, like, level 46. Do you consider, do you? Yep. Sure do. What am I searching for again? Inkay. It's around the corner. Every 30 minutes, we just run and check it. Yep. You stream until you get Inkay? I don't know. We'll see. We've put in a lot of work. We've gone above and beyond today, dare I say. I've been live for 7 hours. But yeah. Yep. How long have I done this in total? Like 740 hours. Any phases? Yeah, we got Scraggy. I get Scraggy. Yep. Yep. And if I don't get it today, or if I don't get it on stream, I'll hunt it tonight, and hopefully I will get it tonight. But also, I want to kind of chill out tonight. I just want to hang out and make a little music and go to bed, you know? This is the last mod for this section? Yep. Yep. That's the game plan. Let's go 24 hours. It will surely show. I mean, statistically, yeah. Yeah, it absolutely will. You're still hunting Inkay? Yeah. Yeah. Top 5 music artists? I feel like that's too hard, to be totally honest with you. I can tell you who I'm listening to the most right now. And I feel like even if you don't like the genre of music, you can admire how, like the production level. I listened to Slayer's new album. It's called Bloodlux, or it's the deluxe of the album that came out last year. but it came out earlier this year, like a couple months ago. The production on it is just unbelievably good. For a kid who is like 18 years old, and most of the entire album is self-produced, it's like truly very, very insane. I'm surprised you don't have a timer up. Nah. Too hard to keep track of anyways. Every single stream I had to start it and stop it. Yeah, when it comes to music, I really like hip hop and rap, so that's my bread and butter. Also, just to clarify, Slayer, not as in the heavy metal band Slayer. S-L-A-Y-R, Slayer. Yeah, chat, what kind of music do you listen to? What's your preference? No wrong answer. Everybody's music taste is elite. I think the worst people are the people who hate people's music taste because it doesn't align with what they like. Orchestral, see? I feel like that's a unique decision. That's like a unique choice. Like a lot of people wouldn't say it's their favorite. That's valid though. Miku. Matt, is that you on your burner? What TV do you have in your room? Like in my living room? It's the Samsung. It's like the Samsung Crystal UHD one. I don't know. I'm definitely not the person to talk to about TVs. I think also a lot of TVs are kind of, unless you're really, really picky about that stuff, the only thing you should really care about is the response time. Any Quadeca enjoyers here? Any Quadeca haters? Wow, we're really getting the whole spectrum. My music taste is whatever sounds good in my playlist. Okay, well, how about this? Chat, do you have playlists? There's some people who don't. Like, you just listen to every liked song you have on Spotify. You just throw that thing on shuffle. I do both. I just listen to albums. How do you listen to albums, though? That's the question. Do you listen to them on shuffle, or do you listen to them in order? Because sometimes that doesn't matter. I think a lot of modern albums don't really matter what order you listen to them in, but some of them do. Like the album that I just mentioned, that's an album because like you listen to in order because every song transitions into the next song. It's all basically, the album is one giant song that's like 45 minutes long. But sometimes you can listen to it on shuffle. Like I think a great example of that where I would do it for both is Kendrick's Damn. I'll listen to that in order and I'll listen to it on shuffle. Like I've listened to it enough in order. I know the meaning. I know it frontwards, I know it backwards. I'll listen to it on shuffle sometimes, why not? Yeah, that album is so insanely good, yeah. Yep, and I have the vinyl of it too. Yeah, I have playlists. I have like my liked that I will shuffle through sometimes. But then I also have my playlist for scenarios. Like if I'm having like, if it's a rainy day, we're throwing on R&B. Will you do the album redemptions again? I could enable that, yeah. Yeah, I could do that. How many songs do you have saved? Because I think I have like 4,000 or something like that. T-Pap or Damn? I think in terms of listenability, I think Damn is way easier to casually listen to. It is not, like, from a technicality and lyricism standpoint, it's not a better album, though. 7,000? Holy moly. Yeah, because, I mean, that album's considered to be one of the greatest hip-hop albums, if not one of the greatest albums ever. So, yeah, it's hard to contest that. Thoughts on country music? Not for me, but like I said, the worst type of person you can be when it comes to music is hating other people's music choices. It just doesn't resonate with me the same way that maybe hip hop doesn't resonate with you, right? I've just spent a majority of my life getting dunked on for the music that I like, and so I don't really, you know, I've only recently been more comfortable talking about it. Because usually people are so defensive about their music takes. Oh, I could never listen to that. I don't like that because of this. Okay, don't. You don't have to. That's fine. There's plenty of music. We're not limited here. But yeah, what if that floats your boat, then run it. People are just very passionate about letting people know they don't like things. Yeah, we don't rock with AI songs. But aside from that, yeah. Anything that's like wildly controversial can also go into that realm. But you know what I mean? Like, in terms of genre of music, you could like polka, and I'd say, send it. Have a great day. I couldn't name a polka song if I tried, though. When do you think you'll end stream? Did I miss anything in the last 20 minutes? Chilling. Hanging out. Just hanging out. Just chilling and hunting. Pokemon was right there. All right. All right. You guys shiny alpha Ampharos? I know where you are. I know where you are. You're right in front of zone 4. Zone 5? 5. You're in front of zone 5 right now. Have you ever just thrown on a Pokemon soundtrack playlist? Yes, every day that I stream, yes. In my personal time, no. No, absolutely not. No. No, I've thrown this comparison around so many times in my live chat. It's like the equivalent of you work at McDonald's all day and you go and hang out with your friends and like, hey, where do you guys wanna go get dinner? And they're like, you know where we should go? McDonald's. After you spent a 10-hour shift making burgers all day, the last place you'd wanna be is McDonald's. You know? My family with In-N-Out. I've only been there a couple times. I get the hype. John, there's a Scraggy right there. Harvard? Yes, the Harvard? Yeah, I get enough Pokemon music in my day-to-day. I don't need more. I truly don't. Even if I'm offline chat and hunting, I don't put music on. I put on a YouTube video and I just lock in and I watch about 30 of them in one sitting. Is this a safe space to say that In-N-Out fries have been mid every time I've gotten them? I mean, you're closest to them, so hey, speak your truth. I don't know. I haven't really dabbled with the fry. I've had a couple In-N-Out burgers in my day. I think genuinely I've had 3 In-N-Out burgers ever in my life. Maybe 2. Because I think, Abby, the day after we filmed the Eric video, I went to get In-N-Out with him. No, it wasn't even then. I didn't even get In-N-Out on that trip, I don't think, unless I got it with you. No. Oh, no, because that's Eric and I went on a dinner date. I forgot about that. That was a nice night. Anyways, yeah, no, I think I've been In-N-Out less than 3 times. And I don't recall having the fries. Nothing's beating Culver's. Culver's is good. They got a lot going on there. They're more than just a burger and fries. Are they also expanding outside of California? believe I heard that recently. They're slowly making their way through the West Coast. There's a Culver's in Arizona. No, In-N-Out. Like they're making more In-N-Out outside of California. What am I watching on YouTube these days? Let's see. What am I watching on YouTube these days? Matt's new video. Yard sailing videos. We talked about it earlier. Album reviews. Beat production videos. And Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Really covering all angles of the internet on this one. Yeah, no, that's it. That's everything. Oh, sorry, and Chief Keef. Big Sosa. And that's all I know. What about you, chat? What are you watching? And Ryan Trahan. I watched Ryan Trahan yesterday. I can send you a video I love on album song orders. Okay. I'm down. I'm always down to find YouTube videos. Honestly, the longer the video, the better. As long as it's entertaining. I really just, I need my time to be absorbed while I'm shiny hunting. Camping videos. Oh yeah, didn't he quit? Because he didn't like how people were acting? Or something like that? Like he just quit making videos of camping? I watched Johnstone. Epic. Epic. Emmy, thanks for the 21 months.
Big 21, whoa.
Epic. Thank you so much, Emmy. Hope you're doing well. People are approaching his wife and kids in public. Yeah, some people just don't know boundaries. Because, like, I'd be fine if people approached me. It happens. But it's within, like, reason. If you're not, like, unbelievably weird to me. You ever rewatch your own videos? No. No, the last video of mine that I rewatched was with you. Which was technically the Let's Go video, and then what was the video we didn't finish? There was one video that we didn't finish. I just don't recall what it was. Emerald Decks, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that again at some point. We just have to find a situation where we are hands-free. Which is, there are not many opportunities to do that, but we definitely can at one point. Yep. But no, I rewatch a lot of videos though, just not my own. Yeah, we found Skrelp. We did quite a few hours ago, and now we're looking for Inkay, and we've put our heart and soul into looking for Inkay today, I'll tell you that. We've spent, as of pretty much right now, 5 hours hunting it. So, where do you get your copies of authentic Gen 5 games? You're gonna hate my response. But I'm being honest, I was there when it came out. I walked into the store the day they came out and bought them. That being said, eBay, but just do your research. You just gotta do your research and determine which ones are real and which ones are fake. And it's one of those things, like, every single game has their own different reasoning as to, like, how you can verify that, and so I can't narrow it down for every single game for you. Because I know people are immediately gonna help be like, oh, if you shine a light through Heart Gold Soul Silver and the Gen 5 games, you can tell if one is fake and which one is real. But apparently they've now figured that out. So you can't do that anymore. And obviously that's not every single one, but that's not the only check you can do on them to confirm it anymore. Yeah, it's really hard to do it now. Or really hard to tell the difference. Because there are really bad fakes. Think of it like sneakers. There are fake sneakers everywhere. Fake handbags everywhere, right? You can tell if you want a certain pair of sneakers, you can see from your eyes a really bad fake pair of sneakers, right? There's always some like glaringly obvious thing, like the Nike swoosh is tilted up a little bit too high in comparison to the real one. That's kind of weird. But then you have the better fake ones, and then you have the almost indistinguishable fake ones, to the point where they honestly just look real. And that's kind of how those game cartridges work. Like, you could find a fake copy of Pokemon Red, for example, and it would be in like a green cartridge or something. Like, clearly that's not the game, right? But then some higher end ones, the labels are not entirely accurate, but boy, are they really close. And then some people just nail it right on the head. And there's so many ways to check those things, but the best advice I can give you is to just do your own research and figure it out. If you don't want to go through that entire effort, which I would say just for your own personal like help in the future, if you want to buy multiple games, I would go through the effort of doing it. But if you don't want to do it, my advice is to just go buy it from a retailer. Because worst case, if it is fake, you at least get a refund. You know, people clown like GameStop and stuff like that, but if your game is fake, they will take your money back. Or they'll give you your money back and you can go and try and get another one. You at least have that level of security. Which through eBay, you can also have that. It's just way more of a hassle. All right, let's see. Inkay. No. Sure. Inkay. Inkay. Well. A darn shame, everybody. A darn shame. I think what we're gonna do, Chaz, we're gonna do one more check. I think that's the game plan. I think we're gonna do one more check and then we'll call it a day if I don't find it. Are you sure it's despawning? Yes. We have done many times. You could literally hear the Inkay across the wall. Luma, thanks for the 7 months. Thank you.
I have my classical Civ exam in 13 hours. Your streams have helped a ton with time management. Thanks so much for streaming.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good luck. Chat, use your buoyants, please. Am I really going out like that? Absolutely, I got Skrelp. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Also, chat, I want to do stuff outside of shiny hunting today. I want to go for a nice little walk. Maybe I go walk by the water and I do like a real dramatic thing where I just like sweep my foot inside the water and like kick up a big fit, you know? Like, man, where's this thing? I think that really adds a lot to my character arc. It's not something you'll see, but it's something deep down that I need to get out, you know? Maybe skip a couple stones as the sun sets. Why not shiny hunt while walking? I've done it. When I hunted Aerodactyl, chat, I had my controller and my Switch, and I was just pressing A as I was walking down the street. I've done it. I have no limits when it comes to shiny hunting. If I need to get it done, best believe I'm gonna do it. Use those points, chat. But yeah, regardless, whether I find it on this check or maybe I find it tonight or whatever, I'll be live tomorrow. We'll still be gaming. And if we put the same amount of effort that we put in today into tomorrow, I think we'll be done with the section. Hal, thanks for the 9 months. Thank you. Chad, what are we having for dinner this evening? It's about 4:30 for me, so I'm getting close. I need to start thinking, preparing. I go for a little walk. What restaurant am I strolling into? Chicken. Inke. Yeah, we could send a message. I could get some squid. Really could do that. Thai food? There's quite a lot of Thai spots near me. Enticing. Spaghetti! Yeah, I could do that. Yep. Banh mi? I've had banh mi this week already. On stream. What, 3 days ago? I think Nimi brought me a banh mi. Yep. Yep. And then yesterday I had a bento box. Post stream, I had a bento box. That was a very nice meal. Do you remember when you lived on vegan nuggets and cherry tomatoes? And honestly, I still would. How often do you hunt after stream? I at least try to. Like yesterday, I hunted for I think 2.5 hours. So it's not like a lot, but I hunted on stream for what, 3.5? So 6 hours, we'll round up. You have calamari? I do like calamari. I do. I do. Here's the thing though, is I wouldn't want it fried. I really wouldn't. Today's not the day to have fried food. It just doesn't feel it. There's a certain temperature where fried food just seems very unappealing, and that is this current temperature that I'm living in. I can get down with Thai food though. Or honestly, so basic, but I would absolutely tear up a club sandwich right now. There has never been a time in my life where it was a wrong time to have a club sandwich. It'll be hot until November. No. What does Nimi want? I think she's sleeping right now, so I have no idea. But that's a great point. Whatever I'm choosing in my head right now, it will not matter whenever I ask her what she wants. Man, a club sandwich should hit so hard. I want pizza. All right, getting pizza. There we go. Where are we going? A Chinese restaurant opened 3 minutes away from me. Is that a downside or an upside for you? Downside for wallet, upside for stomach. Club pizza. Club pizza. You know, she loves pizza. No meme chat. I saw her eat an entire pizza yesterday. It was crazy. Like, I was so impressed. She ate an entire pizza in one sitting when we were out, and I as she was eating the last slice, I said, "I love you." I was so impressed. I was like, "Holy moly, I'm dating a baller." That was just crazy. I can't do that. Airing out her business, she took a photo of it. I did this. You're really going in today, yeah? I'm going crazy style. I am. Yep, and I will tomorrow as well. Because I would love to be done with this section. We're due. We're due to get out of here. Like I said, I will still commit to the idea if I find Inkay here, like this is our final check of the day. If I find Inkay here, I will level everything up and we'll finish the section. If not, that's the end of stream. Fair deal? Have you shared what your favorite new Mega Evolution is? I don't think so. Meowstick? I don't know. Maybe. In the sewers, you're doo-doo. Good one. Good one. Also, chat, if you can check your primes, if you link your Amazon account to your Twitch account, you get a free prime sub. You get no ads for 1 month. And there's a chance you'll get a signed Johnstone stone in the mail. What do I get for this? A 3-stream streak. Coop, you get $12. That's at least one Ascending Heroes booster pack. I'd take that any day. Maybe one. 2 gallons of gas. Where are you living? $7 a gallon? What the heck? Why are the checks every 30 minutes? Because why would I check it every time? It just takes too much time. It takes way too much time. Because like also, the odds of anything changing in a less time increment than that is just like kind of silly. Mr. Blogs! Oh my god, Mr. Blogs! Oh, I'm gonna say it what I guarantee you before he rated, he said I was gonna quote him and say the thing I said yesterday in his stream, but I'm gonna say it. What's that sound coming from? Where's that sound? Oh, it's over there by the shrine. It's by the shrine. Hi, Mr. Matt Blogs Gaming. I'm excited to watch your video tonight. I would like to let you know that I definitely had time last night to watch your video. I chose not to. However, I chose not to because I fell asleep listening to your big video playlist. If you could do me a favor, could you put that video in your big video playlist and then I would just naturally watch it and then hear it over again? It would make my life so much easier. And I know that you make content specifically for my entertainment and nobody else's, so I feel like this would just be, you know, a smart decision. Do you not drive? No, I don't drive. Nope. I got a boink. I hit 11K for Hitmonchan. Well, you were just tuning into my final check of Inkay because I currently have Skrelp. I have Skrelp, and we're gonna check and see if I get Inkay because I've been hunting this for 5 hours. Solo hunting it for 5 hours, and we're very over odds, and I'm also very hungry, so we're just gonna hope. And if I don't get shiny Inkay in the next 20 minutes, that's the end of stream. If I do get it, I will finish leveling up and finishing the entire storyline for this section. You're the most special boy in the whole wide world. Don't play with my heart like that. I can't take it. I will take that and run with it to the hills. Speaking of hills, yesterday, Chad, I played Journey. Remember how I told you I've never played any PlayStation exclusive games? I played Journey yesterday. Why do you look like you're in an old photograph? Why do you look like you're about to get served 8 ads? I didn't finish it. That's because I got tired. I love Journey. Journey is great. Epic review. Twitch would be so much better if you could serve ads to individual chatters. Yep. If you're naughty, you get 5 ads. If you're nice, you get 6 ads. Why? Because the naughty people will eventually leave. The nice people always will stay. It all makes sense at a certain point. Joke's on you, I've got Turbo. The snail movie? Hitting people with ads instead of banning them would be so fun. I mean, what you could do, Coop, is you could make it so everybody, because everybody together wants to have a good chat experience. You know? Like, nobody in chat wants to have a bad chat experience, right? Everybody wants to work together to have a good time and hold each other accountable. And so why not treat everybody as a group? If somebody's bad, you punish them by giving them ads, but so does everybody else in chat. Every last person's gonna get ads. I think that'd be worth it. People would stop. People would be screaming no at any rude comment. Please, shut up, shut up! It would be worth it. Are you perhaps my middle school teacher? I had a middle school teacher. I had a middle school teacher and she was crazy. One of them was crazy. For example, I hung out with a group of boys, and after class, we went to go walk. I think we were like walking to my house or one of my friends' houses after school, and we were like, oh, where's our last friend? Like, oh, they're in Miss Teacher's class. And so we go to her class, or into her classroom, and he's like finishing up filling out like a little essay thing or like a test before handing it in to the teacher. And you know, he's like silently working on that, and so we're waiting for him. And then the teacher like stands up and she like comes over to the doorway to like talk to us so she's not interrupting. And they just knew that they could make fun of one of the friends that we had in our group. And so she was one of my friends said to her, Miss Teacher, he swore at lunchtime. And she straight up went like this, well, that means you get detention. And she gave him detention. She gave, with no proof, no evidence whatsoever, just straight up gave him detention. Because she's like, why would they lie to me? Just straight up sent him to detention for nothing. And there was another time where I think she was just itching to like, for the power to give people attention. Because there was one time where there was a girl, I was in, this teacher taught history, and I was in the class, and there was a girl in like at another seat. You guys remember when they had, rather than like road seating, they had group seating where like 4 people would sit like facing each other, and it would just be like little clusters of students in the classroom. We kind of had that set up, right? And a couple of like clusters over in the back of the room, some kid stole this girl's flip-flop and was just passing it around to everybody in class while the teacher was teaching. Eventually, the teacher realizes that we're doing something other than paying attention, and she's like, what's going on? And they're like, the girl was like, this guy stole my flip-flop. And she's like, okay, who did you give the flip-flop to? And the kid pointed to another girl, and the girl's like, okay, do you have the flip-flop? Okay, who did you give it to? Points to another guy, points to another guy. And she's like, okay, who did you give it to? And he points at me, and I'm like, and I've already seen 5 people go down in this situation. And so she's like, John, do you have the flip-flop? And I said the coldest thing I could have said in that moment. I said, yes, but I was about to get up to give it to her. Everybody else got detention except for me. I thought I had the smoking gun in the situation. And I was like, no, I was about to turn in the robber, actually. Yep. deep down knowing that if I had 5 more frames of this moment prior to her noticing, I would have passed that thing on. I would have. We were going for a full cycle around the classroom. We got cut off halfway. But I made it out. All those people who got in trouble, guess what? They're now felons. It's true, look it up. John was so tough in middle school, what happened? Chat, I'm chill now. I'm super cool and chill. Type 1 if you think that I'm awesome. Or you like eggs. Everybody likes a good boiled egg. Everybody does. Hard boiled, soft boiled, chancy. Everybody likes egg. Somewhere a streamer is telling the story about how they got detention for passing a flip-flop around, probably. I think one of those kids' names was also John, so that's, you know. You're getting both sides. Both sides of John Gaming. I hate egg. Sad life. That's a tough one. You ever had a little egg with rice? A little egg with steak? So many options. So many great options. We got 10 minutes, chat, until our big check. And maybe some of the believers will cash a big check, you know? Who knows? Egg on steak or burger. If there's an opportunity to have an egg on the burger at a restaurant, I'm taking it. Pokemon Legends ZA. We should look into that. They might be onto something here. That's a great point. But yeah, like I said, after stream today, I'm gonna go and go on a little walking adventure. And if I feel in the mood to do it, I'll do a little hunting tonight. I wouldn't bank on much happening. But maybe. Maybe. I'm trying to go for a walk around the lake. And enjoy the nice breeze. How was your Twitch HQ visit? It was cool. Yeah, it was cool going inside. They had a bunch of like cool statues on the inside and Nimi did a panel there and that was cool. And that's kind of it. They had tacos. Statues of gamers? No. No, they had like a character from Elden Ring. They had a character from Dark Souls as a statue. They had the Fallout Boy. Is that his name? You know, him? Is that just the Fallout Boy? Because you have the Pip Boy. The Pip Boy is the wrist thing, but I think he's just called the Fallout Boy. Vault Boy. That. Yes, they had a giant Vault Boy there. I've been a fan since 2021 and somehow I didn't realize you had a Twitch until I watched the Shiny Sinnoh video. Well, welcome in. We got a whole lot of gaming going on. We really do. We've been playing and walking and looking and thinking about Shiny Inkay. If you give us 9 minutes, we might just get it. Yeah, there's some other characters that were there. I just didn't, I don't recall who they are. Mostly because I'm a fake gamer, chat. And we're plinking. If you're plinking, join me. Yeah, I mean, regardless if we find it or not, we've made tremendous progress. You've had KFC's pot pie. I don't think I've really had anything from KFC. I think I've been there twice. It's just not a place that I was very accessible when I was younger to go to, so I just wouldn't go there. I know about the Famous Bowl, though. I know what people are saying about that thing. It's, you know, from what I understand, it's hard to hate. It really just sounds like a shepherd's pie with fried chicken on it, but I mean, sign me up. But I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's good. When you think of fried chicken, you think of KFC if you're thinking of fast food. I knew a guy who'd eat just pot pie filling. I don't really like pot pie. Is that a hot take? I really don't. I've given it so many opportunities. It's just not a meal that I would gravitate towards. It's not that it tastes gross or anything. It's just if you were to ask me, because I would consider that to be a hearty meal, right? For what that is, it's a warm dinner, you eat that, and you're gonna get really sleepy and you're gonna wanna go to bed. If I want like a hearty meal like that, that is probably the last on the list. So many other things would satiate me in the same way, and that wouldn't be the one. What's the first? No, what's it called? Oh, nuts, what's it called? It's the St. Patrick's Day dinner, chat. You have it with cabbage, and you have it with potatoes. Is it corned beef? Is that what I'm thinking of? Because I was thinking of corned beef hash, and that's not what I was thinking about. But if you're talking, yeah. Yeah, I think it's corned beef. It would probably be that. You eat that and you want to go to bed. Big time. Kiefer just sent me a photo and said, thinking of you, and it's an entire plate of sashimi. I just replied to him and said, with tongue. Just letting him know what type of timing I'm on. Alright. Okay, we got 5 minutes until our check, everybody. They've been saying John Gaming clicked today. Would you say that that's true? I think deep down we all think that. What does James think, do you think? Think James agrees with that? James, I've been clicking today. I just need people to agree with me on that. Thanks for the raid. We're gonna look for a shiny Inkay, and if it's not shiny, I'm gonna be sad and I'm gonna blow up. It's all scheduled in the stream. If it is shiny, then we have to continue the stream and finish the entire section. So. There's a lot riding on the next 5 minutes. We just have to see what happens. Patience is a virtue, everyone. And listen, if we don't find it today, we'll find it tomorrow. Do you have the Canadians or Sabres in Game 7? I don't know anything about hockey. My mom wouldn't let me watch it when I was younger. She didn't like that they used to fight. Not that they used to, they still do that, but my mom didn't like that they fought each other. And no, I couldn't watch boxing when I was younger. I didn't get to see prime Mike Tyson, guys. No pay-per-view in the home. No MMA. SpongeBob? The yellow fellow? Yeah, I could watch that. Maybe Inkay will show up if we chat upside down. Can we save that for tomorrow? Wrestling? Wrestling isn't as aggressive. It's more passionate. Yeah, wrestling is just more like, you know, it's a lot of holding. A lot of holding. There's a lot of care put into it, you know? It's a little bit different than aggression. Just steamy passion, if you will. I wasn't allowed to watch wrestling, and my mom got big mad when my babysitter wouldn't let me watch Pokemon because she wanted to watch it. Darn. Slap fighting is pure rage. Have you seen the gents, those gents and ladies? Are you talking about Slap Mountain? I watched Slap Mountain when it started, chat. RIP to Slap Mountain. I don't think they do that anymore. But there was a whole stream where we watched the entirety of Slap Mountain. Never forget what Big Red did on day 1. Sorry, Red Solo Cup. Sorry, is his name. Not Big Red. Red Solo Cup. He was complaining about his ear that entire time. Mind you, the guy who was slapping him, his hand was as big as his face. So, of course, he's going to hit the ear and he's going to hit everything in between. That was during the Ultra Sun and Moon days. Was that when I was working on the decks? That's so funny. That's why so people don't know about it, because it's a scrap video. We'll run back to lore. I actually brought lore that we used in that video to San Francisco with the intention of using it. Where's Inkay? It's to the right. It's around the corner, so we don't see it right now, but we will when we go to check. And we are spawning it in. You can hear it. You can hear the... Where's shiny Inkay? That's the question, everybody. It is. It is, it is. Actually, that sound is Noibat, but it's still true. It is spawning in. It is. Are you running back to hear the little shiny jingle? No. No, we won't hear it from this distance, realistically. It's just there's no point in going around the corner every single time to check if it's shiny, because it just wastes time. Sure, it's like an extra 2 or 3 seconds to run around, but 2 or 3 seconds every single encounter adds up tremendously when you're doing thousands and thousands of encounters, so you want to do it the shortest route that you possibly can. So, yeah, that's our game plan. We just kind of stop right here, and then in 1 minute, we'll just turn the corner and we'll see if it's shiny or not. When you're re-upping the USAM hunt, are you doing Slap Mountain Watch Along again? I don't think we will. But we'll reminisce. I have other things. All right. Everybody pray. This is it. This is the big check, everybody. Please, Inkay. We've worked so hard. It's been 6 hours. That being said, hold on now. Are you shiny? No, you're not shiny. Cut it out. Naughty. Naughty. That. Now, what's the hypothetical? There's another one. That's it. All right. Well, either way, not bad. Nature guesses anyone. Nature guesses for this kind fellow. I'm gonna say... Lax. Calm. Calm. Stinky. All right, chat. Well, that's gonna do it for today. However, I will be live tomorrow, and maybe I will find Inkay tonight. I wouldn't bank on it, but that's probably gonna do it for our gaming adventure. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 12 Pacific, or sorry, 12 Eastern. My bad. Yeah, we'll keep going and we'll keep gaming. All right, chat. See you later. Have a good one. Goodbye, everybody. Have a great day. See ya. Have a good one.